Chapter 391. Young Master Lin, what are you planning? Fu asked. When they first met, he didn't see any problems. But after that, Fu gradually couldn't understand what was going on. He caused trouble for no reason and was like a headless fly. Whenever he caught someone, he would just suppress them. If this continued, it would be easy for him to offend people. When they faced experts, it would be too late for regrets. What is it? Lin Fan asked. Fu was helpless. Since that was the case, then he could only mention it. Young Master Lin, just say that Jianghu City has nothing to do with us. Even if we kill all the sect disciples here, there won't be much of a change. What I mean is that everything has a motive. So what is young Master Lin's motive? Lin Fan smiled. Motive? I don't have any motive. I just want to do it and listen to my heart. To be more direct, I have enmity with the top sections. Fu was speechless. What kind of motive was that? He didn't understand at all. Zhu Xin had given up on convincing young Master Lin. Since things had already reached such a stage, what else could he say? He could only continue. As for how far he could go, that would depend on fate. Master, I think that senior's words make sense. Although I don't understand the exact meaning, I feel that it does make sense. Jin Xiaobao said. Fu looked at Jin Xiaobao. This silly disciple was showing signs of rebelling. Su Furong squatted beside Fu. Master, I think that you are right. After they left Jianghu City, the Golden Spirit Valley disciples reported the situation. An expert came to Jianghu City and that wasn't a good thing for them. They needed to send experts to defend this place. Naturally, those below Dao realm weren't enough. But to the people of Golden Spirit Valley, they really didn't expect such a thing to happen. All the top sects joined hands and formed the 4 alliances. Golden Spirit Valley was in the Celestial Alliance. Now, everything was really calm and there were no conflicts. The top sects didn't have any conflicts and their thoughts were the same. It all depended on what the alliance thought. Zhu Xin, I suddenly thought about something. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Actually, he didn't need to explain the current situation. He understood it clearly in his heart. The alliance was the leader and they were even more terrifying than the top sections. After all, the alliance worked together and based on what happened in the past, one could see that they were willing to pay any price to take down the defense line. No matter how many 9-star generals died, they didn't retreat at all. As for those top sects, as long as he put in a little more effort, he might be able to deal with those top sections. It was indeed very difficult to take care of all these fellows with one person's strength. Unless one's strength reached the peak, no matter what stage one was at, one punch would be able to kill them. Then everything else wouldn't be a problem at all. However, his current strength was still far from the peak. Who knew how long it would take? The legacy of the Darkness Chief God gave him some ideas. That was to recruit believers and use their faith to increase their strength. The higher their faith, the better the feedback they would receive. When that time came, they would be able to bring a large group of people to attack. Just thinking about that scene would make anyone feel excited. Young Master Lin, what are you thinking about? Zhu Xin didn't have any hope for Lin Fan. His thoughts were definitely unacceptable. Lin Fan said, I am prepared to develop Martial Path Mountain. Zhu Xin's eyes opened wide as he looked at Lin Fan. Oh my god, what kind of thoughts were those? Develop Martial Path Mountain? In the past, wasn't he developing Martial Path Mountain? But he didn't succeed and he gave up halfway. Moreover, Master Lin's biggest hope was for him to stay on Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, I feel like we are walking back the same path. Zhu Xin said what he was thinking. Lin Fan felt a little awkward. Zhu Xin was right. They were indeed walking back the same path. But as a veteran, how could he lose so easily? Zhu Xin, your words make sense, but there is actually a huge problem. Developing isn't just normal development, it is serious development. When he said this, he paused for a moment like he didn't know what to say next. But no matter what, he still had to say it. Serious development? Zhu Xin was stunned. He thought that young Master Lin would be able to say some big words, but looking at the situation, what big words? It didn't make any difference at all. Zhu Xin, don't underestimate this serious development because I am starting to get serious. Lin Fan said. Puchi. Su Furong couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he covered his mouth and didn't dare to laugh anymore. Fu was helpless. He blinked and didn't understand what young Master Lin was thinking. Maybe this was how overbearing young people were. Zhu Xin asked, Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Continue forward or head back to Martial Path Mountain? He didn't want to make any suggestions at all. It wasn't that he had nothing to say but that he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan thought about it, head back and slowly get close to Martial Path Mountain. Since we want to develop the sect, we have to find disciples. I need to think about the specifics. Now that he had a rough idea, he had to think about the specifics. Zhu Xun looked at Lin Fan and thought about it. That was a good idea. He didn't want young Master Lin to have conflicts with the top sects and the alliance. This was why he agreed with young Master Lin's idea of returning to Martial Path Mountain. Stability was the most important thing. If not, he would be walking further and further away from death. Water region. This place wasn't an alternate dimension but a place covered by water. In the depths of the water there was a space for people to rest. There were buildings, flowers, and beasts. Brother Lin, now that I think about it, it's been many years since we last met. In a pavilion, an old man wearing a green robe gave off an extraordinary aura. He had a benevolent face and a white beard hung down. He gave off a feeling like he was an expert. Lin Wani looked at him. Tell me, I have accompanied you to drink tea for 10 days. That is enough. The old man smiled. Brother Lin, you are a good person but you are just too anxious. What is the saying? What is united will be separated and what is separated will be reunited. Now that the imperial dynasty has been wiped out, it means that the imperial dynasty's fate has come to an end. Why do you have to forcefully turn it around? Water Emperor, I didn't come to listen to your nonsense. Lin Wani frowned and felt really helpless. After leaving Yu City, he had been searching for those experts. But to Lin Wani, those people were just slightly stronger people. Water Emperor said, how is that nonsense? I'm speaking the truth. The situation is not something we can control. So what if you are strong? Can you be enemies with everyone in the world? Especially those top sections. They have been waiting for this moment but you want to block their path. Have you thought about the outcome? Lin Wani knew that things weren't so easy to solve but no matter what, he had to do something. Moreover, he agreed with what Water Emperor said. A person's strength was really weak. Even if he was strong enough to fight people of the same cultivation, what about 10 or 100? Would he be able to take advantage of the other party? Water Emperor saw that Lin Wani was deep in thought and continued, Brother Lin, no matter what, you have to admit one thing. Once the sects are formed, you have no chance at all. In the past, the sects were restricted by the imperial dynasty. Apart from the support of the imperial dynasty and all of you, the sects were protecting themselves and none of them were willing to stand out. But things are different now. The sects are united and based on what I know they have formed 4 alliances. Even if the imperial dynasty returns to its former glory, they won't be able to fight back at all. Don't you agree? Lin Wani looked at Water Emperor. This person really knew how to speak and he had no room to retort. Maybe this was the reason why he didn't study much. If you don't say anything it means that you admit it. Then let me analyze it for you. King Wutong's rebellion was the most lethal fuse. His appearance allowed some sects to see hope. At the same time, the alliance's attack made the sects stare at them aggressively. So, from the start, King Wutong's rebellion shouldn't have happened. But one has to say that this is fate. The imperial dynasty has reached its end and a calamity has to happen. If not for King Wutong's rebellion, things might have turned around. But it is too late to say anything now and it is useless. Hayes, in my opinion, the late emperor had no foresight. As an advisor of the imperial dynasty, I helped the late emperor expand his territory and played all the sects in the palm of my hand. In the end, you actually said that I had a problem with my character. Water Emperor sighed and felt really helpless and sad. Lin Wani said, you do have a problem with your character. The last emperor treated you well but you were caught peeping on the princess bathing. It is already good that he didn't kill you. Water Emperor retorted, who peeped? Was I peeping? I noticed that there was a small hole in the window. The princess was bathing inside and the wind blew in. What if she caught a cold? I had no choice and could only use my eyes to block it. It was a good thing but all of you said that I had a problem with my character. I really can't accept that. Kiki. Lin Wani laughed coldly. He had nothing to say about Water Emperor. As for that era he didn't know either. He wasn't even born then. Let's go. Water Emperor said. Lin Wani shook his head and was prepared to leave. It seemed like he could only rely on himself. Why are you leaving so quickly? Are you not going to wait for me? Water Emperor shouted. Lin Wani was stunned. Didn't you say, when did I say anything? I was just grumbling. No matter what, I was once an advisor of the imperial dynasty. I blamed the last emperor for having bad foresight but I don't believe that the current prince has no foresight. Let's go, I will leave with you. Water Emperor got up. Chapter 392. Water Emperor's words stunned Lin Wani for a moment. But when he came back to his senses, he looked at Water Emperor. At least you have a conscience. Brother Lin, do you know where the princes are? Water Emperor asked. Lin Wani nodded, of course. Actually, not many people knew where the prince was being transported to. Only the Su clan's ancestor and him knew. Water Emperor was really old and had left the imperial dynasty for a long time. At that time, Water Emperor served the late emperor and was fired because of his morals. But it was hard to say whether or not he was fired because of his morals. After all, how could such a person be punished for such a small matter? So, no one knew what the exact situation was. When Lin Wani was busy with all this, he missed his unfilial son and didn't know how he was doing. But he wasn't as worried as before. Maybe it was because Lin Wani recognized Lin Fan's cultivation. After all, he was at Dao Realm, and as long as he didn't ask to die, he should be fine. But what he didn't know was that Lin Fan had been walking on the edge of asking to die. Jianghu City. When Lin Fan and the others were heading back, they passed by this place. He wanted to head in and have a good chat with the people in Jianghu City, but Zhu Shen stopped him. It was as if he would fight to the death if he entered. He noticed Zhu Shen's personality. He fought against the alliance because he had a fearless sacrificial spirit. He was fearless and would fight against the heavens and earth until he died with them. But now, he realized that Zhu Shen was actually a good person. Perhaps this was the after effect of going through a great war and surviving in a land of the dead. That should be the case. This was just Lin Fan's guess. Lin Fan looked at Jianghu City from afar. Since that was the case, then forget it. Anyway, he had just come last time, and even if he earned rage points, it wouldn't be so quick. He had already accumulated 180,000 rage points. There was no rush to slowly raise it. As expected, Dao Realm wasn't easy to raise. He needed to slowly form Dao patterns. Zhu Shen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that young Master Lin didn't head to Jianghu City. If young Master Lin really wanted to head in, he wouldn't know what to do. He could only bite the bullet and follow. But there was a high chance that he would meet an expert. A few days later, Lin Fan looked at Jin Xiaobao. During this period of time, Jin Xiaobao's faith in him had remained at the same level as before. He was thinking about it. The faith formed in such a short period of time wasn't as thick as Go Z's and the others. It probably had to do with the amount of time they spent together, and it wasn't reliable. However, to raise the level of faith, one needed to be fed back. This idea was only a temporary guess. He could try it out for himself. Jin Xiaobao lowered his head and rested for a moment. Suddenly, he felt someone walking in front of him. He raised his head, and when he saw that it was Lin Fan, he was overjoyed. "Senior, what's the matter?" Su Furong looked at Jin Xiaobao's bootlicker and felt helpless. Even though junior brother Lin used to be stupid, at least he had his own dignity. But look at him now. He was completely reduced to a bootlicker. As a senior brother, his heart was filled with pain. Lin Fan's expression was solemn as he spoke. "Xiaobao, I can already feel your faith in me. Let me ask you, are you willing to accept my gift of power?" He was stunned. He was totally stunned. Cha Fu looked at young Master Lin with his mouth agape. He had a bad feeling that Lin Fan was bluffing his disciple. "Young Master Lin, he is still young. Forget it," Cha Fu said. No matter what, he was his disciple. Although he was a little stupid, he couldn't be bluffed like that. "In the future, I still have to rely on him to take care of me when I die. If he was bluffed by you, then wouldn't I have worked for nothing?" Jin Xiaobao just stared at Lin Fan in a daze, as though he was completely dumbfounded. To others, Lin Fan didn't seem to have changed at all. But in Xiaobao's eyes, Lin Fan's image had suddenly become much bigger, giving him a feeling of holiness. Lin Fan looked at Jin Xiaobao and thought about it. Was the Darkness Chief God's aura so effective? "I am willing," Jin Xiaobao said. "Okay, then prepare yourself." Lin Fan placed one hand on Jin Xiaobao's head. His faith wasn't high enough, but it met the requirements. During this period of time, he didn't see any signs of his faith increasing. It was still gray, and there was a huge difference from the thick purple faith. Jin Xiaobao was really weak and was still in the martial path realm. Instantly, a weak power exploded out. This was already his limit. Jin Xiaobao's faith in him could only take such power. At that moment, Jin Xiaobao felt a mysterious power surging in from the outside and filling up his entire body. Shortly after, Jin Xiaobao cried out in comfort. Su Furong looked on curiously. Just what was going on? Junior brother couldn't have really gone berserk, right? Long. The realms in Jin Xiaobao's body broke through layer by layer, and his strength jumped. Puchi. An energy wave spread out with Jin Xiaobao at the center. Jin Xiaobao became totally different. To others, the energy wave that spread out was the aura of an expert. How is that possible? Fu stared at Jin Xiaobao in disbelief. His mouth opened so wide that one could stuff an egg in. Damn, he really saw a ghost. If he hadn't personally witnessed it. He didn't dare to believe it. Senior, Jin Xiaobao felt really comfortable. He had never felt such a feeling before. He got up and clenched his fists. His expression was exaggerated. Senior, my body is filled with power. Lin Fan said calmly, not bad. You are already at initial master realm. Among the younger generation you are a genius. He was indeed a genius. To reach master realm before 20 years of age in some sects, one would be considered a genius. Damn. Chief God's faith power was really terrifying and overbearing. He used faith power to exchange for absolute strength and he didn't have to cultivate. But actually he was just using Lin Fan's strength. If not for the small support system, even the strongest Chief God wouldn't be willing to give it to his believers. That was because he was spreading out his strength and it would make him much weaker. Of course, this power could be retracted. At that moment, he realized that Jin Xiaobao's faith power had changed. It actually turned from gray to white. There was a thread of gray mixed in the white. It wasn't pure, but it was still an evolution of faith. He could continue to raise his strength. But he didn't do that. He took it slow. This was nurturing. It wasn't good to raise too much at once. Su Furong was stunned. Although he couldn't see how strong Junior Brother was, he felt that Junior Brother had become really terrifying. Junior Brother, who was much weaker than him in the past, how did he become so strong? That was just too terrifying. He was filled with disbelief. He looked towards Lin Fan. All this while, he had thought that the other party was just fooling his junior brother. Only his stupid junior brother would believe the other party's words. But looking at the situation, he suddenly felt that he might be the most foolish one. Young Master Lin, how did you do that? Zhu Shen asked. He was really knowledgeable and had been through many things, but he had never seen such a situation before. It was too magical. Or rather, it was impossible. No one had been able to instantly raise someone else's strength. He thought about Mu Gang's situation for a long time. He felt that it was unbelievable. Zhen Xiaobao's change made Zhu Shen feel that young Master Lin was in control of some unknown secret. Lin Fan smiled. How did I do it? This is a secret technique of mine that can raise one's cultivation. Sometimes he was thinking about it. How did the Darkness Chief God's God domain come here? This world didn't look like a world where faith made one a god. Now that he obtained this god domain, he realized that it was really overpowered when used with the small support system. To casually create an expert went against logic. Just thinking about it, one would know that it was impossible. But he had no choice as that was the reality. That was how experts came about. Secret technique? Zhu Shen was in deep thought. He had never heard of such a technique. It seemed like young Master Lin was bragging. Forget it, he shouldn't ask any more. Suddenly, Zhu Shen thought about something that young Master Lin said before. He wanted to develop Martial Path Mountain seriously. At the start, he didn't understand what young Master Lin was thinking. Now he suddenly understood. He wanted to use the secret technique to raise his strength and recruit more people to raise their cultivation. Even if they faced the Alliance or top sects, they would be able to fight. Although he didn't know what price he had to pay to raise his strength, looking at young Master Lin, it was obvious that he didn't care much about it. That meant that he was really confident. If that was the case, then he did have some development potential. After Jin Xiaobao's strength increased, his mentality was different. He was really emotional and didn't know what to say. Master, I have become a Master Realm expert. Jin Xiaobao was so excited that he jumped up. His body was filled with power. If he didn't personally experience it, he wouldn't have been able to imagine it. Fu looked at his disciple and was really happy. But more than that, he felt like something was going to happen. His disciple was about to be bluffed. Senior brother, look at my strength. Am I really strong now? Jin Xiaobao was willing to share his happiness with the people around him. All his senior brothers were his targets. Su Furong blinked. His heart felt really sour, like he was the reincarnation of a lemon. That sourness wasn't something that normal people could imagine. Amazing. Su Furong had no choice and could only admit that his junior brother was amazing. How could he not be amazing? His cultivation was much higher than his, so how could he live like that? He looked towards Lin Fan like he wanted to ask if it was too late to suck up to him. Chapter 393. Zhen Xiaobao's change made Su Furong so envious that he was about to explode. Junior brother was so short and weak, but he became so strong. He regretted it. If he knew that there were such benefits, he would have become a bootlicker. He would have licked even more than junior brother. But what he didn't know was that he needed faith. Without faith, even if he licked until the sky collapsed and his tongue exploded, it was useless. Lin Fan looked at Su Furong's expression. He wanted to lick him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right to do so. He realized that it was really difficult to find someone who believed in him. It wasn't as simple as he thought. It wasn't easy for Zhen Xiaobao to believe in him. Zhen Xiaobao felt really good. The way he looked at Lin Fan was different. Maybe this was worship. No, this was faith that was even higher than worship. Zhu Xin felt like things were getting more and more magical. Young Master Lin had too many secrets, so many that he couldn't find out anymore. But he didn't continue asking. Anyway, young Master Lin was on his side, so what was the point of asking so clearly? There was no need at all. At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking about whether or not the two thickest faith lines belonged to Go Zi and Cousin. Maybe he would know when he returned to Martial Path Mountain. If that was true, then he wouldn't worry too much about Cousin's safety. He was even thinking that this wasn't bad. Cousin was really talented, but if he wanted to enter such a battle level, that wasn't something that could be done with just talent. He needed time. Without decades of time, it was basically impossible to enter the Dao realm to fight. But he was in deep thought. Just how much power did this massive faith bring to them? Or what realm did it raise them to? It was hard to say. Only by meeting them would they be able to find out. Imperial Dynasty. King Wudong started from scratch and started to dig out the talents around him. Of course, the most important thing was loyalty. As a strategist, Lu Xian started to plan a way out for himself. He contacted the alliance closely and became their chess piece to monitor King Wudong. Sir Lu. Sir Lu. At that moment, in the Lu Manor reading room, Lu Xian sat there. He looked at the few generals and officials around and nodded his head. These were all talents that he had recruited and were from his faction. At the same time, they were people who were inclined to have a good relationship with the alliance. Guys, you should know about what happened recently. A few generals made some mistakes and were killed by King Wudong on the spot. This really disappointed many people. After all, we are old heroes who followed King Wudong. Even if we didn't do much, we did work hard. But just like that, he killed us just like that. He showed no mercy at all. Lu Xian said. The crowd sighed. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I have a feeling that the same thing will happen to us. When these generals and officials thought of those things, they all trembled in fear. They couldn't imagine when such a thing would happen to them. Now that Zhu Xiang has been trusted by King Wudong, he has climbed above our heads. He is a blade in King Wudong's hand, hanging on our necks and waiting for a chance to kill us with one blade. If you want to live, you have to find a way out. Lu Xian really didn't expect Zhu Xiang to climb so quickly. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Old Master is meeting guests inside, you can't barge in. The butler tried to stop them, but very quickly, there were screams like someone had kicked him to the ground. The door to the reading room was kicked open. Lu Xian stood up and scolded, Zhu Xiang, what are you doing? When he saw Zhu Xiang, Lu Xian's expression was really ugly. It was so dark and sunken. I received news that someone is gathering here to rebel, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect all of you to be chatting here. Please don't blame me, I will report this matter back. Zhu Xiang remembered everyone's faces. Some of them turned their heads like they were hiding and didn't want Zhu Xiang to see them. But that was just them trying to cover their heads. Scram right now. Lu Xian hollered in rage. He pointed at the door and told Zhu Xiang to scram. If the heavens could give him a chance to return to the past, he would definitely kill Zhu Xiang without any hesitation. A fellow that he tossed to dig stones actually dared to shit on his head. He really didn't expect that. Sir Lu, don't be so emotional. Since there is no rebellion, then I will take my leave. Zhu Xiang smiled and cupped his fists. But when he left, his gaze towards them made them panic. They felt like things were a little off. Slowly, when Zhu Xiang left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Sir Lu, do you think that King Wudong is going to attack us? An official asked carefully. He was really afraid. Being with the king was like being with a tiger, but he didn't cause any trouble recently, so why did he attack him? Lu Xian's expression was really ugly and he didn't reply. He was thinking about something. Maybe he should take action earlier. He felt like King Wudong wanted to mess with him and was just looking for a chance. Let's disperse. All of you should be careful during this period of time. Lu Xian said. Now that the alliance controlled 28 cities, they formed an unbreakable defense net. He knew that the alliance didn't just want these 28 cities, they wanted more. The cooperation between the alliance and King Wudong was still ongoing. But his cooperation with the alliance was hidden in the dark and no one noticed it. Zhu Xiang walked out of the Lu Manor with a smile on his face. He had successfully climbed to such a position and he understood that King Wudong was using him as a knife. But it didn't matter. As long as he proved that he was useful, he would be respected. If he was useless, then he would be abandoned. King Wudong told him to come to the Lu Manor to attack Lu Xian. He was happy to do such a thing. Within the imperial dynasty, the alliance envoy stood in front of King Wudong. I heard that your majesty is going to attack those who have contributed so much. Isn't this a little too much? King Wudong smiled. How is this a little too much? I just don't like to share wealth with others. Moreover, they think that they have contributed so much and think highly of themselves. Leaving them alive is just a problem, so I have to wipe them all out. The envoy looked at King Wudong and then shook his head. But deep down he was really wary. He felt like King Wudong knew that the alliance had infiltrated the imperial dynasty. But to the alliance, this wasn't a really important matter. With the territory that the alliance controlled, it could be said that it was huge. This is your majesty's matter, so I can't say much. But the power distribution in the world is a little messy. Buddha Alliance, Celestial Alliance, Monster Alliance, and Evil Alliance have appeared. What does your majesty think? The envoy asked. These were the things that gave the alliance a headache. These powers were formed by numerous top sects, and if they wanted to attack them, they would be asking for trouble for themselves. But to let the imperial dynasty suppress them was a good thing. It would be perfect if they didn't need to use a single soldier to achieve what they wanted. King Wudong said, there is nothing we can do. The imperial dynasty is just too weak and we can't do anything to those top sections. If the alliance wants to attack those top sects, the imperial dynasty will definitely send a large number of people to help. The people he was talking about were normal soldiers. The envoy smiled and didn't say a word. He only had one thought about what King Wudong said, which was that he was really cunning. If normal soldiers went against the sects, they would just be cannon fodder. Or rather, they wouldn't even be cannon fodder. The alliance is making a decision on this matter. Once the decision is made, your majesty, please help. The envoy said. King Wudong smiled. His thoughts were really simple. Damn, they were just a bunch of dogs. The alliance occupied 28 cities and didn't think about returning them to the imperial dynasty. At the same time, they were expanding their territory. Even if King Wudong protested, it was useless. But that needed time. The main reason was that there were too many natives and it was too intense, causing them to have a rebellious mentality. This was why the alliance headquarters wanted to slowly assimilate them and let them have a sense of belonging to the alliance. Originally, the alliance headquarters' thoughts were really simple, which was to capture all the natives, kill a bunch, and enslave a bunch. But who knew that those who wanted peace wouldn't change their minds and were still playing small tricks? At the same time, the alliance civilians showed mercy, causing the alliance headquarters to be unable to do anything. Now that the natives' country gates had been blown open, what else could they ask for? They just had to kill them. But they had no choice, as those who wanted peace were still working hard. But the various colleges had started to slowly transfer their students' graduation missions to the natives. But there was still a problem. Apart from the alliance, Hell Mountain, Ocean Emperor Island, etc., were all arguing with the alliance headquarters. Since they gained benefits, how could they not? After all, they also helped. Therefore, this was a troublesome matter. The alliance headquarters couldn't fall out with these factions, as it wouldn't be good for their development. They could only try to pull them along. Lin Fan and the others walked back. Along the way, nothing happened. This disappointed Lin Fan greatly. A journey without any problems was the most soulless. He hoped that he would face some problems and then cause trouble to accumulate rage points to raise his strength. Senior, what do you think of me? Su Furong couldn't help but want to suck up to him. After Jin Xiaobao showed off in front of him, he couldn't take it anymore and asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a look. You still can't do it? His reply was really direct. It dealt a huge blow to Su Furong's heart. No, Su Furong didn't dare to believe it. Even his junior brother could do it, but he was such a smart person, but he couldn't. That just didn't make sense. He was really unwilling. At that moment, even Lin Fan didn't know how to make others believe in him so quickly. Chapter 394. Cha-Fu saw everything that his two disciples did. He was deeply disappointed. These were the two disciples that he taught, and they actually ended up like that. He thought that it was okay if Jin Xiaobao ended up like that. At least there was still Su Furong, who knew that he was thinking too much. Su Furong even got close to him, and that totally hurt his master's heart. At that moment, The space in the distance started to tremble. The space shattered like a mirror and a shocking aura exploded. There is a situation. Lin Fan raised his hand and the group stopped. Nothing happened just now and such a thing suddenly happened. It was a little sudden. Zhu Shen said, I think that we should take a detour. Of course to Zhu Shen those words were useless. If young Master Lin could listen to him then that would be great. Why do we take a detour? This path doesn't belong to them and they don't allow us to walk it. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan was filled with excitement and anticipation. He rarely faced battles, so how could he not be excited now that he did? Moreover, looking at the situation, the battle seemed quite intense. Although Zhu Shen had turned into a pig, his expression was still really rich, like he knew that Lin Fan would say that. It's him. When Lin Fan saw the person in the distance, his expression changed. He waved his hands, let's go. We can't stay here. Zhu Shen also saw who that person was. Alliance 9-star General Wuxia. Oh my god. Why did this person appear here? Also, who was the person fighting Wuxia? They were actually on the same level. Zhu Shen knew many experts but he had never seen this person before. Young Master Lin, who is this person? Chafu asked. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head and ran. Alliance 9-star General Wuxia, he is a terrifying person. With our current strength we are no match for him. If he notices us we will end up badly. He was confident in his own strength. But he wasn't so confident that he could defeat Wuxia. If his father was beside him it would be fine. But with their current situation, it was best if they just washed up and slept. Chafu didn't know who Wuxia was. But looking at the battle, he knew that he wasn't simple. Very quickly, Lin Fan and the others ran away dejectedly. Zhu Shen, why do you think he came here? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Shen shook his head. I don't know. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Wuxia is an Alliance 9-star general and one of the top experts. Why wouldn't he be with the Alliance? Why would he appear here? He didn't understand either. Luckily, young Master Lin knew his place. If he had clashed with Wuxia, the outcome would have been disastrous. They would have been wiped out and no one would have been able to save them. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others had already run for a long distance. Kacha. Just then, Lin Fan heard a crisp voice coming from the front. At the same time there were sounds of discussion. Even though the voices were soft he could still hear it. Should be quiet. There are people ahead. Lin Fan raised his finger, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Wuxia's appearance made him a little nervous. Why did he meet this guy out of nowhere? Back then he had almost killed the other party but unfortunately he didn't have enough time. Zhu Shen frowned. The situation was becoming more and more confusing. This place was really far from U City and the surrounding cities were all controlled by top sections. Even if the Alliance wanted to reach out, they couldn't reach here. Damn it. What was going on? Lin Fan got close and hid behind a giant tree. He looked into the distance and realized that a bunch of Alliance members were gathered there. They were talking to one another like they were discussing something. He listened carefully. Who was the person who stopped the 9-star general? I don't know, but he should be really strong. I didn't expect the territory of the natives to be so huge. We have been measuring for so long and actually haven't reached the end. If the Alliance can occupy all the land here, then it would be unimaginable. Lin Fan heard every single word that the members of the Alliance were discussing with one another. So, they are here to survey. Lin Fan thought about it. It seemed like the Alliance had secretly attacked. If they wanted to occupy this place they had to have a map. Moreover, with Wuxia leading the team, even if they faced experts they wouldn't fear anything. Now that Wuxia was restricted by that expert, wouldn't he be able to do anything to these people? But that wasn't practical here. If Wuxia suddenly turned back then they were basically finished. Zhu Shen, let's go. But we have to capture these people. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen said, young Master Lin, there is no need for that, right? He felt that there was no need. They were just a bunch of unimportant people, so what was the point of capturing them? They could even attract Wuxia's attention. If they were found, then they would all be finished. There is a need. Lin Fan said seriously. Zhu Shen obviously didn't understand his use. These people could provide him with rage points and it would be a waste to let them go just like that. Moreover, they were all Alliance members so he had to kill them to celebrate the new year. Let's go quickly. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and dashed out. He released his aura and pressed forwards. When the Alliance members saw that someone had come out, they wanted to question him. But suddenly a terrifying aura covered them. They felt like their bodies were being crushed and their brains went numb. At that moment they fainted. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed all the Alliance members before leaving the area. Zhu Shun looked at young Master Lin's actions and was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Seeking food from the tiger's mouth, how audacious. Was he really not afraid that Wu Zhiga would notice? But since things had already happened, what else could he say? A long while later, a person walked over. Wu Zhiga had a smile of disdain on his face. He was just a native expert and wasn't worth mentioning at all. Although he escaped, he had sliced off one of his arms. As one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, he was affected by the City incident. He led a team deep into rich land to survey the geography, so who knew that he would bump into a Celestial Alliance patrol head? To Wu Zhiga, he didn't want to have a conflict with the natives. But he didn't expect that the native would actually shout at him. Wu Zhiga, who had been bullied by Lin Wani, didn't have a good impression of the natives. Thus he didn't say any nonsense and just attacked. But the Celestial Alliance patrol head was indeed strong. To be able to fight with him till now and still be able to escape, he had to praise him. Just like what the Alliance headquarters thought, there were many top sections. If they didn't care about them, the Alliance headquarters would face huge problems. All of you, Wu Zhiga was about to tell them to get up and leave, but when he saw the scenes in front of him, he was stunned. Damn, where were they? If he didn't remember wrongly, they should have been here. But there was no one at all, so where did they all go? He looked at the trash on the ground. He was right, they were here just now. Suddenly, Wu Zhiga noticed that there were energy fluctuations in the space here. Although it was thin, to an expert like him, he could sense any movement. Damn, who dares to kill people in front of me? Instantly he thought back to the patrol head. That person was definitely the one who drew him away and then sent people to capture the Alliance members. Was very good. The Alliance didn't find trouble with them, but they found trouble with them. Wu Zhiga rose into the air. Where did they go? To find them in such a huge place was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But no matter what, even if he couldn't find them, he had to. Zhu Shun was helpless. What was young Master Lin thinking? There was no need to talk nonsense with these people. But he had no choice. Young Master Lin's thoughts were always hard to understand. After a long while, Lin Fan felt that this place was really safe. He placed the Alliance members down and counted a total of 40 of them. He could gain a wave of rage points. Although it wasn't a lot, as long as he worked hard, naturally it would add up. He tossed them down violently. There was no gentleness to it at all. Slowly those Alliance members who fainted woke up. Where am I? What happened just now? They were confused and didn't know what had happened. When they opened their eyes and saw Lin Fan and the bunch of strangers, they were stunned. But very quickly some of them remembered. When they fainted, this was the person they saw. Alliance dogs, let me introduce myself. I am Lin Fan and I have a huge conflict with your Alliance. It isn't like I killed your father, but it is to the point where you have to die. Don't speak and let me finish. I brought all of you here to deal with you. I will chop off your limbs and feed you to the dogs. Lin Fan saw that the Alliance members were showing signs of rage, so he made things clear. He didn't give them a chance to say any nonsense. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. The increase in rage points was a decent feeling. The rage on the faces of the Alliance members turned to terror. Maybe Lin Fan's words had frightened them. He could say such cruel methods so easily, so how could they not be terrified? Cough cough. At that moment an old man opened his mouth and said, "We are technical members of the Alliance and the one leading us is the strongest 9-star general, Wu Zhiga. If you capture us here we will be noticed. As long as you let us go, we can ensure that we won't reveal your tracks." Lin Fan frowned. With a loud explosion, pressure exploded and pressed the old man to the ground. Stop saying such useless things. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 666. Maybe because Lin Fan's actions were too much, it made the Alliance members furious once more. Zhu Shun looked at young Master Lin. He was really lost and didn't understand what was going on. Why did young Master Lin say so much to the Alliance? Why didn't he just kill them? Chapter 395. Killing people was a really vulgar thing. Lin Fan hated killing people. Looking at those hands that didn't have any life on them, could he really bear to let them be tainted by evil? He did kill people in the past. But that was all in the past. Let bygones be bygones. At least today was perfect. He didn't want to admit that his past self was fake and didn't exist. How shameless. Zhu Shun didn't have a good impression of these Alliance members, but he felt sad for them from the bottom of his heart. To meet such a talent like young Master Lin, they were really unlucky. These alliance members were all talents. When they received orders to come to rich land to map out the first accurate map for the alliance headquarters, they rejected it. Everyone knew that the natives were vicious and if they were noticed they would end up badly. In the end, when the alliance headquarters told them that they would send Wuxia to protect them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Wuxia was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance. He was really strong and protecting them was definitely not a problem. They felt really safe. But the situation now was as if they had seen a ghost. Safe my ass. Just as Wuxia's front foot left, someone caught them from behind. The alliance old man had a high status in the group and he was suppressed by Lin Fan. This infuriated the people around. Rage points increased. Their eyes turned red and they stared at Lin Fan in rage. It was obvious that they didn't expect him to dare to do that. The old man who was being suppressed was stunned. He was old and was respected everywhere he went. However, he couldn't accept the current situation. He climbed up with much difficulty. The young people around hurriedly helped him up. This was an alliance professor and he would be of great help to their future. Blood flowed from the corner of the old man's mouth and his eyes turned red. He hollered with a vicious expression. %yen #it yen, what are you saying? Lin Fan didn't understand what the old man was saying as it was like bird language. The old man was forced into a frenzy by Lin Fan and he shouted in the alliance language. Anyway, Lin Fan didn't understand. He didn't know what he was saying. Of course this wasn't important. As long as he had rage points, no matter what he said, even if he said that his house blew up, he didn't care. He could just say whatever he wanted and he could forgive him. He is speaking the alliance language. Zhu Shen said. Foreign language. Lin Fan giggled. The angrier he was, the more emotional he got. Maybe this was what he meant by asking for a beating. Zhu Shen asked, what does foreign language mean? Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. It was normal that Zhu Shen didn't understand and it was a little troublesome to explain. It was best if he acted like he didn't say anything. Perhaps the old man felt that he had said something that no one could understand so he changed his tone. Who are you people? I already said it so I don't want to answer your retarded questions. Lin Fan waved his hand. He could not be bothered to say anything more. The appearance of these guys had made things much more interesting. Now he had a new idea. If he could cause conflict between the alliance and the top sects, that would be great. They would be in a chaotic war and he would be able to sow discord between them. At the same time he would be able to gain rage points. Then he would really be the winner in life. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his hand and formed a sword intent that landed. The aura was really strong and it terrified the alliance members so much that they shivered. The sharp sword intent gave them huge pressure and they thought that it would kill them. But when they blinked it landed beside them. Some of the more cowardly alliance members peed their pants. Ah! Lin Fan laughed out loud. What a bunch of cowards. Just a little scare and they were scared to this extent. What a joke. Damn it. The laughter of the natives was like a sharp sword that stabbed deep into their hearts. This was a humiliation. Rage points increased. Slowly. The rage points actually disappeared. It seemed like they had been provoked to the max and wouldn't continue to gain rage points. Lin Fan's head hurt. What should he do with these people? Before this, they said that they didn't want to be stained with blood. But letting them go just like that wasn't his style. Xiaobao kill them. Lin Fan thought about Jin Xiaobao. It should be fine if Xiaobao did it. It was really simple and it would end quickly. What a perfect ending. Jin Xiaobao was stunned and even stuttered, Kill people? Lin Fan looked at him in confusion. Why? You don't dare? Senior, I don't dare to kill people. If you want me to kill chickens or pigs, I won't hesitate. Jin Xiaobao replied. For some reason when he mentioned killing pigs he looked towards Zhu Shen. It was like Zhu Shen, who had turned into a pig, had attracted his attention. Zhu Shen stared at Jin Xiaobao. This kid's gaze really annoyed him. Who was he looking at? Did he want to kill him? Lin Fan was helpless. This was the first time he had met such a person. He was so cowardly. Suddenly, he sensed several auras spread over from the distance. He raised his head and with the buff of his Dao realm cultivation, he could see many small things. No, they weren't things but people. Someone was here and looking at their clothing, they weren't from the Alliance. Lin Fan thought about it and had an idea. If the Alliance had a conflict with the top sects, that would be a good thing. Zhu Shen deal with these people. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen wasn't friendly towards the Alliance members and when he needed to kill, he wouldn't show mercy. Moreover, these Alliance dogs were definitely up to no good. Okay. Zhu Shen raised his leg. Under the terrified gazes of the Alliance members, He stomped down and crushed all of them. Let's go. Lin Fan brought them and left swiftly. At the same time his aura exploded. This aura surged into the sky like a flame and then quickly disappeared. In the distance, the people flying in the air were Celestial Alliance patrollers. After Celestial Alliance was formed, the various top sects chose experts to be patrollers. They were all at Dao Realm and they were a force that couldn't be ignored. Lin Fan's aura exploded and naturally attracted their attention. A one-eyed old man said, there is a situation there. Let's go take a look. Their mission was to wipe out the people who didn't know their place in Celestial Alliance territory. At the same time, they would check whether or not people from the Alliance or Imperial Dynasty had infiltrated. Celestial Alliance didn't find people to fight but to stabilize their internal affairs. Now that something happened there, naturally it attracted their attention and they had to head over to take a look. As for danger, there was no way they would be in danger. Didn't they see that they were all Dao Realm experts? Wuxia searched for the Alliance surveyors. He brought them out and now that they disappeared, even if he returned to the Alliance headquarters, who knew what kind of verbal attacks he would face? Damn, which bastard did it? If I find him, I will teach him a lesson. Wuxia was furious. Suddenly he sensed an aura spread over from the distance. He was shocked and felt like this was the person he was looking for. He instantly disappeared from the spot and sped through the dimension. His expression slowly turned dark and sunken. Anyone who dared to provoke him would only be dead. In the distance, the Celestial Alliance patrollers landed on the ground. When they saw the corpses, they exchanged glances with one another and were stunned. What was going on? Did they come here just to look at the corpses? Look at their attire, they are from the Alliance. The one-eyed old man's expression was solemn and he didn't understand what was going on. They were surprised that the Alliance appeared here, but who killed them? This old man has a bad feeling about this. Another old man thought about it and felt like something wasn't right. But in such a short time he couldn't understand what was wrong. The one-eyed old man looked at the corpses and they were all killed in one strike. The aura that exploded didn't belong to these people. Suddenly, a furious shout spread from the distance. You are asking to die. Wuxia sped through the dimension and when he saw those scenes he was shocked. If he wasn't blind, those corpses belonged to the Alliance members, the people he brought out. He thought that they were all still alive. Who knew that he was thinking too much and they were all dead? The Celestial Alliance patrollers were shocked. They came to their senses and realized that there was a misunderstanding. Who are you? The one-eyed old man asked. Wuxia gritted his teeth. You bunch of bastards, you actually killed them. I want all of you to die. Long. A terrifying aura exploded from Wuxia's body. It formed shockwaves that swept the space. With a crack, numerous cracks appeared in the space. So strong. The one-eyed old man sensed the aura and knew that this person wasn't simple. At the same time he felt like he had been framed by someone. He looked at the people around him. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The aura that disappeared in the blink of an eye just now was obviously meant to attract them over, but they still foolishly bumped into it. They knew that they were from the Alliance but they were too strong and it wasn't wise to have a conflict with them. Someone was definitely framing them. We didn't do it. When we came here they were already dead. The one-eyed old man said. Wuxia laughed coldly. Do you think I will believe what you bunch of dogs say? If you didn't do it, then who did it? Hand him to me. What do you mean by that? Are you calling us dogs? We are speaking nicely to you not because we are afraid of you but because we don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The one-eyed old man hollered in rage. No matter what he said. They were Dao Realm experts and they had status and pride. Now that an Alliance member was calling them dogs, others could take it but they couldn't. I'm too lazy to talk to all of you. I will take all of you down and slowly deal with you. Naturally Wuxia wouldn't listen to their nonsense. Since he thought that they did it, then they did it. There was no point in saying anything more. They ran really quickly and who knew how far away they were. Listen, it seems like they are fighting. The voice was really subtle but it was really pleasant to the ear. Zhu Xun looked at young Master Lin. I'm afraid. Chapter 396. Zhu Xun felt that young Master Lin's way of thinking was a little weird. He heard noises from the distance. Although it was really weak, when he saw the area turn gray, he knew that the battle was really intense. Who was fighting? Was it Wuxia and those people? Thinking about it, that might have been the case. Young Master Lin, it isn't that I am talking too much, but sometimes we really have to be careful. If we fail once, we might be doomed. Zhu Xun was terrified. When he met Wuxia, he was nearly frightened to death. He was just too terrifying. When one faced such an expert, one basically had no chance of survival. Even if they all attacked together, it would be useless. Don't worry when you are with me. When have you ever been in danger? Don't you feel that I have always been really stable? Lin Fan said. He didn't agree with Zhu Xun's words, so he had to retort. He had to think about whether or not that was the case. That seems to be the case. How else could Zhu Xun reply? Since he had already said so much, if he said that it was all nonsense, then his future days would be tough. Su Furong wanted to become as strong as junior brother. His eyes spun and he was thinking about what he should do to gain senior's recognition. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Junior brother was able to gain recognition not because of his talent but because of his intelligence, right? It would be a little difficult to pull his intelligence to junior brother's level. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Xun and said solemnly, Zhu Xun, I know what you are worried about, but I can tell you that you don't need to worry too much. No matter what the situation is, I won't send myself to my death. That is for the best. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer to Master Lin. Zhu Xun said. He was thinking about where old Zhang and old Wu went. They didn't die, and who knew where Master Lin sent them to. If they were here, then everything would be much easier to solve. Lin Fan understood what Zhu Xun meant and didn't say anything more. He had to live to see his father. Cha Fu didn't say anything from the start. After thinking about it for a long while, he said, Young Master Lin, were those the Alliance? This was the first time he saw Alliance members and he felt that they were no different from them. Alright, that is the Alliance. Moreover, we saw a top expert from the Alliance. Last time he was so close. If we had enough time he would have died. Lin Fan said. When he thought of that matter he regretted it very much. Helplessness. Boasting. Cha Fu's first reaction was that young Master Lin was bragging. He wasn't blind and he saw how strong Lin Fan was. And he ran faster than anyone else. Mu Gang had thoughts of taking revenge, but the more she saw, the more she realized that she was really weak. Not to mention taking revenge, she might not even be a match for some of their disciples. Let's not talk for now. This distance seems safe, but the opponent is too strong. It's hard to say if we won't be caught. Let's go. Lin Fan felt so tired. He was so young, yet he had to bear all this pressure that shouldn't exist. For a young man like him, his opponent should be a young man. But now he had to face a group of old guys. It was normal for them to be in their 60s or 70s, and it was normal for them to be over 100 years old. The pressure was huge. This was why Lin Fan wasn't willing to play with young people. Maybe it was because he felt that he was too weak and it felt like he was bullying a kid. Trash, all of you are a bunch of trash. Even trash like you dare to touch my people? Wu Zhiga hollered. He was stepping on the natives. Since these natives dared to attack him, their fates were already decided. Wu Zhiga was really strong. There was a reason why Lin Wani fought him to the death. These Dao Realm Stage 1 and 2 Domain Realm and Yin Yang Realm trash weren't worth his attention at all. You jerk. The one-eyed old man was stepped on by Wu Zhiga. He wasn't weak, but in Wu Zhiga's hands he was as weak as an ant. We didn't kill your people. The one-eyed old man was the scapegoat. Someone was framing them. Wu Zhiga said coldly, It doesn't matter. What is important is that I can catch all of you. He didn't want to listen to their nonsense. It didn't matter if they killed them or not. Their lives weren't important. The most important thing was that if they were really killed, then at least he had to catch the culprit. This was why he just had to catch them. You despicable fellow, our Celestial Alliance has sects that are working with your alliance. The one-eyed old man said. He hoped that Lin Fan would release them. With the current situation, it was impossible to fight back. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his expectations and was just too terrifying. Gotcha. Wu Zhiga used a little strength and stepped on the one-eyed old man to death. You really talk a lot of nonsense. When the patrolmen saw this scene, they were all frightened out of their wits. They actually didn't know what to do. Someone raised his hand and pointed at Wu Zhiga. Who knew that he would really attack? Wu Zhiga looked over and they were so shocked that they didn't dare to say anything. Terrifying, it was just too terrifying. Suddenly, in the distance, a terrifying aura surged over like a torrent. The aura was really strong and covered half the sky. The patrollers were excited. Someone had come to save them. Wu Zhiga frowned and didn't expect it to be so quick. That person who was strong and could escape from his hands definitely went to inform others. But he didn't expect them to come so quickly. All of you keep quiet. Wu Zhiga pressed down with one palm and caused them to faint. He then floated into the air and prepared to fight with them. He had to bring these people back. The death of the surveyor was a huge matter. Even if he was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, he wouldn't be able to escape from this matter. It really made him feel helpless. If he knew that this would happen, he would have let Zhu Daoxin deal with this matter. Even if he had to take the blame, that was his problem. Wu Zhiga, as an Alliance 9-star general, you actually came to Celestial Alliance territory to kill our people. Don't you think that you are a little too much? Before he even arrived, a thunderous voice rang out in his ears. What nonsense are you talking about? Your people killed so many Alliance people, so your Celestial Alliance has to pay the price. Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. He didn't care about him at all. Since things had already reached such a stage, then what else was there to say? If Lin Fan saw how complicated things were, he would definitely sigh. It was just a small matter. But slowly it became a huge matter. Maybe this was why the elders didn't lower their heads, and in the end, a small matter turned into a huge matter. It really made one feel helpless. Of course, he was delighted to see such a thing. He really wished that the Alliance and the top sects would fight to the death. That would make him really happy. Along the way, Lin Fan used all the points he had accumulated to upgrade his Dao Realm secret technique and form another Dao pattern. Now he had 75 Dao patterns. He only had 2 more Dao Realm techniques that he hadn't cultivated. Lin Fan realized that after having more Dao patterns, his strength increased greatly. But he wasn't in a rush to raise his realm. He wanted to accumulate more Dao patterns. Moreover, he had merged all the cultivation techniques he learned. Most of them contained 2 Dao patterns and were much stronger than before. But this was far from enough. He needed to accumulate more Dao patterns and raise his realm at the crucial moment to reach Dao Realm Stage 2. Dimension Control. Lin Fan was interested in Dimension Control, but he wasn't in a rush. Raising Dao Realm strength was the most important thing. A few days later, when the Alliance headquarters learned that the people who followed Wu Zhiga were killed by the natives, they were stunned. If not for Wu Zhiga's strength and status, someone would have smacked the table and scolded Wu Zhiga. What was the use of this fellow? He couldn't even protect so many people. But the outside world criticized him. Wu Zhiga suppressed the rage in his heart. He wanted to vent, but there was no way to do so. Of course, he blamed this matter on the native Celestial Alliance. The conflict between the Alliance and Celestial Alliance grew because of this matter. But after going through this matter, Wu Zhiga wouldn't underestimate those top sects anymore. The person who appeared fought with him for a day and night. Not only did he retreat, but he also saved everyone in front of him. His strength wasn't weaker than his. If the top sects helped to defend the border, then the Alliance wouldn't have had anything to do. What the Alliance didn't know was that Celestial Alliance was unhappy with what the Alliance did. Wu Zhiga's actions were the same as slapping their faces on Celestial Alliance's territory. The patrollers were people chosen by all the sects, and they covered a wide area. Now that they faced such a thing, who could take it lying down? But they were waiting for a chance. Celestial Alliance wouldn't start a war with the Alliance. Otherwise the other 3 alliances would take the chance. But they remembered this conflict in their hearts. If there was a chance, they didn't mind making the Alliance pay a heavy price. The sect that belonged to the one-eyed old man could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. Losing a Dao Realm expert would be a huge blow to the top sections. To develop a Dao Realm expert, not only did one need time, but they also needed resources. More importantly, talent was needed. It was good, but talent was hard to find. Master. The world was still really calm, but everyone knew that it wasn't that there wouldn't be any commotion, but that it was brewing. When everything reached a perfect level, the commotion would explode. 4 alliances, Imperial Dynasty Alliance. The clashes between the 6 factions would become more frequent. This was the biggest test for Imperial Dynasty. It was hard to say whether or not they would be wiped out and swallowed by others. A long while later, Lin Fan and the others returned to Martial Path Mountain that was hidden in the mountains. They were back. They went out for a stroll. Their gains were okay, but they weren't huge. But coming back was a new start. Next, he had to develop Martial Path Mountain. Chapter 397. Martial Path Mountain was right in front of him. Zhu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was back. Just heading out made him so nervous. Zhu Xin wasn't satisfied with his own strength. He was just Dao Realm Stage 3. He seemed strong, but compared to top experts, the gap was huge. Moreover, he had turned into a pig and his strength was affected. He could only kill normal Dao Realm Stage 3 experts. Who knew how long it would take for his body to recover? The pig body didn't bring him any benefits. Who knew whether it was because he didn't notice the secret or because this was just a normal pig body? If it was a normal pig body, then it would have been a tragedy. This is Martial Path Mountain, my sect. You can call me sect leader Lin. Lin Fan said. He placed Nine Demon down and patted its head. Go back and report. Nine Demon quickly climbed up the mountain. Chafu was really curious. Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't weak, so the sect would definitely be huge. But when he raised his head, he felt a little regretful. There was nothing special about it, and even Qinji Mountain couldn't compare to it. Suddenly, a joyful voice spread into his ears. Young Master. An afterimage turned into a streak of light and struck down from the mountain. He was really quick. Chafu was shocked. Compared to him, there wasn't much of a difference. Lin Fan found it weird. It seemed like his guess was right and Go Zi did obtain faith power. Zhu Xin, look at what realm Go Zi's strength has reached. Go Zi wasn't familiar with his control of strength and his aura was spreading out without any restraint. Zhu Xin's eyes opened wide and he didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Damn. He knew that Go Zi, who had been by young master's side, had no strength at all. He was a fighting chicken. But what was going on now? He realized that young Master Lin didn't care at all like he knew about it. He instantly understood that this matter had something to do with young Master Lin. He should be at Domain Realm. Zhu Xin replied. See. Lin Fan wanted to suck in a deep cold breath. But the air was too cold and it would hurt his lungs. Domain Realm, wasn't that a realm lower than him? Looking closely, there was purple faith spreading from Go Zi's body. If that was the case, then Go Zi's faith in him had reached the peak, the highest level. And when he returned this faith, he didn't suppress his power and used all his strength to return it. Whether or not he could raise Go Zi's cultivation to a higher realm depended on his own cultivation. He was only at Dao Realm Stage 1, so naturally he couldn't raise Go Zi's cultivation to Dao Realm. Young Master, I missed you so much. Go Zi was so emotional that he was about to cry. Young Master had left for a period of time. Go Zi looked at the empty Martial Path Mountain and felt like something was missing in his heart. Of course, Feng Poliu and the others weren't important to Go Zi. Lin Fan smiled, aren't I back? Instantly, Go Zi thought back to the changes in his body and was about to cry. Young Master, look at my current situation. I was perfectly fine, but one day I suddenly became so strong. Feng Poliu said that something might have happened to me, or maybe something evil is attached to my body and is harming me. Maybe not long later I will die. When he heard Go Zi's words, Lin Fan wanted to smash Feng Poliu's head. If he didn't know, then he didn't know. He actually wanted to scare him. Look at how Go Zi was now. He was about to be frightened to death by Feng Poliu. Don't worry, you are fine. This is young master's reward for you. In the past, didn't you think that you weren't strong enough? In the future, such a thing won't happen. Lin Fan consoled. Young master, you aren't lying to me, right? Go Zi was a little nervous. The main reason was that he felt like he was in a dream. Young master wasn't on Martial Path Mountain, so how could he reward him? Zhu Xin didn't say anything and just focused on the situation. Maybe he would be able to find out the secret soon. Look, isn't this power disappearing? Lin Fan smiled and retracted the faith power. The surging power in Go Zi's body instantly disappeared. Shortly after, he returned the power back to him. Go Zi smiled, that really is the case. Oh my god. Zhu Xin felt like his views of life had been refreshed. He personally witnessed something that he didn't dare to imagine in the past. Just now, Go Zi's power disappeared and then reappeared. That was just too magical. What kind of secret technique could have such an effect? Moreover, it was 10,000 miles away. Lin Fan smiled, okay, stop thinking so much. Let's head up the mountain. Zhu Xin's mind was filled with such thoughts. He muttered to himself. Impossible, that was definitely impossible. Not to mention Zhu Xin saying that it was impossible. Chafu was stunned. Go Zi was too young, but his cultivation was so strong. Young Master Lin's words were too deep and he didn't want to understand them. But Go Zi existed and his strength was on display. Chafu covered his heart. Is this world really not suitable for an old man to mingle in? Zhen Xiaobao and Mu Gang didn't have much of a reaction, but Su Furong was so envious that he was about to cry. How could this happen? He also wanted to become strong. Back on the mountain. Feng Poliu had arrived long ago and the first thing he said was regarding Go Zi. His strength was so strong that it was just unbelievable. Who wouldn't be envious? Lin Fan told Feng Poliu that it was all his doing. Feng Poliu blinked like he was looking at a fool. But very quickly Lin Fan proved to Feng Poliu who was the fool. At the dining hall, Go Zi prepared a sumptuous meal for Lin Fan. Because Lin Fan said that he didn't have anything good to eat outside, Go Zi went to work. Sect leader, what is the situation outside? Zhang Tianshan asked. He paid attention to the situation outside, but it was tough to get news here. He wanted to head out to take a look, but there was danger all around, and who knew whether or not he would bump into the Alliance. Lin Fan said, not good, it is a little problematic. The Alliance has stretched their hands a little too far, and based on my estimation, an intense battle is unavoidable. Young Master Lin, why do you think so? Feng Poliu asked. He didn't believe that there would be a war. After all, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Lin Fan smiled, I am guessing. As for whether or not it will happen, that will depend on what they think. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and knew that he was bragging again. Very quickly, a fragrance floated over. Go Zi carried young master's special food over. As for others, he didn't have any. He cooked because he was fully focused on young master, so how could he be distracted? He had been outside for so long and hadn't had a good meal. Go Zi's food was really appetizing and it was really fragrant. I came back this time because I have something to do, which is to develop Martial Path Mountain. Do any of you have any thoughts? Lin Fan asked. Then he added, if you don't have any ideas, just follow my ideas. When Zhang Tianshan heard that they were going to develop Martial Path Mountain, he was so excited that he was about to jump up. But Lin Fan's next words caused him to shut up. He already said that. What else could he think? Young Master Lin, how should we develop? It is tough to even find a living person in this place, much less develop. Feng Poliu said. That was the case. It was so good in Jianghu City and it was so easy to develop. As for now, it was too late to say anything. If Lin Fan knew what Feng Poliu was thinking, he would definitely grumble. What can I do about that? If Chief God Faith didn't appear earlier, who knew that it would be useful? Just at that moment, a voice spread from outside the mountain. When did a sect appear in this ownerless mountain range? Who is the sect leader? Come out and meet me. The person who spoke was a young old man. His black hair was mixed with white. He stood with his arms behind his back and gave off a strong aura. Although his cultivation wasn't at Dao realm, it was around Yin Yang realm. Elder, we came here in the past and there didn't seem to be a sect. A young disciple said. Another disciple said, maybe someone thought he was strong and found a place to set up a sect. After all, the world is in chaos and sects aren't restricted by the imperial dynasty. Everyone feels like they have some ability. Lin Fan held the soup goo in his hand. He walked over while drinking the soup. He was really calm and relaxed, like he didn't care about the outside world at all. Who are you? His tone was a little impatient. They were just discussing the development of Martial Path Mountain and now an unknown person came. At the same time, someone actually came here. Didn't that mean that Martial Path Mountain wasn't hidden and it was easy for people to find it? Lin Fan was too young, and even if he walked in the center, he didn't attract much attention. The old man pointed at Zhang Tianshan and said, you are the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? Zhang Tianshan said, I am the deputy sect leader. Then you are the sect leader? The old man pointed at Cha Fu and said. Cha Fu shook his head, no. Zhang Tianshan pointed at Lin Fan and said, he is the sect leader you are looking for. He is standing in front of you. The old man frowned and didn't believe it. But it didn't matter. His goal here wasn't to guess who the sect leader was. Okay, I don't care who your sect leader is. I am an elder of Long Rainbow Sect and 1,000 miles around is under my control. Your Martial Path Mountain is in Long Rainbow Sect's territory, so you are under our control. I will give you a choice, submit to Long Rainbow Sect, and from now on, Martial Path Mountain will be managed by my sect. The old man looked at everyone in front of him. All the sects were trying to occupy territory and their Long Rainbow Sect was no exception. Instantly the old man noticed Mu Gang, who was standing behind Lin Fan. Looking at her appearance, he had some thoughts. This brat's foundations are not bad, follow me back to the sect. Lin Fan drank the soup and felt really tired. Old man, do you feel like your body is okay? Forget it, I am too lazy to talk to you, Gozi. Gozi stood out and stared at him furiously. You dare to disturb my young master's meal and even think about my maid. You deserve to die. Just at that moment, a bright light flashed in Lin Fan's mind and he had an idea. He wanted to make Martial Path Mountain stronger and couldn't find anyone? Then weren't they people? Gozi, come back. Lin Fan shouted. If Gozi attacked, many of them would die. Chapter 398. Go-Zi reacted really quickly and punched out. When he heard young master's instructions, he stopped. His fist was just a few centimeters away from the old man's face. Shortly after, A strong wind blew and the old man's long hair flew into the air. Go, Z retracted his fist and stood behind Lin Fan. The old man was stunned. What happened just now? He couldn't say that he didn't even react when the fist came. Only when Lin Fan stopped did he realize that the fist was already in front of him. At the same time, a wave of pressure surged towards him, shocking him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. To put it more bluntly, he was stunned. Ew. What do you want to do? The old man's throat moved and sweat rolled down his forehead. His pupils constricted and he acted calm. Actually, he was panicking internally. He was no match for the kid in front of him. The disciples behind him had weird expressions. Gozi's fist wasn't aimed at them, but they could still sense the strength. They didn't know whether or not the elder was Lin Fan's match. The elder didn't move just now. Maybe he didn't care about Lin Fan at all. He snuck a glance. The elder was calm and there was a bit of sweat on his forehead. Maybe it was because the weather was too hot. Lin Fan smiled and passed the soup to Gozi. He walked towards the old man. Each step he took made the old man feel a bit of pressure. He felt like he had kicked an iron plate. He just felt that he was lucky. This kid was so young, so he couldn't be so strong. It had to be a facade, otherwise there was no way to explain it. All of you look at me. What do you think about me? Lin Fan's words stunned them. What did he mean? The old man couldn't reply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was so close to him. He wanted to take him down, but he didn't dare to. If Lin Fan was really strong, then he was just asking to die. Forget it. Just look at your current state. What feelings can you have for me? Where is your Long Rainbow sect? I want to head to your sect and have a good talk with your sect leader. Lin Fan said. This sect, just from hearing it, one knew that it wasn't much. This old man was an elder but was only in Yang realm. Isn't that embarrassing? To be able to become an elder with such strength, it was really hard to imagine. Lin Fan had become arrogant. As expected, he had been through too much. To others, Yin Yang realm was already an expert, but to Lin Fan it was actually a weakling. It was true that when men became strong they would become bad. They were not deceiving at all. Martial Path Mountain's development needed manpower. It was just too tough to find a living person in such a desolate place. Now that the chance was here and a living person appeared, naturally he had to make use of it. You want to go to Long Rainbow sect? The old man asked. He was delighted in his heart. Regardless of whether he was a match for the other party or not, he didn't want to fight. If he really couldn't win, what should he do? Now that the other party wanted to go to the sect, the opportunity had come. As long as he went to the sect, these people wouldn't be able to resist. Why do I feel like there is something wrong with your brains? I have already said it clearly. Hurry up and lead the way. Don't talk nonsense and don't think too much. I have a bad temper and I get angry easily. Lin Fan patted the old man's shoulder and gave him a piece of advice. The old man cursed in his heart. What an arrogant kid. Didn't he feel like he was being arrogant? The disciples behind him didn't dare to breathe. It wasn't that Lin Fan had beaten them up, but that he gave them a really weird feeling. He made them feel like this person couldn't be offended and it was best if they didn't show their faces, otherwise they might be beaten to death. The old man turned his head and looked at the palm that landed on his shoulder. It looked really ordinary, but for some reason he felt like if he used a little more strength he might have been slapped to death. I know. The old man replied. He acted like he was a coward, but his goal was to make him relax. Once they reached Long Rainbow sect he would teach them a lesson. The mountains had no master and there were definitely no sections. Now that a sect appeared, there were only a few of them. They were really average and weren't strong. Once they reached Long Rainbow sect they would be easily dealt with. Lead the way. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen said softly, Young Master Lin, why are we heading to their sect? To Zhu Shen he suddenly wanted to die. He really didn't expect that after returning to Martial Path Mountain, there would still be problems. Moreover, young Master Lin's ability to cause trouble was just too strong. Now he wanted to fight his way to their sect. Did people become so impulsive? Lin Fan said, didn't I say that I wanted to develop the sect? But if I want to develop the sect I need people. But how can I find people in this broken place? Now that they have come to me, isn't the chance here? Zhu Shen's head was filled with question marks and he didn't understand what young Master Lin was thinking. What did this have to do with their sect? He couldn't possibly be thinking of snatching the disciples of the other sect, right? That was simply impossible. Sect disciples all had a strong sense of belonging to the sect, so how could he snatch them just because he wanted to? Even if they belonged to the sect, it would be a fake one. Zhu Shen wanted to persuade Lin Fan not to think so much, but Lin Fan didn't give him a chance and left with him. Haze. Zhu Shen was helpless and could only follow. Go Zi naturally wouldn't let young master go alone, so he chased too. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan's back in confusion. At that moment, he fell into a deep daze. If Lin Fan really did that, then that would be too miraculous. Normal people definitely wouldn't be able to think of something like that. The old man would look at Lin Fan and think about what the kid wanted to do. Anyone with a normal brain definitely wouldn't do that. There was only one reason. This kid was sick in the head, right? If not, it wouldn't make sense. How many disciples does your Long Rainbow sect have? Lin Fan asked. The old man shook his head. I don't know. But Lin Fan slapped the old man's head. As an elder, you don't even know how many disciples we have. That is a little irresponsible. You. The old man was furious. Lin Fan slapped the back of his head in front of everyone, and that was an insult to him. But looking at Lin Fan's calm expression, he calmed down. Bear with it, I will bear with it. Once we reach Long Rainbow sect, let's see how you beg for mercy. I am just an elder, so I won't ask about such things. The old man suppressed the rage in his heart and explained. He looked at the disciples who looked at him differently. Maybe to them, they didn't expect that their elder would be insulted. Moreover, after he was insulted, he didn't even dare to fight back. How was this the elder that they knew? Lin Fan shook his head. To be an elder like this, your Long Rainbow sect is just as so. The old man took in a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Okay, I will bear with it. You can say whatever you want, but I will see how long you can be arrogant for. In Lin Fan's words, it was comfortable to be arrogant all the time. Zhu Xin didn't know what to say. He pitied this fellow. As an elder, it was normal for him to not know how many disciples there were in the sect. Why was it so normal in young Master Lin's eyes? It was just too tough to be a human now. It was even tougher to become a perfect image in the eyes of others. The surrounding disciples clenched their fists. The other party had insulted their sect, which was equivalent to slapping their faces. It was simply intolerable. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The other party's strength was beyond their imagination. Even their elders didn't dare to make a sound when they were being humiliated like that, let alone them. After a long while, a sect appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. Your foundations are not bad. Lin Fan praised. He was really envious when he saw those well-developed sections. Unfortunately, Martial Path Mountain was just like that and couldn't compare to them. But all of that wasn't a problem. He had started to develop Martial Path Mountain. As long as he worked hard, one day he would make Martial Path Mountain flourish. When the old man heard Lin Fan's words, he laughed coldly. Later on, he would make you cry for your parents. He arrived at the sect entrance. The old man said, I will inform the sect leader. Please wait. The moment he said this, the old man walked towards the sect. He walked really quickly. Although he didn't turn his head every 3 steps, he did turn his head several times. As he got further and further away, the way the old man looked at Lin Fan changed as well. As for the disciples around, they had all scattered. When the old man was far away from Lin Fan, his gaze turned furious and he hollered, Men, there is an enemy attack. Zhu Xin knew that things would turn out like this. He was already here, so what did he have to be afraid of? Lin Fan was really calm, like he knew that this would happen. He didn't panic at all and looked around like he was sizing up Long Rainbow sect's strength. It was indeed not bad. They had many disciples and maybe they could carry out a plan. As expected. When the old man shouted for help, the Long Rainbow sect disciples were shocked. Oh my God. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble in the sect. Who was so bold? They then looked towards the entrance. Please forgive them for wanting to laugh, but they couldn't help it. What was going on? Was the elder's brain broken by a door? There were a few children, a little pig, a weird insect with 9 heads, and an old man. Such a group came to cause trouble in Long Rainbow sect. Were they not here to joke? Instantly, some disciples came from afar, and when they saw Lin Fan, they hollered, Take them down. The Long Rainbow sect disciples didn't think much and attacked Lin Fan right away. Gozi looked at them and stepped out. He clenched his fingers and with a crack, cracks appeared in the space. This was the reason why Gozi couldn't control his strength. This was why he caused a huge commotion. When the disciples who were prepared to capture Lin Fan saw the cracks in the space, they were all stunned. How were they supposed to fight? He didn't even attack and just clenched his fingers into a fist to cause cracks to appear in the space. How terrifying was his strength? At that moment, everyone stopped on the spot. Shortly after, they retreated swiftly. They couldn't beat him. This wasn't something they could do. Gozi, slow down. Lin Fan reminded. If Gozi's fist landed, all of them would explode. Chapter 399. Go. Z looked at the people in front of him and his gaze became much sharper. This was something that had never happened before. Maybe because he was so strong for some reason he gave off an aura. Don't worry young master, I know. Gozi replied. The Long Rainbow sect disciples had strong survival skills. When they realized that something was wrong, they retreated right away and didn't give them a chance to act cool. Gozi's gaze terrified the Long Rainbow sect disciples. To them, his gaze was like he was telling them to come over if they had the balls. Is Long Rainbow sect leader here? If you are, please come out. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Fan shouted calmly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was like a wave that swept the entire sect and everyone could hear it. Long. A few strong auras surged into the sky from within the sect. Who came to Long Rainbow sect? A voice spread over. Lin Fan looked out and saw an old man stepping in the air. He walked over step by step like he was using shrinking space. His body disappeared and appeared in front of him very quickly. There were also some people following behind this old man. Needless to say, they were definitely the pillars of Long Rainbow sect and were only weaker than the sect leader. The elder that was insulted by Lin Fan saw the sect leader come out and said softly. He should have told the sect leader everything that happened at Marshall Path Mountain. The sect leader raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. After hearing what the elder said, he was confused about Lin Fan's arrival. Lin Fan didn't think much and just pointed at him. You are the sect leader, right? Who are you? The sect leader asked. Lin Fan said, let me introduce myself. I am Marshall Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan. Your Long Rainbow sect came to my Marshall Path Mountain and wanted me to submit. I was thinking, is Long Rainbow sect really so overbearing? Since that is the case, then I came to take a look. If you are strong enough, then I will admit defeat. If you are weak, then I will occupy your Long Rainbow sect. There was nothing wrong with his words and it made sense. When they heard this, not only was the Long Rainbow sect leader stunned, but even the others were stunned. Why did those words sound so strange? The sect leader was furious, but he laughed instead of being angry. Kiki, you have ideas and courage. Hearing what you are saying, you are really confident that you can swallow up my Long Rainbow sect, right? Just the few of you aren't enough to occupy Long Rainbow sect. The surrounding disciples laughed loudly. If they could rank jokes, they would definitely think that this was the funniest joke. Just like what the sect leader had said. They wanted to occupy the Long Rainbow sect with just these few people? Wasn't that just a dream? Lin Fan was extremely calm. He was not the slightest bit angered by the other party's mockery. This was a very normal thing to do. So be it if you want to laugh. If Long Rainbow sect doesn't have any stronger experts, then I can tell all of you that this is the outcome and there won't be any changes. Lin Fan said. Gozi said, young master, let me do it. Lin Fan waved his hands. No need. You aren't their match. Jushin, I will leave this to you. I am too lazy to do anything. The current situation was that he was the sect leader and since he was outside, he couldn't keep on doing things. That would be too cheap. He had to let his subordinates do it. Jushin looked at young Master Lin and felt a little helpless. He was really going to beat them up. But looking at the current situation, young Master Lin really wanted to take down this sect. Although he didn't know what it would do, forget it, he would just listen to him. Jushin walked out and walked towards the sect leader. The appearance of a piglet stunned everyone from Long Rainbow sect. Then they laughed out loud. Jushin was helpless. What were they laughing for? Did they think that he was willing to be a pig? Forget it. Since they wanted to laugh, then he would let them laugh. Later on he would make them cry. Haha, a pig, he really is a pig. What is going on with this sect? They said that they wanted to occupy our sect but they sent a pig. Or is the strongest person in their sect the pig and they aren't even comparable to a pig? If our Long Rainbow sect wants to take in this sect, I will be the first to disagree. They are just insulting us. Jushin said, are you all done laughing? If you are, then you can slowly cry later. So, no one had expected a pig to be able to speak. What the hell? What was going on? Not long later. The Long Rainbow sect disciples looked at those scenes with their mouths agape. The pig that they had underestimated had just disappeared before their eyes and reappeared above their sect leader's head. With a single stomp of its hoof, it was as though space had been torn apart. The invincible sect leader was instantly stomped to the ground and disappeared without a trace. Silence reigned. Only the crumbling ground could prove that the sect master was standing there. Jushin looked at the hole and wasn't too interested. The Long Rainbow sect leader was really weak and was only at Dao Realm Stage 1. But in the outside world, such cultivation was still really strong. Zhu Shen looked at the stunned people around. It seemed like they were all shocked by what had just happened. At that moment, uproar. Exclamations of shock and disbelief exploded out. No one dared to believe that this was the truth. How did the strong and invincible sect leader lose just like that? Also, where did he go? They didn't believe that the sect leader would be in the hole. He was definitely hiding somewhere. Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Zhu Shen asked. Fortunately, there were no experts, otherwise it would have been a little scary. Just watch me, Lin Fan said. He walked in front of the old man who came out with the sect leader and said, You should be an elder from Long Rainbow Sect, right? How should I address you? The old man standing beside the hole was stunned. His eyes lost their light and he didn't move at all. When he heard Lin Fan's question, he raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. He actually didn't know what to say. My surname is Zhou. He stuttered a little. Zhu Shen shocked them so much that when Lin Fan asked him, his first thought wasn't to fight him to the death. Instead, he answered his question truthfully. Maybe this was why in front of absolute strength, everyone would be so humble. They would hope to use their friendliest side to gain the good impression of others. Elder Zhou, I'll have to trouble you to gather all the disciples here. I have something to say to them. Lin Fan said. Elder Zhou looked at the person in the hole and then at Lin Fan. All of a sudden he didn't know what to do. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. No. Elder Zhou shook his head right away and went to inform the Long Rainbow Sect disciples. Lin Fan and the others walked forwards. The disciples who blocked their way made a path for them. All of their expressions were really ugly. When they looked at Lin Fan, rage appeared in their eyes. Rage points. The rage points this time were secondary. The main reason was to develop the sect and make Martial Path Mountain bigger and stronger. Now he was bringing in talents. But when he did so, he had to pay attention to some things. Naturally, not just anyone could be brought in. Not long later, more and more disciples arrived. Elder Zhou thought about running. He had a battle in his heart, but he thought about how he might not be able to run, so he didn't. Moreover, he didn't know whether the sect leader was dead or alive. He didn't understand why such an expert would appear near Long Rainbow Sect. That was unbelievable and filled him with disbelief. Those disciples who arrived all talked softly. They didn't know what happened. Also, who were those people and why did they appear there? But when they learned that the sect leader was suppressed by a pig, they were stunned. If one person said that, they might think that there was something wrong with his brain to actually say such random words. But with so many people saying it, even if they didn't believe it, they had to believe it. When they came to the platform, Go Zi ran towards the main hall and wanted to bring a chair for young master. He knew that young master was afraid of being tired and he would definitely be tired standing there. When he entered the main hall, Go Zi grabbed a chair and was prepared to leave. He raised his head and saw that the sect leader's throne was covered in gold and there was a soft blanket on it. Thus he tossed the original chair away. Only such a chair was worthy of his young master. Lin Fan looked below and felt a little envious. A sect with no experts actually had so many disciples. Thinking about how his Martial Path Mountain had so many experts, as long as there wasn't just one expert, there was no problem at all. But as for disciples, there were so few that one could count them on one hand. But he believed that there was definitely a suitable person here. Young master, sit. At this moment, Go Zi carried the throne over. When the Long Rainbow Sect people saw the throne, they were all stunned. That seemed to be the beloved throne of their sect leader. Now Lin Fan actually carried it. That was just too much. Lin Fan sat down in satisfaction. He felt good and it was really comfortable. He really deserves a beating. When the Long Rainbow Sect disciples saw Lin Fan, they gritted their teeth in hatred. But when they saw that the elders didn't dare to move, they naturally didn't either. Rage points appeared. There were many of them. This was the benefit of having more people. Lin Fan said, Guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan and I am the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain. I have surrounded your Long Rainbow Sect and I have my eyes on you. My intentions are clear, which is that your Long Rainbow Sect is finished. But I will give all of you a chance. Just stand here for 3 days and look at me. 3 days later, I will send all of you who don't meet the requirements to hell. As for those who meet the requirements, they will stay and become members of Martial Path Mountain. Let me make it clear to all of you. To meet the requirements, you just have to worship me like a god. I won't say much to all of you. Time starts now. You only have 3 days. Lin Fan sat on the chair and looked at all the disciples below. He was prepared to waste 3 days with them here. They were stunned. They were totally stunned. Not only were the Long Rainbow Sect disciples stunned, But even Zhu Shen was stunned. What was going on? Chapter 400. Zhu Shen was used to young Master Lin causing trouble. At the same time, he knew that young Master Lin wanted to borrow people from Long Rainbow Sect to strengthen Martial Path Mountain. But what he was worried about was that these people weren't loyal to Martial Path Mountain. In a short period of time, nothing would happen, but in a long period of time, something would definitely happen. Now, young Master Lin said that he would let the Long Rainbow Sect disciples look at him for 3 days. After 3 days, those who didn't meet his standards would be sent on their way. Zhu Shen didn't understand what was going on. Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to understand. He felt that young Master Lin was a little dumb. To the Long Rainbow Sect disciples, they were about to go mad. They couldn't understand what he was thinking at all. At the same time, when they thought about how they would be killed in 3 days, they were so terrified that they didn't know what to do. Sect leader Lin, my Long Rainbow Sect has no grievances with you, so there is no need to kill us, right? Elder Zhou said. This was a matter of life and death for Long Rainbow Sect. As an elder, he had to protect Long Rainbow Sect. Suddenly, Lin Fan squinted and an aura exploded out. It pressed down on Elder Zhou's body. To Elder Zhou, it was like a giant mountain was pressing down on him. With a loud explosion, the ground cracked. Elder Zhou was pressed to the ground and he fainted. 3 days, I don't want to hear a second sentence of nonsense. Lin Fan said calmly. He didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Whoever opened their mouth and wanted to be killed, were they afraid? Go. Z stood behind Lin Fan and pressed his shoulder. Young Master said that he would stay here for 3 days, so he would. Anyway, he would take care of young Master, so how could he let him suffer? 9 Demon laid beside Lin Fan's feet obediently and waited quietly. He wasn't interested in such things at all. There was no need to talk about Chafu. From the start, he didn't understand what was going on. The words that Lin Fan had said had him feeling even more lost than before. Chafu felt like he was walking on a path of no return. As for what would happen in the future, it was hard to say. However, nothing good would happen. If something good happened, it could only be that young Master Lin suddenly changed and stopped causing trouble. But to him, that was basically impossible. Rage points rose. The Long Rainbow Sect disciples were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. They stared at Lin Fan in rage, but there was nothing they could do. They were furious and didn't expect such a thing to happen. Suddenly, a Long Rainbow Sect disciple stepped out. He represented unyieldingness and loyalty. He had a fearless spirit. Guys, Long Rainbow Sect is our home. How can we be afraid of them when there are so many of us? There were many twists and turns in life. If you wanted to be noticed, you had to choose a side in a desperate situation. If you succeeded, you would be able to soar into the sky. Right now, everyone was frightened by the other party, and he took the initiative to jump out, which was enough to attract attention. However, it was a pity. Bang! An oppressive might came crushing down on the disciple. Just like Elder Zhou, the disciple was crushed to the ground and knocked unconscious. It was normal for young people to be impulsive. Lin Fan was magnanimous and was willing to give them a chance. There was a small discussion in the crowd. 3 days was a long time and they didn't feel any pressure. At the same time, Lin Fan's arrogance had truly infuriated them. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. He really wanted to kill Lin Fan. What should we do? What should we do? I don't know. Both the Grandmaster and the elders have been defeated. Given our strength, we're no match for him at all. Don't we have other elders? If we work together, we might be able to suppress him. Stop dreaming. That was indeed the case. Stop dreaming. Those elders were all smart people, so how could they not remember the current situation? Simply put, whoever jumped would be beaten up. If they weren't happy, then they could come out and try. Anyway, they wouldn't try themselves. Lin Fan sat there and waited. He looked at the many pairs of eyes that were looking at him and he felt like he was a genius. But it was a little unfortunate. They didn't give off any faith, and that was understandable. How could they get faith so quickly? Even dogs couldn't do that. Go, Z, I am a little thirsty. Go to the kitchen and get some fruits for me. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master. Go Z didn't say a word and started to move. After Mu Gang saw Go Z, she understood the gap between them. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Her maidservant was really weak and there were too many things that she had to learn. Not long later, the Long Rainbow Sect disciples looked at Lin Fan in rage. Dog, he was just too animal. Not only did he beat them up, but he also ate their fruits. How could he not die from eating them? Not only were they tired from standing there, but they were also filled with fear. But that fellow was really comfortable. Just thinking about it made them furious. Lin Fan's decision to let them look at him for 3 days wouldn't change. Time passed slowly. Apart from some movements in the beginning, there were no other movements. Everything was very quiet. That night, in the pitch-black night of Long Rainbow Sect, all the disciples stood there. Elder Zhou, the sect leader, and the others still hadn't woken up. Actually, it wasn't that they hadn't woken up, but they had already woken up. But what could they do next? Get up and continue to quarrel with him? Forget it. Wasn't it good to continue to be a dead person? Anyway, no one would notice them. They would just wait for things to end and then they would get up. Especially the sect leader, he was really unhappy. But he wasn't as strong as him, so what could he do? If he fought back, he might be beaten up even more. The sky was bright. Lin Fan took another look and there was still no faith. He was a little disappointed with these disciples. Their desire to live was actually so weak. He said 3 days and they didn't have any thoughts at all. Gozi was busy. He used the Long Rainbow Sect's kitchen to cook for Gozi. All the disciples were furious. That was just too much. Didn't he consider the feelings of others? They were really hungry, but so what if they were hungry? Would Lin Fan give them food? Stop dreaming. Lin Fan said, make good use of the time. One of the 3 days has passed. If you still don't satisfy me then, kiki. His smile was a little dark and sunken, scaring the Long Rainbow Sect disciples. Slowly they started to feel nervous too. Maybe they really felt that the passing of time was a threat to their lives. Believe in me and treat me as your God, Lin Fan said. The disciples were about to go crazy. What the hell is faith? They really didn't know anything at all. Lin Fan's way of strengthening Martial Path Mountain was really simple. He would find people who believed in him and then use faith to lend his strength to them. As for those genius disciples, he didn't need to tell them as it was useless. To be direct, Martial Path Mountain only needed bootlickers and nothing else was important. If they wanted to become stronger, then they had to strengthen their faith. Moreover, that would save them a lot of trouble. Cultivation needed to consume resources. If a sect wanted to provide all their disciples with cultivation resources, that was a huge problem. Especially since Martial Path Mountain's foundations were really weak, where could they get resources from? They could only rob, search, and run around the world. But as the sect leader, he wasn't here to raise a bunch of kids. He was here to let them serve him well. That was really important. At the same time, he had to understand that. Time passed minute by minute. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave this place. At that moment, some disciples crazily ran out. Under such pressure, those with weaker hearts were about to go crazy. Come back. Lin Fan got up and spread out the Darkness God domain. At that moment, an illusory figure holding a scepter and wearing a divine crown appeared behind Lin Fan's back. A boundless divine might enveloped out, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. This aura didn't make them feel bad. But in their hearts, they actually felt like they were bowing down and worshipping him. Zhu Shun looked at the image behind young Master Lin and was shocked. This thing definitely wasn't something a Saint King could do. Only someone at Dao Realm Stage 5 would have such an ability. Young Master Lin was only at Dao Realm Stage 1. So what was that? Zhu Shun was totally confused and didn't understand how he did that. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that after activating the Darkness God domain, he would be able to gather some faith and cause the Darkness Chief God image to appear. It was a little overbearing. As for that disciple, it was like an invisible hand had grabbed his back and pulled him back. That disciple wanted to shout, but the disciple beside him covered his mouth. Stop shouting, do you want all of us to die? They were really afraid that because of someone, not to mention 3 days, they would be killed right away. Lin Fan retracted the Darkness God domain and calmly looked at all of them. Think about it, there isn't much time left. Whether you live or die is up to you. He believed that under such a high-pressure situation, there would definitely be a miracle. Time flowed. At the start, they were really lost and didn't know what to do. But now, all of them were thinking that they had to live and they definitely couldn't die. What should they do to be considered qualified? They thought back to what that terrifying fellow said to them, which was to look at his face. Although they didn't know what the use was, they listened to him and looked at him. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan. They felt a little pressured from being stared at by so many people and they were about to feel a little embarrassed. The second day passed. The third day, which was also the last day, arrived. Someone once said that when you stared at a person for a long time, there would only be 2 possibilities. One was that you would vomit. The other was that you could tell what it felt like. Lin Fan felt that his charm was unique and it was impossible for him to vomit. but there was a high chance that he could tell what it felt like. Suddenly, he saw that one person in the crowd actually gained faith. The line pierced through the air and connected to him. As expected, he succeeded. Although there was only one person, it was a good start. But he didn't know how he did it. Did it have anything to do with the chief god shadow of the darkness god domain? Because of the shadow, he was stunned. At that moment, Lin Fan stood up and squinted his eyes as he looked at everyone below. Under the terrified gazes of the Long Rainbow Sect disciples, he slowly clenched his fists. With a kacha, the space behind him was covered in cracks. The last day, he should scare them a little to give them some pressure. Chapter 401. Tension and pressure followed. The faces of the Long Rainbow Sect disciples were ashen white and cold sweat poured down their foreheads like a waterfall. The last day arrived. For them, every moment was a kind of torture. There was only one thought in their minds. If this continued, the result would be obvious. Everyone would die. Up until now, they did not know if anyone met the other party's requirements. Lin Fan was too lazy to say anything more. It all depended on their own luck. That young man just now was very good. Under the tremendous pressure, he had successfully developed faith in him. This also made him understand that he actually didn't need to say much. If something could be achieved, then it would be achieved. To everyone in the Long Rainbow Sect, this might be the darkest 3 days. In these 3 days, they had gone from indifference on the first day to fear and trepidation. Their mentality and psychological processes had undergone tremendous changes. Young master, these are the tea leaves I found in the Long Rainbow sect leader's house. They taste really good. Gozi busied himself. The tea was really good. The tea leaves floating on the hot water gave off a thick fragrance. What a beast. Master. Long Rainbow sect leader pretended to be unconscious and would occasionally change his position. Gozi heard everything that Gozi said. These people were bandits who didn't show any courtesy when they came to Long Rainbow Sect. They didn't even ask whether or not he, the master, could touch them. Yes. Lin Fan sipped the tea. The fragrance of the tea lingered in his mouth, and he was really energized. Gozi, these tea leaves are not bad. Take them all away. Young master, I knew that you would like it, so I have prepared everything. Gozi replied. Lin Fan acknowledged. Long Rainbow Sect wasn't much, but they really knew how to enjoy themselves. Even when he was in Yu City, he had never tasted such tea leaves. Jushin was really impressed by the two of them. Even now, he still didn't understand what they wanted to do by coming to the human patriarch's Rainbow Sect. If it was to rob them, they could just say it directly. There was no need to find so many reasons. Not long after, another person gained faith. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. When in a desperate situation, the human body would erupt with endless power. Even if he didn't say it so bluntly, they could still rely on their own efforts to understand the existence of faith. The darkness god domain gained faith and slowly became stronger. However, this faith was too insignificant. Apart from the main god's palace, there was no other change in the divine realm. He did not believe that this was the case in God's domain. It was also very useful. For example, the statues in the palace were all good stuff. They belonged to the priesthood of the Lord God. It was just that he didn't have enough faith to activate it. As time passed, more and more people believed in him. To put it simply, those who believed in him had already found the true meaning of being a bootlicker. Although it was only the lowest level of faith power, as long as they were nurtured properly, it would not be a problem to raise their faith power. As for loyalty, it was needless to say. Maybe he didn't rely on Marshall Path Mountain, but he definitely worshipped him. The sky gradually darkened. When the sun rose, the 3rd day was over. Lin Fan looked on expressionlessly. However, his aura was getting stronger and stronger, surging towards the disciples like waves. He continued to increase the pressure. Faith, what exactly is faith? I don't want to die. I'm still very young. I still have parents at home. Boo-hoo, I'm here to learn. I haven't even finished learning and I'm going to lose my life. How can this be? They felt a great deal of pressure. Perhaps when the sun rose, it would be their time to die. The last sun rose up as usual. In the past, it was so ordinary, but now it was so beautiful. They really hoped that they could see it once more. Okay, time is up. Lin Fan opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder exploding in everyone's minds. Some of them felt like their minds were in a mess. Their legs trembled and they couldn't stand straight. With a thud, they fell to the ground. Their eyes were devoid of energy. Were they going to die? They were really going to die. Lin Fan raised his palm and some disciples couldn't help but float up and land to the side. While they were panicking, it was as if they had heard the most beautiful voice in the world. All of you have passed. These words were just too blissful for those who were chosen by Lin Fan. They hugged one another and cried. Their tears couldn't stop and they jumped up and down like they had obtained huge benefits. A total of 23 people had faith. But compared to the number of Long Rainbow Sect disciples, it was just a drop in the bucket. At that moment, for some reason, those disciples who had passed straightened their backs like they were really delighted. When they looked at their fellow sect brothers, their eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. When the elders saw their gazes, they were stunned. Were these disciples fools? They actually had such expressions? Okay, it is your turn now. Lin Fan looked at these disciples and his lips curled up. To the Long Rainbow Sect disciples, this smile was a little terrifying. It was as if the Grim Reaper was waving at them. No. Some disciples cried and their mental states were on the verge of breaking down. What is faith? Don't kill me, I have already treated you as my God. Woo woo woo. Just at that moment, many more disciples had faith. This was a little magical. Not bad at all. Disciples, listen up, don't panic. Today is a calamity for Long Rainbow Sect and you won't be able to hide from it even if you cry. Use your courage and sect's glory to defend the sect. Even if you die, you can't let them look down on us. The elder's aura surged. 3 days was also a type of torture for him. Perhaps he had thought it through. He wanted to show his loyalty to the sect at the last moment and was prepared to fight to the death with them. But he overestimated the endurance of the disciples. I just want to live. If they look down on me, then so be it. Me too. I will kowtow to you. You are the God in my heart. As long as I am alive, I will build a statue and worship you every day. When the elder saw that the sect's disciples were so useless, he felt very miserable in his heart. He didn't expect that such a small matter would make them like this. Oh heavens, oh earth, when they encountered disciples in the past, did they let them pass so casually? They didn't have any sense of belonging to the sect and wanted to betray it when they faced danger. No matter how well they were raised, they were just ingrates. And not bad. Lin Fan noticed some disciples sending faith over. He didn't expect that there would be more at such a time. Not bad. Including the ones from before. Now, there were 100, but compared to all the disciples in Long Rainbow Sect, the conversion rate was too low. But forget it, it was still good to have such gains. How can these people fight the alliance? Zhu Xun looked at how ugly they were and didn't know what to say. The people at the few defense lines weren't afraid of death. But there were too many sects like Long Rainbow Sect that were afraid of death. There were so many that they didn't even dare to believe it themselves. Young Master Lin said that these people fit the criteria, but he couldn't see how they fit. They were just so afraid of death, and that was just so shameless. Lin Fan brought another batch of people out. When they learned that they passed, they cried tears of joy. They felt like they had been reborn. The sky became brighter and the air became fresher. Everything became great. They had a new direction in life and a new goal. Lin Fan thought about it. It was okay to form the faith of 100, but it couldn't compare to the faith that Go Z provided. In terms of quality and level, the difference was huge. The gap was huge. Lin Fan looked at those who didn't pass. The Long Rainbow Sect disciples were terrified and shivered. They felt like death was coming and they couldn't block it at all. Those who don't pass. Scram. Lin Fan waved his hands. Maybe some of them thought that they heard wrongly. They closed their eyes in despair and waited for death to descend. But suddenly, it was like they heard wrongly. What did he say? He told them to scram? It was like they heard wrongly. They looked at Lin Fan in confusion like they wanted confirmation. Scram. Lin Fan said. Instantly, some people didn't dare to walk. They curled up and hugged their heads. They really rolled out of Long Rainbow Sect. Some people ran right away, afraid that Lin Fan would go back on his words and regret it. Those who were chosen thought that their fellow sect brothers would die, but now they left just like that. Right, they left just like that. Wasn't this a little too unacceptable? Lin Fan didn't think about killing them from the start, as there was no need. The main reason was that there wasn't much hatred between them. Moreover, they were really kind to him. Not only did they provide him with a huge amount of rage points, many of them also believed in him. It wasn't a problem that they didn't believe in him now. It was hard to say that they wouldn't believe in him in the future. These were all hidden resources, and if one died, there would be one less. In the deep hole. Long Rainbow Sect leader crawled and rolled into the crowd and left. When he left, he realized that Lin Fan's eyes locked onto him. He noticed him but didn't stop him. This meant that he didn't care about him at all. He felt fortunate. But his heart hurt. His sect was finished. We will meet again in the future. Lin Fan looked at the crowd that surged towards the sect entrance. He believed that one day they would meet him once more. When that happened, there would be more faith power surging over. At that moment, those who passed were stunned. Until now, everyone was fine, but they were left here. Just thinking about it made them feel like something wasn't right. Lin Fan looked down on them. It was time to give them some benefits. Chapter 402. The initial level of faith did not mean that the other party would be loyal to him, but as time went on, he could become a god in the other party's heart. In a society where money reigned supreme, money was the most important thing. This was a world where power reigned supreme. Power could make them submit. Especially with faith as a medium and the darkness god domain as a carrier, it was tough for these people to escape his control. All of you are not bad. You passed the test and are all Long Rainbow Sect disciples. Now that you believe in me, you are from Martial Path Mountain and I am the god in your hearts. Feel what you will gain when you place your faith in me. Feel it. At this moment, Lin Fan used the faith connection to give them power. Their faith was too weak and the power they could take in was limited. Naturally, they couldn't compare to Go Z and the others. As for when he would reach Go Z's level, it was hard to say. Maybe it would be impossible in his lifetime. The complexity of the human heart was too high. Where did this power come from? My cultivation has loosened. I've actually reached the 6th stage of the martial path. I actually broke through to Master Realm. The originally quiet crowd was now boiling with excitement. The Long Rainbow Sect's resources weren't something normal disciples could touch. Therefore, if they wanted to become strong, they had to rely on themselves. But now the situation was different. He did not know what had happened, but his strength had actually increased. This? Zhu Xun looked at Lin Fan and his eyes were filled with shock. He was filled with disbelief. He personally witnessed the huge increase in strength of the people below. Moreover, there were no energy fluctuations at all. How did he do it? At that moment, not only did Zhu Xun look at Lin Fan, but all the other disciples who had benefited from it also looked at him. They weren't dumb, so how could they not see what the problem was? For them to have such a change, it should have something to do with the people in the stands. Lin Fan said, "Did you see that? Can you feel it? Your strength will increase. You don't need to cultivate on your own. You just need to believe in me and treat me as your god. Your strength will become stronger and stronger. Stepping into God essence will be simple. Even void, 5 elements, yin-yang, domain, and even Tao realm won't be a problem." This bragging was a little too much. Divine essence was not a big problem. However, to reach the Tao realm was a bit of a bluff. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as it sounded. Thump. The Long Rainbow Sect disciples knelt down. If they had been envious when they saw that their fellow disciples had left unscathed, then now they felt very fortunate. If they didn't pass and were chased out of this place, then they would have nothing to do with it. Long live Sect Leader Lin. Sect Leader Lin is our light in the darkness, guiding us towards the light. There was no lack of bootlickers in the world. Once these fellows obtained a little benefit, they would look forward to even more benefits. Low-level faith was unable to influence them. Even if he asked these people to die now, no one would listen to him. However, as long as one's faith reached a certain level, there would be no problem. What gave Lin Fan a headache was that the food and drinks of these 100 people cost a lot. He was a little reluctant. Wait, there was no one left in Long Rainbow Sect, so he could move the things here. He felt that he was developing towards the path of a mob. No time to cultivate? Lack of experts? These weren't problems. As long as you had faith in me, regardless of cultivation, I could guarantee that your strength would soar to the heavens. Cha Fu looked at Lin Fan in shock. He had never seen such a scene. He didn't believe that this was a secret technique. No secret technique could do such a thing. What was the reason? He didn't know. Go, Z, bring people to move everything in Long Rainbow Sect away. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master. Go Z knew what young master was worried about. These people were recruited by young master, but they weren't sincere. He had to be wary of them. He was afraid that they would do something when they moved things away. Zhu Xun blinked. Young Master Lin, I really don't understand you. Lin Fan smiled. What is there to not understand? He felt that this was a good start. He had accumulated a lot of rage points, and once he returned to Martial Path Mountain, he would start to increase them. Alright, move away all the buildings in Long Rainbow Sect. These people need a place to stay. Zhu Xun said, why don't we just carry this mountain back? No, Marshall Path Mountain has to be pure and can't be mixed up with other sections. In the future, if we have a chance, we will tear down and rebuild all these buildings. Lin Fan said. Zhu Xun was helpless. Pure? If he really wanted to keep it pure, then he shouldn't have taken in these long Rainbow Sect disciples. Very quickly. Go, Z brought those excited disciples and started to move. To them, although Long Rainbow Sect was their sect, they had to know their place. They knew that they couldn't go against what they were doing, so why did they have to resist? Couldn't they just accept it? Moreover, to him, this feeling was really good. Our gains are not bad. I didn't waste these 3 days. I'm really satisfied. Lin Fan smiled and looked at the busy people. What else did he have to say? As long as they continued to develop like this, the future would be really terrifying. In a certain mysterious place, Shaoqi was stunned. As the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, he had the heavy responsibility of reviving the imperial dynasty. But the situation wasn't good. The alliance and the top sects gave them too much pressure. It was too difficult to rebuild the country. Moreover, Uncle Wutong rebelled and his father was killed by him. Shaoqi couldn't accept that in a short period of time. Old Su, when can we see hope? Shaoqi looked at an old man. This was old ancestor Su, the imperial dynasty's country protector. Father sent them out from the start and even they didn't know where they were. They felt like they were cut off from the world and had no connection at all. Su Changsun said, Your Royal Highness, bear with it. Shaoqi's expression was a little sunken. It was okay to bear with it, but who knew how long he had to bear with it for? Everything happened too quickly. He really didn't expect the imperial dynasty to be wiped out so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it happened in just the blink of an eye. One didn't even have time to react at all. Old Su, I understand, but so long has passed. I think that the hope is too small. Shaoqi said. He wasn't the only prince. But he was the boss, so he had to bear more responsibility. Brother, Old Su will definitely think of a way, the other princes said. They all had their own thoughts. If the imperial dynasty wasn't wiped out, they would definitely fight for the throne. But looking at the situation, it was best if they didn't fight for it. It was already a miracle that they were able to survive. As for reviving the imperial dynasty, it was best to leave it to the brother. As the younger brothers, they just had to cheer from the back. At that moment, there were ripples in the space outside. Old Su sensed it and smiled. They are here. Oh. The princes in the room were shocked and thought that Old Su was talking about the enemy. But when they saw his smile, they knew that it wasn't. This made them heave a sigh of relief. They had already made up their minds to spend the rest of their lives here. Anyway, they had a decent life here and they just didn't have servants. But no matter what, to have an expert protecting them was the happiest thing. Lin Wani and Water Emperor appeared. Old Su looked at Water Emperor and was shocked. Brother Water Emperor, long time no see. I didn't expect that even you would come out of seclusion. Kiki, how can I not come out? Look at the situation. Without me, who can defend the imperial dynasty? You, the country protector? When I was strong, you didn't even have a family. Water Emperor said. As they hadn't met in a long time, Su Changsun had a good impression of Water Emperor. But those words instantly made him lose all of his good impression. He really knew how to brag. Water Emperor said, This is the crown prince of the imperial dynasty? He doesn't look like much. Hayes, each generation is worse than the last. Now the imperial dynasty can't even protect itself. I really didn't expect it. Shaoqi felt really awkward. He didn't know who this person was. He was too direct and didn't give him any face at all. But Old Su didn't say anything. It was obvious that he wasn't a normal person, so he had to accept his teachings as a junior. Okay, there is no place for you to stay, right? Lin Wani said. He looked at Shaoqi and naturally Shaoqi saw Lin Wani too. He knew that this young man was City's Lin Wani, the top expert who defended the border and defended against the alliance. He wanted to talk but Lin Wani ignored him. Old man Su, the emperor said that he wants to marry a princess to my son. Where is she? I need to take a look. Lin Wani asked. Shaoqi blinked and felt a little awkward. Lin Fan didn't care about him at all and instead asked about his sister. That made him feel really awkward. Can you pay attention to what is happening now? Is it good to talk about love? Su Changsun said. I don't care. The emperor has to do what he promised. I need to see what my daughter-in-law is like. If anything happens here, I will definitely protect her. Lin Wani said. Shaoqi felt like a sharp sword was stabbing through his heart. How hurtful. His words were so direct. Su Changsun was speechless and looked to the side, Princess Yongla? Shortly after, a girl walked out from the crowd. She learned about this from her father but didn't expect that the imperial dynasty would be wiped out before the matter was completed. Yongla greets Uncle Lin. Princess Yongla's looks were outstanding. Her face was small and her features were exquisite. Her voice was gentle and she looked like a gentle person. Lin Wani was interested and took a close look. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. This was the daughter-in-law in his heart. Not bad, not bad, I acknowledge you as my daughter-in-law. Yongla's face turned red. Uncle Lin, father has already told me that I will listen to father. Now that father is not here, I will listen to uncle's arrangements. Ah, good. Lin Wani laughed and felt really good. As for the prince, he had tossed it to the back of his mind. What about reviving the imperial dynasty? He had to settle his son's marriage first. Chapter 403. Shao Qi, who wasn't respected, could only use a sneer to hide the awkwardness in his heart. Lin Wani memorized Yongla's looks and then talked about Lin Fan's personality. He praised him so much that he was just short of a golden lotus. Lin Fan, who had many flaws, instantly became a rare perfect man after Lin Wani said that. Su Changsun blinked and occasionally coughed like he was saying that he was bragging too much and that it was best to restrain himself. But his coughing was like a mosquito buzzing to Lin Wani and it didn't affect him at all. After a while, Su Changsun saw that Lin Wani didn't stop bragging and couldn't help but remind, that is enough. Let me tell you how amazing your son is. He is the only one in the world and everyone here is trash. Let's talk about other things first. Kiki, you old fellow, that is the only thing you can say. Okay, let's talk about other things. Lin Wani replied. All the princes were stunned. Some of them subconsciously stood up from their chairs like they didn't want to admit that they were trash. During the meeting, everyone has seen the situation. Things have become really complicated and it is impossible to revive the imperial dynasty in a short time. Stop thinking about it. Lin Wani said. Su Changsun said, we all know that. We don't have to worry about King Wudong. What we need to worry about is the alliance and the top sections. I have tried to persuade many of them and their intentions are clear. They won't help the imperial dynasty. They are just a bunch of ambitious people who want to occupy land and suppress the imperial dynasty. But one has to say that they succeeded. Moreover, they are behind the alliance breaking through the defense line. They haven't disappeared from the start. Water Emperor had been in seclusion for a long time and although he didn't know much, he had heard some things. With our current strength, it is impossible to turn the situation around. I think that we should slowly accumulate strength and wait for a chance. Water Emperor's words make sense. This is the situation and we can only wait for a chance. But I can ensure that the alliance and the top sects won't be able to take it. There will be a war between them and that will be our chance. Lin Wani said. Oh, that's right. There are also some hermit experts who don't care about worldly affairs. If we can get their support, we will naturally be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Speaking of these reclusive experts, they were the experts of the past. However, in order to break through to a higher realm, they had no choice but to go into seclusion. Naturally, this seclusion would take a long time. Apart from those who had reached their level, ordinary people probably didn't know about the existence of these experts. Su Changsun said, why should I help you? Indeed, they knew of some hermit experts. In the past, the imperial dynasty even suppressed some people who caused trouble. Now that the imperial dynasty was weak, if he sent himself over, there was a high chance that he would be given to the alliance or the top sections. These were all things that could not be said for certain. Zhao Xianwang, who had been silent all this while, said, if it's possible, use my Zhao family's violet gold dragon essence pill to help everyone increase their strength. Perhaps we'll have a chance. Everyone looked at Zhao Xianwang. They were a little stunned. So generous? Martial Path Mountain. The disciples of the Long Rainbow sect came to this mountain in the past and looked at it in confusion. To them, leaving the Long Rainbow sect and coming to a new sect, they thought that it would be a strong sect, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. This time he recruited a total of 98 people of faith. Although their faith was a little weak, it was okay to slowly strengthen them. Lin Fan was prepared to give them a good lesson. He had to teach them a lesson every day. The next day, Lin Fan gathered all of them outside the hall. He didn't do anything else but let them continue to look at him and worship him day after day. Sometimes, simple and violent methods were the most useful ones. Zhu Xin said, Old Zhang, our young Master Lin has many secrets and his way of doing things is a little weird. How did Master Lin develop him? Actually, I have something that I have kept in my heart for a long time, but I don't know whether or not you will believe me if I say it. Zhang Tianshan looked at Zhu Shen. He wanted to talk about young Master Lin's cultivation. During this period of time he had been thinking about how it was too fake. Speak. Zhu Shen asked. Zhang Tianshan said, do you remember when young Master Lin left Yu City for Martial Path Mountain? A few months ago, Zhu Shen said. Zhang Tianshan nodded. Right, a few months ago Jianghu City was attacked by the Yin demons. Young Master Lin was only at Master Realm facing... Wait. Zhu Shen interrupted Zhang Tianshan and a shocked expression appeared on his face. What did you say? A few months ago young Master Lin was at Master Realm. Now he is at Dao Realm Stage 1. What you mean is that in just a few months, young Master Lin's cultivation reached Dao Realm. Zhang Tianshan, I treated you as a smart person but you treated me as a fool, right? Zhu Shen's soul interrogated Zhang Tianshan's heart. I knew that you wouldn't believe me. Zhang Tianshan was helpless and said, if I say that young Master Lin is at Dao Realm Stage 1 now, do you believe that he will reach Dao Realm Stage 2 next month? Scram, what Stage 1 a month? Do you think that Dao Realm is something that can be found on the streets? Stop speaking nonsense. Zhu Shen definitely didn't believe that. Dao Realm had its own pride. If it was so easy to advance, then would Dao Realm be so valuable? Zhang Tianshan didn't know why he had such a thought. Anyway, he had such a feeling. Zhu Shen's disbelief could at least prove that others were normal while he was slowly becoming abnormal. The Long Rainbow sect leader's chair was placed outside. At this moment Lin Fan was sitting there and everyone looked at him. He had accumulated a lot of rage points this time and it was time to raise them. The remaining 2 Dao Realm techniques increased right away. 1 Dao Realm technique required 210,000 rage points, so 2 was 420,000. With Lin Fan at the center, a retracted aura shook the area. There were already 77 Dao patterns. He felt that it was just too overpowered for him to have so many Dao patterns at Dao Realm Stage 1. Although there weren't many Dao Realm secret manuals, it was already shocking. Even if it was other Dao Realm Stage 1 experts, the Dao patterns they formed, they might not even have Dao Realm techniques. It was just that Lin Fan wanted to become stronger. He wanted to make himself stronger. Dao body and Dao essence had a plus sign behind them. It was already glowing. It had been glowing for a long time but it hadn't increased. Now that he had finished cultivating the last 2 Dao Realm techniques, it was best if he increased them. He tapped on the plus sign behind Dao body. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a shocking change in his body. This feeling was too magical, like each cell in his body was a dimension. He was unable to probe the size of the dimension. His strength increased. He felt like if he raised his finger and swiped, he could rip the dimension apart. Just using his body to break space and make the dimension appear wasn't a problem. Dao Essence plus sign. Dao Essence shook and his strength greatly increased. But shortly after he felt like it wasn't enough. When he was at Dao Realm Stage 1 he didn't have such a feeling. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. He felt like it was because he didn't have enough Dao Essence and Dao body techniques. It definitely wasn't because he had too few Dao patterns. If his Dao patterns were rare, then how many others had? Right when Lin Fan was improving, those disciples were stunned. They realized that sect leader Lin's body was twisting. It wasn't like it was, but it was real. They had never seen such a thing happen to their sect leader. At that moment, Lin Fan realized that some people's faith was slightly stronger. Their faith became pure gray, like it was purer. Long Rainbow Sect. After they left, the Long Rainbow sect leader didn't dare to head back right away. He waited for a day. After he felt that everything was fine, he hurried back with some disciples. The sect disciples filled him with despair. All of them were so terrified that they didn't know what to say. But what else could he do? If all of these disciples were killed, then the Long Rainbow Sect would be finished. Animals. At that moment, the Long Rainbow sect leader looked at those scenes and nearly fainted. It was really empty. He felt like something was missing. Looking closely, wasn't it just a building? The sect leader's expression turned dark and sunken. He ran towards the important place. Maybe he was hopeful. Please don't let anything happen. When he opened the room and saw the mess inside, the sect leader was filled with despair. He knew that this would happen. How could there be anything left? The sect leader knew that Long Rainbow Sect was finished. His many years of savings were stolen. He was stunned and walked out shakily. Sect leader? Elder Zhou walked forwards and was about to speak when he was stopped. The sect leader was filled with despair. Okay, Long Rainbow Sect is disbanded. All of you can go wherever you want. Sect leader, what about you? Elder Zhou knew some things. He was a little shocked about the disbanding of the sect, but he could accept it. The sect leader said, I am tired, I am really tired. I just want to look around and live in seclusion. Elder Zhou didn't believe what the sect leader said. How could he not know what the sect leader was like? Instantly, he saw the sect leader's gaze towards him and he understood. He was going to dismiss the normal disciples. He nodded his head. His intention was obvious. He was telling the sect leader not to worry and leave these small matters to him. Very quickly, under the reluctant farewells of many normal disciples, Long Rainbow Sect was disbanded. There were no outsiders left. Sect leader, what should we do next? Elder Zhou asked. The sect leader said, let's find a sect to join. What is the point of keeping those normal disciples? If they find out that we joined other sects, wouldn't we lose all our faith? I have remembered that bastard and I definitely won't let him off. If he joined a top sect with his strength, he wouldn't dare to say that his position would be high, but it definitely wouldn't be low either. But he definitely couldn't join a vicious sect. If not, he might become someone else's fighter. Chapter 404. Lin Fan's cultivation rose to Dao Realm Stage 2. To other people this was a huge joyous matter. Dozens of banquets were already considered rare. They really wanted everyone to know that he had reached Dao Realm Stage 2. But Lin Fan was really calm and didn't react at all. Dao Realm Stage 2 was just SOSO. If he rose to Dao Realm Stage 6 or 7, maybe he would be a little excited. As for now, there was no need to let everyone know. The arrival of the Long Rainbow Sect disciples caused the quiet Martial Path Mountain to become really lively. Gozi's strength increased greatly due to faith and he became the old dog in their hearts. Lin Fan was thinking of a way to raise his position in their hearts. To raise their faith. But it wasn't very effective. There were many sects in the world, most of them were mid-tier and there weren't many top sections. Even rare Dao Realm experts appeared. After going to 2 mid-tier sects, he realized that they had very few Dao Realm experts. Even if they did, they were only at Dao Realm Stage 1. Some were even at Domain Realm and they weren't as strong as he thought. He hadn't been to the top sects, so he wasn't sure how strong they were. But there were definitely many Dao Realm experts. There were few who were stronger than his father, but they definitely weren't weaker than Mao Shantai and the others. Lin Fan felt that if this continued, one day he would raise the world's combat strength to a whole new level. It was because of faith. Even someone like Go Zi, who was so weak, could reach Domain Realm because of faith. That didn't make sense at all. The more people who believed in him, the higher the level of faith would be. It would probably create countless powerhouses. That night, within the room, the disciples were talking to one another. They were talking about the reason why they became stronger. I feel like life is filled with opportunities. Some can be grabbed and some can't. I'm not prepared to leave this place. The disciple who was lying there turned around and said to those who were talking to one another. The few fellow disciples who were chatting looked at each other with hesitation and worry on their faces. I am afraid that we will become cannon fodder. After all, we are from Long Rainbow Sect and they won't trust us. Everyone nodded their heads. That was indeed the case. They weren't fools, so how could they not tell whether they were cannon fodder or true disciples? What's the difference between an orthodox disciple and a cannon fodder? To me, this is an opportunity. We haven't even started cultivating, yet he was able to raise our strength to such a high level. Have you ever encountered something like this before? Besides, I've listened carefully. Whether or not we can become stronger seems to be related to our faith. As long as our faith is high, our strength will increase faster. After coming to Martial Path Mountain, some people were excited and some were worried. That was normal. Lin Fan gave them some benefits and let them see hope in a future. Out of the 98 disciples, most of them hoped to stay on Martial Path Mountain. Let's sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow to worship sect leader Lin. I feel like this is our cultivation and it is much easier than before. Soon the lights went out and everything became quiet. The next day, Lin Fan woke up naturally and Go Zi helped him out of the hall. He sat on the throne and enjoyed the looks of the disciples. Since he returned to Martial Path Mountain, Mu Gang became his assistant. Go Zi felt that his skills weren't strong enough and he wasn't able to give young master a comfortable service. He needed to develop him. Mu Gang had never thought that such a thing was actually a skill that needed to be learned. If this was in the past, she wouldn't have believed it even if she was beaten to death. In the past, all of you were Long Rainbow Sect disciples, but all of you met my requirements. From now on, you will be disciples of Martial Path Mountain. As long as you listen, no one will dare to bully you. All of you will also become stronger. This is my promise to all of you. Lin Fan said. The disciples raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. Some of their eyes shone brightly like they were really excited by his words. Zhang Tianshan was really emotional. At least this kid was going to develop Martial Path Mountain. However, the development path was a little off. But all of that didn't matter anymore. Strengthening Martial Path Mountain was Zhang Tianshan's goal. Lin Fan said, now I will distribute missions to all of you. I need to use Martial Path Mountain as the center and all the powers and cities within 1,000 miles. This is your time to perform and also to prove your worth. Yes, sect leader. Everyone shouted. Zhu Shen said softly, young Master Lin, will this expose Martial Path Mountain's location? Lin Fan smiled. What was the problem? He told so many people from Long Rainbow Sect to leave, so there were definitely people who knew where Martial Path Mountain was. Especially the Long Rainbow Sect leader. He didn't think that Lin Fan would let things go just like that. He was definitely thinking of ways to find trouble with him, but he was just too weak. He was so weak that only Zhu Shen could attack and he was just a spectator. Don't worry, it is time for Martial Path Mountain to step onto the stage. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen frowned and felt like it wasn't a good idea. He wanted to be low profile and not attract attention. It was best not to participate in some things and wait for his father to find him. Then he could do whatever he wanted and it had nothing to do with him. But now he hoped that young Master Lin could be more stable and not cause any trouble. Lin Fan looked at Go Zi. His strength had reached Dao Realm Stage 2 and the faith connection between him and Go Zi could transmit power over. But he didn't do so right away. To him, this could indeed raise Go Zi's cultivation to Dao Realm, but he didn't. Instead he waited. Go Zi couldn't control his own strength now, so if he raised it to Dao Realm he would lose control. This is really unbelievable. Lin Fan didn't dare to believe that this was the case. It was just too shocking. Just because of faith he could raise one's cultivation to Dao Realm. What would people who cultivated for decades and couldn't reach Dao Realm think? The Darkness Chief God's legacy ability wasn't just for show. It didn't restrict one at all. As long as one's faith reached a certain level, one could become as strong as one wanted. He loved such a method that didn't have any tricks or tricks. He was afraid that those who said it sounded nice, but in the end, there were some hidden restrictions. That was the worst. He had to thank the small support system. Without it, he really wouldn't have been able to do it. The 98 disciples left Martial Path Mountain and started to investigate the distribution of the powers and cities within 1,000 miles. After those disciples left, Lin Fan called Go Zi over. Lin Fan called Go Zi over. Next, it was time for them to take action. Investigating the distribution was just a facade. Raising faith was more important. All of this required Go Zi's cooperation. A few days later, in a place far away from Martial Path Mountain, Su Zhao was one of the more active disciples. At the same time, he had some status in Long Rainbow Sect. His strength was at Master Realm before, but due to faith, he rose to Grand Master Realm. He was only at Master Realm at 40 years old. His talent could only be said to be okay, but there was basically no hope for him to reach a higher realm. Brother Su, we are already 400 miles away from Martial Path Mountain. Tell us the truth, can we stay on Martial Path Mountain? Is it a place worth our lives? Someone asked. Su Zhao raised his head and looked at the people surrounding him. He kept silent for a moment. It is worth it. Believe in my feelings and believe in the changes in our bodies. Suddenly, a dark and sunken voice spread out from the distance. Who? Su Zhao's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. As it was a dense forest, he couldn't see the exact situation within. However, the aura around was a little off. Su Zhao told the people around him to be careful. Enemies were attacking and they didn't know where they came from. But they definitely weren't weak. A black shadow floated out from the forest like a ghost. He was wearing a black robe and one couldn't see his face. It gave one a really suppressive feeling. Instantly there were screams. Many black bugs appeared behind the black shadow. These bugs stacked together and it gave one a really terrifying feeling. There were also many buzzing bugs with wings. Become food for my babies. A hoarse and dark voice spread out. When they heard this voice, they felt their hands and feet turn cold. A chill surged from their feet to their heads. They felt numb and cold. Even their legs didn't listen to their commands. The bugs surged over. Ta-da! One of the wild beasts seemed to have been frightened. It charged forward and blocked the path of the insect. In an instant it was counterattacked by the insect. In the blink of an eye, The originally fine wild beast was only left with a skeleton. The people who wanted to fight back were shocked when they saw those scenes. They were just too quick. Run! Someone screamed and wanted to run. However, he noticed that they were surrounded by bugs. There was no way out. Su Zhao's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. His gaze was really solemn. The situation wasn't good and he didn't expect that he would face such a thing. We are long. Martial Path Mountain disciples who came out to do things. We have no grievances with you, so why do you want to eat us? Su Zhao suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. He didn't get a reply. He just stood there and didn't move at all. He didn't even lift his arms or legs. Not to mention what kind of expression he had, it made the situation even more terrifying. Ping pong. The bugs sped up and a dense bunch of them surged towards them. Don't stare like a fool. If you don't fight back, you will die. Su Zhao knew that he couldn't sit still and do nothing, otherwise the outcome would be catastrophic. He slashed with his blade and blade energy surged. But facing the ocean of bugs, this bit of damage wasn't much. Even if some bugs died, more would replace them. Everyone looked at this scene in fear. It was impossible to kill them all. No, the bugs covered them. Some people raised their hands to block like they didn't dare to face what was going to happen next. But suddenly, the feeling of being swallowed by bugs didn't sweep over them. Su Zhao looked behind them and realized that there was an image behind them. They had seen it before. It was the chief god image that Lin Fan had shown to them last time. At the same time, the dense bunch of bugs didn't advance. It was like they were being blocked and blocked outside. Chapter 405. We are fine. These bugs are blocked. What is going on? I understand. Look at the image behind us. Isn't that what sect leader Lin showed us last time? Why are we being protected? Everyone was excited. They thought that they were going to die, but who knew that such a change would occur? They were so emotional that they wanted to cry. At this moment, their faith strengthened. The gray faith turned to white. Everyone saw the entire process. The darkness god domain absorbed the faith and became much stronger. Amongst the white faith there was a light blue one. Although it wasn't blue enough, it was different from the white of others. Not bad. Who knew that someone's faith in him would actually increase by a lot at such a time? The one that changed was the person who spoke. It was Su Zhao. What kind of power is this to actually block my babies? Damn. The dark and sunken voice spread out once more. Gozi was dressed in a black robe and didn't move at all. Even his voice was changed. He listened to young master's orders to teach them a lesson. Anyway, he just needed to stand there and didn't need to ask anything else. These words gave Su Zhao and the others huge confidence. They believed that these bugs couldn't harm them and were just afraid of the image behind them. As Lin Fan studied the darkness god domain, he noticed many uses. Now he was building faith and allowing the god's aura to descend. Even if they were millions of miles away or dimensions apart, as long as they prayed, they would receive a reply. Of course, it was too early to say all this. The god domain wasn't strong enough and the distance it could descend was limited. Lin Fan looked at those scenes and sighed helplessly. It was just too tough. To raise their faith, he had to personally head out to ask around. Was there anyone more hardworking than him? If there really was a world of faith, maybe it wouldn't be so troublesome. There would probably be a bunch of people fighting to provide faith for him. Gozi waited for the next order. What should he do now? Young master still hadn't replied. Very quickly, Gozi received news from young master to retreat. Remember, I will return. The power behind you saved all of you, but I won't let all of you off. There was a huge problem with those words. Normally, only a fool would say that. But for the effect and pressure, Gozi still followed young master's instructions and said those words. The moment he said that, the black-robed man that Gozi disguised as slowly disappeared. Su Zhao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious enemy made them think that they would die here, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. After this incident, in the depths of their hearts, their faith in Lin Fan had increased imperceptibly. Even they themselves might not be able to feel it, but that was the truth. In the distance. Young master, what do you think? Gozi asked. It's alright, but there are some places that aren't perfect. Work hard and you'll have more chances to perform next time. Lin Fan said. Gozi's acting skills were really bad, which was why he made Gozi wear a black robe so that he wouldn't reveal any flaws. It was impossible to experiment too many times in a short period of time. Problems could easily arise. Who could be so tragic? Not long after they left home, they encountered danger time and time again, and it was all inexplicable danger. Therefore, an occasional experiment was the most perfect. Gozi nodded his head and made up his mind to work hard and complete young master's instructions perfectly. Let's go, there is no need to rush back. Lin Fan didn't think about going back so quickly. Even Zhu Shen couldn't relax with Zhu Shen by his side. This fellow's endurance wasn't strong, and when he faced weird things he would panic. Even if he turned into a pig, his pig face was still able to perfectly express his emotions. Su Zhao and the others were really collecting information about the surrounding villages, cities, etc. But because of the alliance, some villages were uninhabited, like they had suffered some kind of destruction. As for what kind of destruction they suffered, no one knew. 1,000 miles away, an alliance team walked in the world. They wore native clothes and their hair was all changed. If one didn't understand the alliance, or if they didn't reveal themselves, one wouldn't be able to recognize them. Since the alliance blasted open the gates to the rich land, the alliance headquarters formed a new team. This team belonged to the 6th team, and their goal was to disguise themselves as natives to understand what the natives were doing. The most important thing was what the sects were doing. The leader was a 9-star general. He had some status in the alliance headquarters, but it wasn't high. Based on their estimation, he was around Dao Realm Stage 2. General Iron Dragon, we have set up many signal devices and have contacted the alliance headquarters. Should we continue in? A guy asked. He didn't like the clothes on his body and felt that it was too complicated. Also, his hair was too long and it was really uncomfortable. Iron Dragon said coldly, remember, you are not allowed to call me general outside. We are natives now, a family that migrated from another place, and I am the family head. Yes, family head. The guy replied. What happened over at General Wu Zhiga's side made the alliance headquarters re-evaluate the situation of the natives. Openly dressing up like the alliance would easily attract trouble. At that moment, a person struck from the distance. Family head, there is a city 300 miles ahead called Valley City. The guy said. Iron Dragon nodded and waved his hands to tell them to speed up. Lin Fan brought Gozi and walked in front of Su Zhao and the others. They were really quick and looked around. Apart from some villages, they hadn't seen any cities yet. He had been thinking about something. Why weren't there any secret realms in this world? If a certain secret realm opened up, he would definitely head over to play. But regretfully, there weren't any. A few days later. Young master, there is a city there. Gozi pointed into the distance. Lin Fan raised his head and there was indeed a city. He waved his hands, let's go take a look. Along the way they didn't face any problems. Although there were many sects, they couldn't be seen all the time. The place where Martial Path Mountain was at didn't belong to one of the 4 alliances. The territory of the 4 alliances was mainly concentrated in the north. After all, the Imperial Dynasty was the dividing line and the alliance was behind it. So, even if the Imperial Dynasty and alliance worked together to attack, they wouldn't be surrounded. Valley City. Lin Fan looked at the name of the city and walked in. This city wasn't controlled by the alliance and was under the control of the Imperial Dynasty. Maybe because it was far away, it didn't feel that strict. At the same time, it hadn't been destroyed by the alliance and was roughly the same as before. Young master, it seems like this place is quite safe, Gozi said. He didn't sense any danger. Let's take a look. Lin Fan's thoughts were simple, which was to develop Martial Path Mountain and expand. King Wudong's rebellion succeeded and overthrew the Imperial Dynasty. Now that Lin Fan wanted to be the boss, as long as he was strong enough, he would snatch any place he wanted. No matter if it belonged to the Alliance or the Imperial Dynasty, as long as it was within range, he would snatch it all. The peddlers were shouting. The commoners weren't affected, but one could still hear some of them discussing the current situation. The rough meaning was simple. It was just that it was getting harder and harder to survive. No one knew when a crisis would come. They came to a restaurant and ate. That night. Family head, we have placed the equipment in the city and the signal has covered this area. The headquarters can also receive the signal and images from here. They hid their identities and came to these cities with a simple goal, which was to place equipment in the cities controlled by the Imperial Dynasty. Even if they weren't controlled by the Alliance, they would be under their surveillance. The Alliance headquarters had formed a special team for this project and they were just one of them. They still had to head to other cities. Of course, they weren't afraid of being noticed. The natives didn't recognize the equipment, and even if they saw it, they wouldn't know what it was. General Iron Dragon was really satisfied. Start the signal test now. As long as the signal is perfect, leave right away. General Iron Dragon said. Yes. There was a machine on the table in the inn. There were wave-like ripples on the screen and beeping sounds spread out. It was really subtle, but if one listened closely, one could hear it. In the room beside theirs, Lin Fan wanted to sleep, but the moment he closed his eyes, beeping sounds spread into his ears. Bear with it. I am the sect leader and can't get angry. I also can't attack the commoners. But he was just too much. It still wasn't over. Lin Fan stood up and slapped the wall. Hey, can't you guys keep quiet? What are you doing at night? Why can't you do it tomorrow? You have no manners at all. If it wasn't for my status, I wouldn't be able to beat you up. As expected, it was useful. The beeping sounds disappeared. Lin Fan continued to sleep. In the room next door, General Iron Dragon said softly, "Go and knock him out. Don't cause any trouble in case people notice." "Yes," the man replied. A vicious glow flashed in his eyes. To him, the natives were really arrogant. But the general said that it was a waste not to kill him. To him, if he killed him, then so be it. What other problems could there be? The man pushed open the door and walked out. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Then he walked to the house next door and stood in front of the door. He touched the door with one hand, and with a slight shake of his hand, the door was unlocked. "Kiki." The man smiled. The door was pushed open and a gap appeared. Suddenly, just as the man was about to step into the house, an arm reached out from the dark crack and pulled him in. With a pata, the wooden door closed. It was like nothing had happened. Chapter 406. Iron Dragon stood behind him. The technician in front of him was contacting the Alliance headquarters. "Family head, the signal is normal. Each corner of the city has been scanned and a 3D image has been formed. It can be sent to the Alliance headquarters at any moment." The technician clicked and operated quickly. He was definitely a veteran. Iron Dragon nodded his head in satisfaction. The situation was perfect and it was much more successful than Wu Zhiga's. Thinking about Wu Zhiga, who was known as the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance, how tragic was that? He brought some people to survey the map, but the sect lured them away and they were all wiped out. What a joke. The headquarters nearly scolded him to death. Iron Dragon led the 6th team and successfully set up many pieces of equipment. Now that they had succeeded in Valley City, all that was left was to head to the other cities. But the only unfortunate thing was, he wasn't sent to the Imperial Dynasty to set up equipment. This was a huge project, and if he could complete it perfectly, it would be a huge achievement. He has been there for a period of time. Why isn't he back yet? Iron Dragon frowned. He told him to knock him out, so why was he still not here? Did something happen? But that was impossible. He admitted that the natives had many experts, but his luck couldn't be so bad. There was an expert right next to the inn. The chances of such a thing happening was just too low, even lower than winning the lottery. Suddenly, there was a ping-ping sound from the wall. Iron Dragon raised his hand and told the room to remain silent. He then walked towards the wall that the sound came from. He frowned and was really confused. He felt like something bad was happening. The sound got louder and louder. The wall shook. With a pung, a hole was broken in the wall. Someone scolded downstairs. Who wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Iron Dragon was stunned. After the wall was broken, a face appeared in front of all of them. It was the person he sent over. At this moment, his expression was really ugly. His face was covered in blood and there was a huge bump on his forehead. "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing?" Lin Fan told Go Z to move aside and let the wall-breaking machine move to the side. He raised his leg and kicked the wall apart before stepping in. Lin Fan looked at the scenes in front of him. What advanced equipment? You are from the Alliance, right? His words were so straightforward, without the slightest intention of giving the other party an explanation. Marshal Iron Dragon didn't want to cause trouble. He had wanted to explain to the other party that it was just a misunderstanding and that it was fine. But when the other party mentioned the Alliance, his expression changed slightly. "Little brother, the Alliance you speak of is confusing me," Marshal Iron Dragon said. The surrounding people looked at Lin Fan differently now. They were filled with killing intent. As long as the marshal gave the order, they would take his life. Lin Fan smiled as he patted the dust off his body and walked towards Marshal Iron Dragon. He stood behind the machines and pointed at them. "Don't take me for a fool. Aren't these wave-like ripples a signal? Don't tell me you've installed some equipment in Valley City to monitor this place?" Then he picked up the speaking device on the table. "Alliance headquarters, please reply. Do. The Alliance headquarters has received it. Team 6, please speak. Lin Fan placed the equipment down and looked at Iron Dragon. And you said that you aren't from the Alliance. Iron Dragon was stunned. He wasn't shocked because Lin Fan realized that they were from the Alliance, but because he seemed to be really familiar with the Alliance's equipment. What a joke. The Alliance's technology was really high-end, but there were some things that one could recognize right away. Iron Dragon didn't care much about Lin Fan. He was so young, and even if he had some strength, he definitely wouldn't be too strong. Since he was noticed, then naturally he couldn't be allowed to live. Look, there's someone behind you. Suddenly, Martial Iron Dragon shouted as he pointed behind him. Lin Fan said, "Stop messing around. You have already played so many tricks and you still want to use them in front of me. Ace, you are so useless. Go, Z, turn around and take a look. What is there?" Everyone was curious. Since Lin Fan said that, then naturally he had to take a look. Go Z turned around and said, "Young master, there is nothing." Iron Dragon realized that this native was different from the ones he knew. The Alliance headquarters had studied him before. The natives were cunning, cruel, and smart. But when it came to some special things, they were really lost. Instantly, Iron Dragon wasn't prepared to give him a chance. He raised his hand and the space in front of him shook. Power gathered at one point and didn't spread out. This was an inn, and if the shockwaves were too huge, the entire inn would be shattered. The surrounding equipment would be destroyed too. Moreover, if experts were drawn over, then it would be a huge loss. Shoo. It was really quick. Normal people wouldn't be able to block Iron Dragon's fist at all. Anyone below Dao Realm would be killed by it. But Lin Fan raised his hand and blocked the punch of Martial Iron Dragon with ease. Iron Dragon was shocked and filled with disbelief. Damn, how was that possible? The fist that he had gathered his strength was actually blocked by this kid. What was his strength? He didn't dare to imagine. Don't be rash. Your strength is only at Dao Realm Stage 2. Lin Fan grabbed his fist and sensed his cultivation. The old man's cultivation wasn't low. If a young man had Dao Realm cultivation, then he would have seen a ghost. Pata. The door was pushed open and a guest hollered in rage, "What are you doing in the middle of the night? It is okay, do whatever you want." When the tenant saw the situation inside, he was shocked. Those people had knives in their hands, and the scene of them confronting each other scared him. He then closed the door, packed his things, and moved to another place in the night. "Who are you?" Iron Dragon frowned and asked. To have such strength, he definitely wasn't a nameless person. Moreover, he looked really young and wasn't one of those experts who cultivated the body to maintain a youthful appearance. It wasn't that everyone didn't want to maintain a youthful appearance, but it was just that the body was tough to cultivate. For those who had just entered the path of cultivation, it was better to cultivate normally to increase their strength and extend their lifespan than to cultivate their physical bodies. However, even for those with talent, they would be too old by the time they raised their cultivation. If they turned back to cultivate the body, their looks wouldn't be young and they wouldn't be able to return to the past. "Your alliance should know me." Lin Fan said, "Have you heard of my name?" Iron Dragon was in deep thought. He was trying to recall this name. It was a little familiar, but he wasn't sure. Is my name not that famous in the Alliance? Lin Fan felt a little bad and wasn't really happy. His battle with the Alliance wasn't shocking, but it was definitely intense. Who knew how much damage he had brought to the Alliance? Logically speaking, the Alliance headquarters should have put him on the wanted list. Iron Dragon frowned and suddenly he thought about something. "You are Lin Wani's son. Right, it seems like you have remembered." Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like he was really famous, so how could they not recognize him? No matter what, his father's reputation was there. No matter what the Alliance headquarters thought, they would definitely put him on the wanted list. Iron Dragon spoke to the people around in bird language. They couldn't understand what he was saying at all, but it definitely wasn't a good thing. "Go Z." Lin Fan called out, and Go Z suppressed all the people around. No matter what schemes they had, as long as they laid on the ground, they would be fine. Go Z's comprehension was not bad. He was starting to develop towards his cousin's direction. Once cousin returned to his side, he would have two capable subordinates. Iron Dragon didn't expect Lin Fan to actually attack. But at that moment, he opened his mouth. "If I were you, I wouldn't think that it would be good for you to go against the Alliance. The Alliance can wipe out all enemies to develop, but they can also work with anyone and even become friends with them. Your father is the expert that the Alliance wants to recruit the most. As his son, I think you should think about it for your father. If he continues to go against the Alliance, he will definitely die." Iron Dragon wanted to recruit Lin Fan. He didn't have any enemies, and even if he did, it was just a conflict of interests. What did Lin Wani want? The Alliance studied it for a long time, but they weren't able to figure it out. But the Alliance didn't believe that everyone was like Lin Wani. This was proven by many top sections. As long as they gave enough benefits, even enemies could become partners. Lin Fan smiled. Have you not thought about your own outcome? Iron Dragon said, when I entered the rich land I thought about it. If I don't die then I will live. Even if I die now I won't be afraid. I'm like the border guards. I can give up everything for the Alliance headquarters. Now we should talk about you and the Alliance. You can consider it. Lin Fan was too lazy to bother about this fellow. He picked up the device and contacted the Alliance headquarters. Oi, Alliance headquarters, I am you city's Lin Fan. Your 9-star generals and some small fries are surrounded by me. How are you going to save them or give up on them? Do. The other side wanted to reply but didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't expect such a thing to happen. After a long while, the other side finally replied. You city's Lin Fan? I remember that with your strength, you aren't Iron Dragon's match. So what if you stole it? But you provoked the Alliance. You are just asking to die. Lin Fan was confused. Who are you? Forgive me for not being able to recognize your voice. You are someone I know. But that isn't important. General Iron Dragon, come over and say something. Iron Dragon looked at Lin Fan and then said with a low voice, it is me. The other side was silent. Chapter 407. The one contacting Iron Dragon was 8-star General Jianghu. He knew who you city's Lin Fan was. He was Lin Wani's son. He remembered that if not for Monster Emperor saving him at Maigu City, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Mao Shintai and Xuedu. Unfortunately, Mao Shintai died in Yu City. General Jianghu this. When the Alliance members saw that General Jianghu didn't say anything, they didn't know what to do. General Jianghu raised his hand and told everyone to be quiet. He then contacted, what do you want? Now that General Iron Dragon allowed this kid to contact the Alliance, that meant that General Iron Dragon couldn't even protect himself. But he didn't think that this kid had the ability to suppress General Iron Dragon. He definitely had an expert beside him, otherwise it was impossible. Fuck your mother. Lin Fan only said these 3 words before he sniggered. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 111. Lin Fan, your father's whereabouts are unknown. You are in Valley City, so the Alliance will go all out to reach you in a short time and kill you. General Jianghu was furious, but he acted like he was calm. If he could, he wanted to appear in front of this kid and pluck his head off. Lin Fan said, damn. Oh. Heavy breathing spread out from his side like he was bearing with it. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 123. When the people on Jianghu's side heard those insults, they were furious too. The native actually insulted their general and deserved to die. Not only was the general furious, but even they wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. Lin Fan, if you have something to say, then say it. There is no point in saying all this. What do you want? General Jianghu had a good attitude. With his temper, if he was really good, he wouldn't have beaten Lin Fan up so badly. But Jianghu still had the demeanor of an expert. When he fought Lin Fan, he didn't allow anyone to attack. He just fought one-on-one. Lin Fan felt that it was easy to earn rage points and that it wasn't difficult at all. I don't want to say much to you. You are just a domain realm, and in the Alliance you are just a general. I am a Dao realm expert. In your terms, I am a 9-star general. Do you really think that we are on the same level as one another when you talk to me about a deal? Don't talk so much. Find someone who can make decisions. Lin Fan's words were really hurtful. Jianghu was indeed at domain realm, but he was just half a step away from Dao realm. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 222. When the Alliance people heard that they didn't give them any face at all, they looked at General Jianghu awkwardly. To them, this was an unbearable humiliation for General Jianghu. Damn. The other party was too much. Negotiate then negotiate, why say such hurtful words? Don't you know that we all worship General Jianghu? Jianghu took in a deep breath and clenched his fists. The speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener was listening. Not being able to step into Dao realm was an insult to Jianghu. This was the second time he heard such words. The first time it was a 9-star general from the Alliance, and this time it was a native. Damn it. Okay then wait. I'll get the general to talk to you. Jianghu hung up. Inside the inn, Iron Dragon looked at Lin Fan. Although we are enemies, don't you think that what you said to General Xiao Hu was a little too much? Xiao? That is a familiar name. Lin Fan tried to recall but he couldn't remember. His brain habitually blocked out enemies below Dao realm. Maybe he really didn't care about it at all. Forget it. If he couldn't remember, then there was no need to think about it. How is that too much? I was just speaking the truth. Your Dao realm stage 2 cultivation seems decent, but I just need one move to kill you. You better be well behaved, otherwise I don't mind sending you on your way. Lin Fan looked at Iron Dragon and didn't care about him at all. Go, Z, ask them what they are doing here and whether or not they installed anything. If you think they are lying, then kill them. There is no need to ask me. He didn't think that Iron Dragon and the others came to Valley City for a vacation. There must be some unspeakable secret. Yes, young master. Go, Z replied. He looked at the few people who were suppressed and started to ask. At that moment the Alliance didn't reply at all. Iron Dragon said, "You look young, but how did you cultivate at such a young age? Even talented people would need decades to reach Dao realm, maybe even hundreds of years." He only had one thought, which was that he couldn't let such a person live. The Alliance headquarters had to know how terrifying Lin Fan was. They weren't afraid that his cultivation was high or that he came from a good family. What they were afraid of was his cultivation reaching a realm that shouldn't exist at such a young age. Moreover, the Alliance didn't notice him. If they didn't pay attention and continued to develop like that, the outcome would be catastrophic. It would be an unsalvageable disaster for the Alliance. Lin Fan said, "Cultivation is really simple and there is no difficulty at all. If I want to improve, I can. I know what you are worried about and I am not afraid to tell you that what you are worried about will really happen in the near future. With my cultivation speed, in less than 3 months your Alliance will panic. As for whether or not you will live to see that day, that is hard to say. I haven't confirmed whether or not I will let you live." When Marshal Iron Dragon heard this, he burst out laughing. 3 months? I just want to tell you not to underestimate the Alliance's strength. Even your father doesn't dare to underestimate the Alliance's strength. Don't provoke me. Do you think that I will let you live for another 3 months just because of your words? Lin Fan glanced at him and then said in disdain, "You are still playing tricks in front of me. What a waste." Iron Dragon didn't want to say any more nonsense. Who knew that Lin Fan would actually think that he was provoking him? Did he really think that he was afraid of death? He was thinking too much. Suddenly, a scream spread out. Go, Z was really vicious and killed an Alliance member right away. Go, Z asked them what they were doing and what they were installing in Valley City. No one told him. Someone said that they were playing in Valley City and the moment they said that they were playing, Go Z killed one of them. Those scenes totally terrified them. The main reason was that they were too impulsive and no one expected Go Z to attack just like that. Lin Fan was lazy to ask. Go Z was someone with his own thoughts. Anyway, it was fine as long as one of them survived. It is an honor to die for the Alliance. The Alliance will remember all of you. Iron Dragon said. He hoped that these members could calm down and not be frightened by Lin Fan's methods. Lin Fan said, "Nonsense honor. To the Alliance headquarters, you are just cannon fodder. I advise you to tell the truth. Don't die for no reason. Looking at you, you should be married. If you die, no one will help you take care of your families." The few Alliance members were terrified but they acted calm and hollered, "If we die, the Alliance will take care of our families. Our brothers will also take care of our families." Asai, how sad. If you die, your family will have no pillar of support. Your children will have to take someone else's surname and be beaten by them. Needless to say, your wives will belong to someone else. Your family property will also be. Lin Fan wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by the emotionally unstable people. "Shut up, don't say any more." An Alliance member hollered. He didn't believe that such a thing would happen but for some reason, such scenes appeared in his mind. Lin Fan said, "Tell me everything you know and I won't kill all of you." Lin Fan, stop wasting your time. They live and die for the Alliance. Their lives aren't important to us. The Alliance's future and victory will be built on our corpses. Iron Dragon said. But for some reason he panicked and felt like those people would be persuaded. At that moment, a voice spread over from the Alliance. "You City Lin Fan, Lin Wani's son, I am Alliance Headquarters Qi Xiao. If you have something to say, then say it to me." On the Alliance side, Qi Xiao's face was cold. Lin Fan was really arrogant and didn't even care about Xiao Hu. He even wanted to speak to the 9-star general. He really didn't know his place. Lin Fan said, "You say that you are a 9-star general. Okay, I will believe you. What stage are you at?" What does this have to do with my cultivation? If you have something to say, then say it. It is our bad luck that you captured Iron Dragon and the others, but don't think too much. All Alliance members are prepared to sacrifice for the Alliance. But I can tell you that I am at Dao Realm Stage 5. How about that? Qi Xiao replied. Lin Fan smiled. Dao Realm Stage 5, isn't that the same level as Mao Shintai? Unfortunately, that fellow died in Yu City. If you were there, you would have been one of the dead 9-star generals. Alright, I miss you Daoshin and Wu Zhiga. They were lucky this time, but it is hard to say whether or not they will be lucky next time. Arrogant. Arrogant. Qi Xiao was furious. He provided rage points. He didn't expect the natives to be so arrogant. Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they captured Iron Dragon and the others? DD. Lin Fan noticed a window pop up on the screen. He looked at Iron Dragon. This is a video, just click on it. Lin Fan sat on the chair and pulled. Iron Dragon knelt on the ground. Such an insulting action infuriated Iron Dragon, but the situation wasn't good, so he could only bear with it. He picked up the video. An image appeared on the screen. An old man's face appeared on the screen. Lin Fan smiled calmly. This should be the first time I am video chatting with an Alliance 9-star general. Your technology is not bad, but there is something lacking, which is that it doesn't have beauty enhancement. If it did, it would be even better. Marshal Qi Xiao had wanted to give the other party a good scare, but when he saw how calm Lin Fan was, he couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly felt that the kid in the video wasn't ordinary. He didn't look like a young man should have. Actually, what did he understand? If one was strong, anyone could be calm. Chapter 408. Lin Fan's words were totally random to Qi Xiao. No one knew what the kid was talking about. But it definitely wasn't anything good. Qi Xiao's face blocked the screen such that Lin Fan couldn't see what was going on. At the same time, he told the Alliance members to organize Lin Fan's information. This kid had to be killed and couldn't be left alive. But when Qi Xiao saw Iron Dragon kneeling to the side, he felt like he was going to explode. A 9-star general knelt down just like that. Could he have some dignity? Or did he even care about the Alliance's face? Qi Xiao suppressed the rage in his heart and said, Lin Fan, just say what requests you have. Iron Dragon is an Alliance 9-star general, so naturally we have to protect him. But I hope that you know your place. If your requests are too much, the Alliance won't agree. Since the situation was like that, what else could he do? Iron Dragon wasn't weak and was at Dao Realm Stage 2. But now he was forced to kneel on the ground. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed it. Lin Fan was thinking that the Alliance definitely wouldn't want 9-star generals to die here. They weren't cabbages, and if one died, there would be one less. Moreover, during the Yu City battle, many 9-star generals died. The other defense lines took the chance to wipe out the Alliance and attack the main camp. They also killed some 9-star generals. This was why the Alliance paid a huge price to break through the defense line. Since Qi Xiao was willing to talk, then they could have a good chat. When we talk about serious topics, let's make a heart sign. Lin Fan raised his hand and made a heart sign. Qi Xiao was really angry at this kind of frivolous behavior. He took in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He then said, Can you be more serious? If you don't want to talk, then we don't need to. The Alliance won't let you off. Lin Fan shook his head. You really make me feel helpless. Can't you take a joke? Relax, don't worry too much. It doesn't matter whether or not you let me off. Even if you are willing to let me off, I won't let you off. Qi Xiao frowned. This was a tough fellow and wasn't as easy to deal with as the other young people. Till now, they didn't have any actual conversation, but Lin Fan had infuriated Qi Xiao several times. He clearly didn't say anything overboard, but his attitude and the way he spoke were very displeasing. Iron Dragon, who was kneeling on the ground, said, As an Alliance 9-star general, I don't fear death. If the Alliance suffers losses because of me, then I would rather die. He was righteous and selflessly contributed to the Alliance. When the Alliance members heard these words, they were all filled with respect. They wanted to roar in rage. Open your dog eyes and take a look. This was their 9-star general. They weren't afraid of death for the Alliance. Lin Fan said, If you aren't afraid of death, then just smash your head against the wall and die. Why do you have to say all this? Tai Long raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. Fuck. He ignored Lin Fan and lowered his head, not wanting to say anything more. This brat was really too much. He just said a few words and he went straight to the point. die by smashing his head against the wall? Have you ever seen a Dao Realm expert die by smashing into a wall? If there's really such a thing, I'll see you bang one to death. However, he was too lazy to say anything more. There was no point in saying too much. Now that Qi Shao was talking to him, the outcome would depend on their conversation. Qi Shao was satisfied with Iron Dragon's words. This was how an Alliance 9-star general should be. He then said, Lin Fan, don't waste time. Just say what you want. The Alliance headquarters won't give up on any Alliance citizen. Okay, since that is the case, then I won't waste any more words with you. I heard that the Alliance 9-star general techniques are decent and I don't have many requests. Just give me 100 and I can release him right away. Lin Fan said. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. It was as if a needle had dropped on the Alliance side. Everyone opened their mouths wide like they didn't expect that someone would actually say such a request. In their eyes, this aboriginal kid seemed to have become extremely greedy at this moment. Now, let alone Qi Shao and the others, even Tai Long was dumbfounded by these words. He really wanted to shout, "You're dreaming?" But for some reason he wanted to see how the Alliance would reply. Perhaps Tai Long wanted to prove what kind of position he occupied in the hearts of others. Qi Shao said coldly, "Kid, don't you think that your request is a little too much? If you don't want to negotiate, then don't waste time. 109-star general techniques, you are really asking for it." Too much, that was really too much. He didn't know how shameless this kid was to ask for such a thing. Qi Shao wasn't a fool. Even if he really gave the 100 manuals to the other party might not necessarily release Tai Long. This is my request and my only request. If the Alliance can't do it, then there is nothing to talk about. Lin Fan said, "Haze, how sad. I didn't expect a Dao Realm Stage 2 9-star general to be unable to trade for a bunch of useless techniques." Iron Dragon looked at Lin Fan's face and really wanted to smash this kid's head. 100 techniques sounded really simple from Lin Fan's mouth. If he really gave them to him, then he would be helping the enemy. Qi Shao said, "Lin Fan, you don't need to say such words. 100 is impossible, at most 10. But you have to trade face to face, otherwise how would I know whether or not you would go back on your words?" Lin Fan smiled. How could he not understand the meaning behind Qi Xiao's words? "I realize that the Alliance is really despicable. You can even say things like trade face to face. Can you have any shame? I am familiar with your tricks. Don't you just want to kill me when we trade face to face? Do you really think that I am as stupid as you? Stop talking so much. Let's see whether or not we are sincere. Just tell me the contents of the technique through the video." Lin Fan lacked many techniques, especially Dao Realm ones. He wanted to get as many as he could, but he felt that it was impossible for Qi Shao. With how cunning the Alliance was, they were on the same level as him. He was the righteous one, but it was tough for him to block the cunning Alliance. Iron Dragon felt really sad. He felt like they were arguing. Qi Shao didn't want to save him and this kid didn't want to let him off either. They seemed like they were plotting, but he had no evidence. Qi Shao said, "Then how can I trust that you will keep your promise?" Lin Fan said, "Do I look like someone who doesn't keep my promise?" The atmosphere was a little suppressed once more. There was no way to continue the conversation. Lin Fan just wanted to end the conversation. He basically had nothing to say. Qi Shao kept silent for a long while and then said, "If that is the case, then I don't think we have anything to talk about. You don't trust the Alliance, so how can we trust you?" "Iron Dragon, what do you want to say?" Iron Dragon's eyes were a little lost. He felt like the situation wasn't right. Based on what Qi Shao said, it seemed like he really wasn't prepared to save him. If he really wanted to save him, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. What did he want to say? That was a really complicated problem. He said that he was willing to give up his life for the Alliance, but that depended on how he paid the price. If it was just because of techniques, then there was no need. His death wasn't worth it. "Qi Shao, you have the final say." Tai Long pushed the problem to Qi Shao. He wouldn't make decisions for his own life. He said, "I haven't brought victory to the Alliance yet. I thought that I would die on the path of expanding for the Alliance. Who knew that I would be killed by this kid? I'm not willing to die like this." Damn, as expected. Qi Shao knew what Iron Dragon was thinking. The little fellow sounded nice, but actually he didn't want to die. But he definitely didn't believe that Lin Fan would keep his promise. Even if he gave him the technique, Lin Fan would definitely kill Iron Dragon. This was a 9-star general and not a random person. The death of a 9-star general would be a huge blow to the Alliance. Any native with a brain wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the Alliance wasn't prepared to keep their promise. If Lin Fan dared to face the alliance and hand over the technique, he would definitely kill or capture this kid to threaten Lin Wani. Qi Xiao, I am too lazy to waste time with you. I will only give you 10 seconds. If you are willing, then give it to me. If not, then I will help the alliance send him on his way. Lin Fan said. Countdown begins. 10. Iron Dragon was terrified and his heart jumped. Slowly, power seeped out from his body, but it was quickly suppressed by Lin Fan's palm. All the power was suppressed into his body and couldn't explode out at all. Over at the alliance. General Qi Xiao, are we really not going to save Iron Dragon? Xiaohu asked. Qi Xiao replied, do you think that if we give him the technique he will keep his promise and let Iron Dragon go? Stop dreaming. You know how cunning the natives are. If they were so naive, then we wouldn't have sacrificed so many 9-star generals. Moreover, each 9-star general technique is really precious. If we give it to the natives, they will be able to find our weakness. When that happens, not only will we lose them, but they will also become stronger. General Xiaohu kept silent. General Qi Xiao's words made sense, but he was really unwilling to do nothing to save him like that. Xiaohu, sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable. Although it is a huge loss for the alliance, I believe that they are prepared to sacrifice themselves. Just remember that dying for the alliance is an honor. What? Qi Xiao raised his hand and cut off the video call. The screen turned black. Lin Fan looked at Iron Dragon. He raised his hand and pointed at the screen. You have been abandoned. Iron Dragon's pupils constricted like he didn't expect that Qi Xiao would actually give up on them so quickly. This was totally different from what he had expected. That is impossible. Iron Dragon muttered and actually didn't know what to do. Lin Fan said, nothing is impossible. Maybe to the Alliance headquarters, your value is just to set up these facilities. If something really happens, they will abandon you and won't place any hope on you. Iron Dragon didn't reply to Lin Fan. He shouted in his heart. Impossible. I have given so much for the Alliance, so how can they abandon me just like that? Chapter 409. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. The Alliance dogs weren't fools. Not mentioning the 100 techniques, they weren't even willing to trust him for 10. That was really hurtful. A few techniques didn't matter, but the key was whether or not there was trust between people. The actions of the Alliance dogs had broken his heart. But Lin Fan's sword slashed down, and with a single hand he smashed Tai Long's head. I am asking you, do you want to die? Iron Dragon's heart suffered a huge blow and he was immersed in pain. Lin Fan's smack caused his brain to shake and he nearly had a concussion. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. He wanted to say that as an Alliance 9-star general, he wasn't afraid of death and that dying for the Alliance was an honor. But if he said those words now, then what else could he be? But he was a 9-star general, and if he said something different, then he would lose all his face. Lin Fan saw that Iron Dragon didn't reply and said impatiently, I am asking you, do you want to live or do you want to die? Iron Dragon kept silent for a moment and said, everyone has the right to live. If you can live but choose to die, then you won't be fit to be a human in your next life. That is a disregard for life and you have to pay a price. But Lin Fan smacked Iron Dragon's head in rage. Stop saying all this nonsense. Just tell me whether or not you want to die. What is the point of saying so much nonsense? Iron Dragon was a little angry. Although they were enemies, he was old enough to be his grandfather. Why did he treat him like that? Did he respect the old and love the young? I want to live. As the saying went, one's heart chased after the source of the Tao and what one thought was the truth. Iron Dragon could tell anyone that he wasn't someone who was afraid of death. He just followed the choice in his heart. At that moment, Go Z also had a constructive development. Those Alliance members didn't dare to hide anything and directly told him about the equipment. At the same time, they told him where it was buried. Originally, they still had some hope. But the Alliance headquarters even gave up on Iron Dragon, much less them. Iron Dragon looked at those people and had many things he wanted to say. But at that moment he didn't know what to say. To say that they betrayed the Alliance headquarters wasn't true. After all, the Alliance headquarters had abandoned them. Gozi left the room to dig those things. Alliance headquarters. Qi Xiao hesitated. He turned off the video to show that the Alliance headquarters wouldn't compromise. But now it was about time. Qi Xiao was prepared to have a good talk with Lin Fan. Some things needed to be negotiated. The fact that the other party needed the Grand Marshal's secret manual meant that it was of great use to him. Thus, Zhang Xian was confident that he would be able to convince the other party. Crimson Sky continued to play. Outside the service area, Qi Zhao's head was full of fog and he was very confused. Everything was fine just now, how did it become like this now? General, Valley City's signal has disappeared. The Alliance member reported. Now that the signal had disappeared, there was only one possibility. The people in Valley City had told the other party where the signal equipment was hidden, and now it was destroyed by the other party. They actually betrayed the Alliance. Qi Zhao's face was dark and he was furious. He was very confident in the members of the Alliance and thought that no matter what kind of danger they faced, they would never betray the Alliance. But now it seemed like he was overthinking. Xiaohu said, "Actually, you can't blame them. Cutting off the communication meant that the Alliance headquarters had given up on them. To save their lives, wasn't that a normal thing? How can we not blame them? They are such cowards. If it was me, even if I was tortured, I wouldn't betray the Alliance," Qi Xiao said confidently. Xiaohu looked at how serious Qi Xiao was. For some reason he was actually looking forward to how Qi Xiao would react when he faced such a thing in the future. For some reason he was really curious. He shook his head and tossed such impractical thoughts to the back of his head. "We have to report this to the Alliance headquarters. Lin Wani's son has appeared in Valley City. This is really useful news. Maybe we can send experts in to investigate his whereabouts," Xiaohu said. Qi Xiao nodded and agreed with what Xiaohu said. But the rage in his heart couldn't be quelled. Just thinking about Lin Fan's face made him furious. Within the inn, Lin Fan lifted Iron Dragon's chin. His posture was a little weird, but that wasn't important. He had to have a good talk with him. He couldn't get any techniques from Qi Xiao, but he could get some from Iron Dragon. After all, he was Dao Realm Stage 2. No matter what, he did have some techniques, right? Iron Dragon was filled with shame. Damn, he actually fell to this kid's hands. There are only two paths in front of you. One is to die or the other is to tell me the Dao Realm technique that you learned. I can let you live, Lin Fan said. Iron Dragon looked at Lin Fan and hesitated for a long while. He didn't know whether or not he could believe his words. But the current situation was really obvious. No matter whether or not he believed it, the choice was right there. If he chose to die, he would definitely die. If he chose the second option, there was a 50% chance that he wouldn't die. Should he gamble? Any normal person would, right? Lin Fan, you have such cultivation at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely be a dragon amongst humans. This world won't be able to restrict you. Our alliance might just be a form of training for you. I just came out from the alliance and have never killed a native. No, I have killed your people. So, I choose the second option. Iron Dragon's expression was solemn, like he had made a huge decision. He really didn't want to die and had some hope. But he really didn't dare to confirm whether or not Lin Fan would keep his words or if he was just lying to him. Lin Fan was satisfied with Iron Dragon's choice. There is no need to write the technique, just dictate it. What he lacked was a Dao Realm technique. Although other techniques were fine for his current cultivation, it was better to raise the Dao Realm. The merging function was decent. He could merge two techniques into one and at the same time he could raise the level of the technique. But some techniques couldn't be raised, such as Dao Realm or Domain Realm. That was a huge headache. Maybe it was because he lacked something. Iron Dragon had cultivated a total of 2 Dao Realm techniques. This was what he got from the Alliance headquarters when he became a 9-star general. Lin Fan realized that the techniques that the Alliance cultivated weren't much different from theirs. He was thinking about whether or not the martial path was connected or whether or not the Alliance's relationship with them wasn't like that at the start of the martial path. Of course, there was no way to investigate this and no one knew where martial arts began. It was as if it had existed since birth. Lin Fan was satisfied. Not bad, he got 2 more Dao Realm techniques for free. It was just a waste that the negotiations with the Alliance didn't succeed. If the negotiations were successful, then the technique matter could be solved. Can you let us leave now? Iron Dragon asked. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and looked at Iron Dragon and the surrounding Alliance members. He was thinking about whether or not he should let them go. The existence of the Alliance brought them many problems. Moreover, many fearless experts who fought against the Alliance died in their hands. Deep in his heart he didn't want to. But since he promised them if he didn't fulfill it, then that would be a little despicable. As a young master of a rich family, Lin Fan's character was definitely not a problem. Okay, I will let all of you go, but there is something I have to do. The moment he said this, the Dao patterns that Lin Fan had cultivated floated out and surged into the other party's body, crushing the Iron Dragon Dao patterns violently and turning him into a cripple. You? Iron Dragon raised his head and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. At the same time he was furious. If that was the case, then wouldn't he become a useless person? Lin Fan glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't feel unhappy. My original intention was to kill you, but since I've promised you, I won't go back on my words. I'm only crippling your cultivation so that you won't continue to harm others." Dao Realm experts were really destructive. If they really wanted to attack, they could wipe out a city in the blink of an eye. We are weak, so there is no need for that, right? Those alliance members said. They weren't strong and felt like it was the same whether they were trash or not. I also promised that as long as you tell me where the equipment is, I will let you live, so I will let you go. Lin Fan said and then nodded towards Go Zi. Go Zi understood and attacked right away to kill all of them. When Iron Dragon saw this, he exclaimed, "Didn't you say that you would let them go?" Lin Fan said, "Go Zi, what are you doing?" "Young master, I didn't notice." Go Zi said innocently. Lin Fan sighed, "Forget it, so be it. After all, the dead can't be revived, so I can't let you pay with your life." Iron Dragon opened his mouth and actually didn't know how to reply. But then, his body seemed to have lost all its strength and he felt really powerless. His arms hung by his side. He understood that they were like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Even if they fought back, it would just be a silent shout. To Lin Fan, Iron Dragon could live, but the technicians had to die. Without strength, Iron Dragon would be useless. But even if the technicians lost their strength, their skills were still there and they could still work for the Alliance headquarters. Being merciful and leaving enemies alive wasn't his style. Go Zi, pack up and let's go. Lin Fan pushed open the door and left the inn. Go Zi kept the Alliance items and followed behind. In the end, Lin Fan was still terrified. If their location was exposed and the Alliance headquarters really came, then it would be a huge problem. So, it was best if they fled early. What? Iron Dragon sat on the ground powerlessly. He had never felt such a feeling before, but he knew that he was already useless. Even if he returned to the Alliance, he wouldn't be welcomed and no one would care about him. Today, to Iron Dragon, what he needed to worry about wasn't how to return to the Alliance. What he needed to worry about was how to compensate for the broken wall of the inn. Chapter 410. Lin Fan ran out with Go Zi. It wasn't that he was a coward, but it was a strategic move. There was no need for him to take the risk in Valley City. In his words, it wasn't bravery but stupidity. He couldn't predict whether or not the Alliance headquarters would send experts to rush through the dimension. It was hard to say. It was best if they didn't come, but what if they did? As for whether or not Iron Dragon would be beaten to death in the unfamiliar Valley City, it was hard to say. Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. After Lin Fan left the inn, the innkeeper sneaked up with the waiters. They were afraid, but when they saw that there was only an old man sitting paralyzed on the ground, their courage returned. As for those corpses, Lin Fan had sent them into the dimension. When the manager saw the walls shatter, he was so furious that he wanted Iron Dragon to pay up. Iron Dragon didn't even react between the 9-star general and trash. He scolded him for being arrogant. The innkeeper was startled by Iron Dragon's bluff. He didn't expect old men to be so evil nowadays. How could he take it lying down? He directly taught the waiters a lesson. Iron Dragon laughed coldly. Ants actually dared to fight with Sky Dragon. But very quickly a tragedy occurred. He realized that he was a defenseless old man. Not to mention a bunch of ants, even one ant was enough to make him cry for his parents. He felt like he would die if he continued to be beaten up. Begging was useless. The manager only wanted money to pay for the walls. But Iron Dragon was a marshal. When he went out, no matter what he did, how could he be the one to pay? It was always the people by his side who paid. More importantly, he couldn't take out the things stored in his dimensional space. This was a really awkward matter. He had lost all his cultivation and was now a piece of trash. If he knew that this would happen, he would have taken out some money. As for now, it was too late, totally too late. In this world, killing people wasn't a big deal anymore. The Imperial Dynasty couldn't control Valley City. But the manager was a kind person. He told the waiters to stop because he was really afraid that they would kill him. At the same time, he gave him a chance to be a waiter in the inn. No, he definitely couldn't be a waiter. At his age, his limbs weren't nimble and at most, he could only do some dishes. No matter how weak Iron Dragon was. A second ago he was still a marshal. Now he had become a disc washer. The difference between the two was really a little big. Outskirts of Valley City. Young master, you rest first. I'll keep watch tonight. Go Zi's cultivation had already reached domain realm. If it wasn't for the fact that his control of his own strength wasn't perfect, he would have raised Go Zi to Dao realm stage 1. He finally realized just how terrifying the main god's faith was. This terrifying premise was built on the small support system. He had lent out his own strength, but it did not affect him at all. If it were any other overgod, they would have been sucked dry a long time ago if they dared to lend out their strength like this. Not to mention Go Zi's faith had reached the peak and the power he received was only one realm lower than him. Apart from him, who else could take it? His idea was very simple. He wanted to raise his own strength and recruit people of faith. In the end, if all of them could reach the pinnacle of faith, the power level of his army would be incredible. Not to mention the alliance, even if the alliance added all the top sects, they might not be able to fight him. Go Zi, there is no need to keep watch tonight. Your control of strength is still too weak and you have to perfect it. I will raise your strength. If you aren't at Dao realm, you are just an ant. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master. Go Zi replied. With Lin Fan's current strength, if an expert really came, he would have sensed it. If he couldn't, then even Go Zi wouldn't be able to do anything. There was no need at all. The Alliance headquarters wasn't calm. General Qi Shao informed them about what happened in Valley City. What they cared about the most was Lin Fan's strength. Within the meeting room, many 9-star generals were there and their expressions were solemn. Each of them had a data table in front of them and the owner of the table was Lin Fan. Dao Realm Stage 2, very young. I estimate that he is 20. Even if he cultivated from his mother's womb, that is impossible. An Alliance 9-star general said. He hadn't been through the U-City battle and was one of those who wanted to protect their lives. No matter what happened, they would let others do it while they cheered from the back. Zhu Daoxin kept silent for a moment and said, It is true. I remember the U-City battle. Mao Shintai and this kid fought one-on-one and we thought that with Mao Shintai's cultivation, it would be easy to kill him. But in the end, we fought for a long time and he still wasn't able to kill the kid. At that time the kid was already at Dao Realm. The moment he said this, the meeting room was filled with shock. Some of them couldn't sit still anymore. How is that possible? At his age, it is impossible for him to reach such a realm. Or does Lin Wani have a way to raise his cultivation quickly? All of our brains can't compare to a brute. Lin Wani's nickname was quite famous in the Alliance. He didn't study and spoke simply. To be able to cultivate to such a realm was just like seeing a ghost. I can prove that it is true, Wu Zhiga said. He suddenly recalled this matter. If not for the situation at Valley City, he would have forgotten about this kid. After all, he was used to thinking that anyone weaker than him was trash and he didn't need to care at all. However, he neglected his age. Why didn't you say anything about such an important matter? The Alliance 9-star generals scolded. Actually, they weren't really scolding him, but they just felt a headache coming on. Wu Zhiga said, We forgot. The main thing is that he was a little weak, so we didn't care much about it. Kiki. Someone laughed coldly. Wu Zhiga, all of you didn't care about it. In the future, you might just be developing a terrifying enemy for the Alliance. One Lin Wani made us lose so many 9-star generals. His son reached such a realm at such a young age. What do you think will happen in a few years or 10 years? I don't think I have to be so direct, right? Everyone kept silent. They weren't fools and obviously understood what he meant. If they didn't care, in a few years or 10 years, the Alliance would have to face invincible experts. Don't think that it was impossible. Talent was really hard to predict. The Alliance understood that the birth of an expert required 100% hard work. But sometimes the world was unreasonable. Those with great talent would eat, drink, and play around every day. Their cultivation would soar like a car and no one would be able to catch up to them. Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga looked at one another. Their eyes shone with a solemn expression. Before this, they really didn't care much about this matter. If Qi Shao hadn't spread the news back, they probably wouldn't have cared much about it. Based on the current situation, should we send more people to surround him and kill him while we can still control him? Wu Zhiga asked. Of course we can't let this kid live. But we haven't occupied the natives' territory and it might be dangerous to enter. So we can spread the news and let the top sects attack to solve this problem for us. Naturally, we can't just do nothing and we have to do what we have to do. A bearded 9-star general said. The moment he said that, everyone agreed. As expected, they were so cunning. They were toying with the pressure of the top sections. To let them know the pressure. To any sect, if they knew that there was such a person, they wouldn't sit still and do nothing. They would send experts to kill Lin Fan. Uncontrollable factors were just too terrifying. While Lin Fan was snoring away, the Alliance started to play dirty once more. If he knew that the Alliance was paying attention to him because of the Valley City matter, he would be really happy. Damn, he was just too emotional. Didn't this mean that he didn't need to find trouble with others and naturally, people would come to find him? At the same time, he would gain more rage points. After all, it was normal for such an outstanding guy to be envied and envied by others. Next day, Lin Fan woke up. He didn't sleep at all and was controlling his own strength. The power of Domain Realm was too huge for Gozi, so naturally he needed some time. Let's go and destroy the equipment that the Alliance placed in our territory. Last night, the people that Gozi interrogated told him the location. The Alliance's technology was a problem and couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, all their tracks would be under the Alliance's control. Now, he wanted to develop Marshall Path Mountain. Valley City belonged to the territory of Marshall Path Mountain. Now all the sects were occupying land. Since they liked to play the expansion game, then he would play with them to see who occupied more land. Young master, there is a tea pavilion in front. Let's go and rest. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Gozi wasn't tired, but young master's body was precious, so he had to rest. Along the way, he noticed that the area was safe. At the same time, he removed some signal equipment. Sir, give me some food. A beggar laid on the ground. Who knew who it was, but when someone passed he would reach out and grab their shoes. He would call them sir and give them some food. Lin Fan lowered his head. Gozi wanted to push the beggar to the side, but when he saw that face he was shocked. Young master, he looks like Liang Yongqi. When the beggar heard someone call his name, his body shook. He raised his head and when he saw Lin Fan's face, tears flowed out. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect to see Liang Yongqi here. Truthfully. In his mind, he thought of many futures for Liang Yongqi. The most likely one was that he would return to Yu City and realize that everyone was dead. From then on, he would work hard to become strong and become an expert. Then he would have many fortuitous encounters. On a certain day he would proudly step in the air. But looking at the current situation, there was no connection at all. As expected. It was all a lie. How could there be so many fortuitous encounters? But based on what he knew, Liang Yongqi was Martial Path Grade 4. Even if he was in a bad state, he wouldn't become a beggar, right? Chapter 411. At the tea stall. Liang Yongqi buried his head in the food in front of him. A cup of tea, a bun, he was really wolfing it down. Gozi couldn't bear to see him like that. What did he go through to become like that? Lin Fan didn't ask about the exact situation. He didn't need to say anything and just wanted him to eat more. It looked like he hadn't eaten in a long time. But he didn't understand something. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Liang Yongqi's cultivation wasn't high, but he was at Martial Path Grade 4. He was much better than normal people, so how could he be in such a tragic state? Liang Yongqi munched on the steamed bun with each bite, followed by a cup of tea. After eating 10 steamed buns in a row, he burped and leaned back against the chair. He raised his head as if he was trying to regain his senses. Slow down, don't be so anxious. Lin Fan was really afraid that Liang Yongqi would eat one bun at a time and choke his throat. Liang Yongqi drank a mouthful of tea. I am okay, I am full. In the past, Liang Yongqi was a rich family young master and had never felt like he couldn't eat his fill. He also rarely ate buns and usually ate all sorts of delicacies. When had he ever eaten such useless things? Lin Fan asked directly, where did you go after leaving Martial Path Mountain? Although your cultivation isn't high, you shouldn't be in such a bad state. You actually became a beggar and didn't even have food to eat. Liang Yongqi sighed, it is a long story. I have never thought about and didn't dare to imagine what happened during this period of time. After leaving Martial Path Mountain, I headed to Yu City, but the situation there was really as you said. The Alliance had already occupied it. I was too weak and if I was noticed I would be dead, so I didn't dare to stand out. He said a lot about what he went through after arriving at Yu City. The rough meaning was clear. It was indeed tragic. Liang Yongqi didn't find any corpses of his family. At the same time, that place was too dangerous and the Alliance was patrolling. His cultivation was also so weak, so he didn't dare to behave arrogantly against the Alliance. He headed back the way he came. Along the way he faced some problems and some bandits. Martial Path Grade 4 seemed pretty good, but in front of the robbers he was just an ordinary person without any strength. Not only was he robbed of all his silver, but he was also beaten up because his silver did not meet the requirements of the robbers. If that was all, it would have been fine. He had also encountered danger in the wilderness. It could be said that it was a narrow escape from death. When he escaped from danger, he was already powerless and had even suffered some injuries. Along with City being destroyed, who knew if his father and the others were dead or alive? His heart exploded at that moment. He was prepared to wait for his death. Lin Fan and Gozi exchanged glances with one another. They felt pity for Liang Yongqi. Unlucky, really too unlucky. Yongqi, no matter what, you are the grand disciple of Martial Path Mountain. You suffered so much outside. As the sect leader, my heart hurts, but it is okay. It is good that you are back. In the future, just stay in Martial Path Mountain and don't think so much. Lin Fan consoled him. What else could he do? What had already happened. It was good that he was fine. It was more important that he was alive. Woo woo woo. Liang Yongqi cried. Maybe because he had gone through those things, his heart collapsed. When he saw Lin Fan and the others, he couldn't help but tear up. Gozi consoled. He patted Liang Yongqi's back and comforted him. What a pitiful kid. Young Master Liang, who could challenge his young master in City in the past, was finished. Suddenly Lin Fan noticed a problem. Originally, Liang Yongqi didn't have any faith in him, but at this moment, Liang Yongqi actually had faith in him. Although it was the lowest grade of gray faith. But it was enough to show that it was a good start. However, the formation of faith was a little weird. He didn't do anything, so how did it appear? Was it because he suffered too much outside and he was like a god descending from the heavens, giving Liang Yongqi hope, which was why faith was formed? That was possible. Maybe when he had a chance he had to study it. Look, a grown man is actually crying. He's so ugly. At this moment, an unfriendly voice spread out from the side. Lin Fan looked out. An old man brought 3 young men. The one who spoke was a girl who pointed at Liang Yongqi's actions like she was mocking him. The old man didn't stop them. After looking at Lin Fan and the others, he didn't care much. As for the other 2 guys, they smiled but didn't say anything. They didn't want to come to the tea stall and were just passing by. When Lin Fan heard her words, he was a little annoyed. Liang Yongqi was the grand disciple of Martial Path Mountain, and an outsider dared to mock him. That was the same as mocking Martial Path Mountain. If this was in the past, he wouldn't bother with a little girl like her. But it was different now. He was determined to develop Martial Path Mountain, and that was a serious matter. Especially Liang Yongqi's identity. To others it might not be much, but in Martial Path Mountain it was different. So what if I am crying? What does it have to do with you? No matter how ugly I am not as ugly as you. Lin Fan looked at her and didn't give her any face at all. The entire place was silent. The people who were about to walk into the distance stopped. The girl didn't expect him to dare to retort. Her face flushed red from rage. The old man squinted and stared at Lin Fan. Young man, speak less. Don't cause trouble with your words. Kiki. Lin Fan glanced. This isn't the first time I caused trouble with my words. But the so-called trouble has already reached the heavens. Who knows what kind of trouble you are talking about? When he was in City, he was so stubborn because his father supported him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. But now, he didn't need anyone to support him. That was because his own strength was enough to solve most things. As for things that he couldn't solve, people like Zhu Daoshan would appear. But now that he was at Dao Realm Stage 2 and Controlled Dimension, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. As long as he wanted to run, without 3 or 4 top experts stopping him, they wouldn't be able to stop him. You are asking to die. The 2 young guys standing behind the old man couldn't take it anymore. This young man actually dared to be so arrogant. He was just asking to die. But just as they were prepared to move, the old man stopped them. The old man said, "Kid, don't you think that you are a little hot-tempered? Young people should be low profile, especially when you are still young. Otherwise, you will just bring unnecessary problems to yourself." Shortly after, the old man laughed. "I didn't expect that I would actually talk so much to a kid. This is your luck." Lin Fan looked on quietly as the old man acted cool. He didn't expose him and didn't say anything. He wanted to see how long the old man was going to act for. Not to mention anything else, he just felt that the old man was a little arrogant. "Are you done?" Lin Fan asked. The old man's expression changed and it was obvious that he was stunned by those words. For some reason, the old man even wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Those words were just too infuriating. The 2 young men standing behind the old man clenched their fists and green veins appeared on their necks. They were so furious that they wanted to punch Lin Fan to death. Too much. This was just too much. They hated people who were arrogant in front of them. Especially people who were so arrogant. They were just animals. Kid, do you know who this is? If you don't, I can tell you that this is Celestial Ascending Sect's Elder Zhang Xian. He is really strong, and to be able to talk to you about all this is already your good fortune. Not only do you not cherish it, but you even dare to provoke him? When the guy introduced the old man, for some reason he straightened his back. He was talking about someone else, but it gave one a feeling like he was introducing him. Celestial Ascending Sect? Lin Fan had never heard of this sect. At the same time, he was a little confused. This place wasn't under any sect's control. Although it was the Imperial Dynasty's territory, the Imperial Dynasty didn't really control this place. So, why did Celestial Ascending Sect come here? Were they here to snatch territory? It was tough to say that there was no such possibility. Celestial Ascending Sect Zhang Xian is an elder, so is your Celestial Ascending Sect a top sect? Lin Fan asked. He had to understand the background of Celestial Ascending Sect. If it was a top sect, then he had to be more serious. But if it was a mid-tier sect, then he didn't have to be so serious. Zhang Xian said, top sect is just how the outside world defines it. But you are right, Celestial Ascending Sect is indeed a top sect. So, you should understand that even in the wilderness, you might meet people you can't afford to offend. I see that you are still young, so I don't want to bully you. Kneel down and apologize to my disciple, and I will let this matter rest. The girl was unhappy. Master, he insulted me, and even if I kowtow, it won't be able to calm my hurt heart. I want to keep him by my side and make him my servant. Junior sister, what is the point of keeping this kid by your side? The guy said. He didn't want a guy to stay by her side as it would be really inconvenient. When Gozi heard their words, he looked at them with a dark and sunken gaze. These people actually treated young master like a lamb for them to slaughter. He really couldn't take it. If young master didn't tell him to attack, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stop himself from teaching them a lesson. As for that old man's cultivation, he might have been much stronger than him. But he didn't fear it at all. Liang Yongqi stopped crying. At the same time, he was a little stunned. What was going on with these people? He was just crying. Could it be that he couldn't even cry now? Moreover, he didn't know them and was a little far away. He was mocked just like that, so who did he offend? Now that the sect leader had a conflict with them. As the grand disciple, he should jump out to protect the sect leader's honor. But he knew his place. He was too weak. It was best if he didn't lose face. Chapter 412. Lin Fan looked at the old man. Old man, I think that you are a reasonable person and I don't want to bother about this matter. Tell your disciple to kowtow and apologize to him, and we will let this matter rest. I don't want to pursue this matter. He thought about it for a moment. This old man didn't do anything too much from the start, but there was one thing that he couldn't forgive. That was because Celestial Ascending Sect was a top sect. As long as they were top sects, they would be beaten up. Not only because of this matter but also because of City and some other people at the defense line. When the defense line and the alliance were at war, no top sects came out. Now that the defense line was broken and the Imperial Dynasty changed, these so-called top sects came out. Just thinking about it made him furious. Zhang Xian was stunned by Lin Fan's words. It was like he didn't expect that. Kid, I have been telling you so much and you still don't cherish it. Do you really think that I am patient? Zhang Xian was furious. He didn't say so much to this kid for anything else. He just wanted to feel how it felt to be worshipped by juniors. Many people wanted to experience such a feeling. Unfortunately, to experience such a feeling, one needed strength. So, based on what you were saying, I am patient? Lin Fan squinted and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. At the same time, he activated his domain and the color of the surrounding sky changed. Everything turned gray. A huge pressure pressed down on their bodies. The old man frowned. The faces of the three young people behind him turned white and they broke out in a cold sweat. But very quickly the old man came to his senses and helped them block the pressure. Lin Fan got up and said, "Let me introduce you. This person who was insulted by your disciple is the grand disciple of my sect and I am the sect leader. She insulted me like that and that is the same as slapping my face. My request is simple. Kneel down and admit your mistakes and I will let this matter rest." Zhang Xian said, "I didn't expect that I would be wrong." His words sounded very calm, but he was actually very shocked. Because Lin Fan's age was simply too young. It's not that you're wrong. It's because your sect leader is a very low-profile person. And your high profile makes me really unhappy. Initially, I wanted to let it go, but you guys wanted more. Lin Fan said. The woman was a little nervous. Master, Zhang Xian raised his hand. Don't worry, you are my beloved disciple, so how can you suffer like this? These words allowed the woman to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she raised her head proudly and glared at Lin Fan in displeasure. It was as though she was saying, so what? My master is protecting me. What can you do to me? As for wanting me to kneel down, you'd better stop dreaming. This was something that was impossible to achieve. Lin Fan was extremely displeased with the way the girl was looking at him. He touched his face. Could it be that after his strength increased, his looks changed so that others would think that he was a pushover? Well, that was very likely. Therefore, Lin Fan did not want to say anything more. Gathering his might together, he avoided the old man and headed straight for the woman. Kacha. There was the sound of something breaking. The old man's barrier around the woman shattered. You dare. When the old man realized this, he was instantly enraged. It was as if he hadn't expected that the other party would dare to do such a thing. Bang. The woman let out a miserable shriek. Unable to withstand the pressure, her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground. As for the two guys beside her, their faces were ashen white from fear. They didn't dare to believe everything that was happening in front of them. Oh my God. What was happening? Just a moment ago they actually wanted to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. From the looks of it now, it was obvious that he had been looking for shit the whole time. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fan reached out and the dimension in front of him ripped open. Shortly after, his palm appeared above the woman's head. He opened his fingers and grabbed. He grabbed her and pulled her right in front of him. The change in the blink of an eye caused the old man's expression to change and he exclaimed, Dao Realm Stage 2. The moment Lin Fan ripped open the dimension, the old man realized that the situation was a little off. It seemed like that was the case. Master, save me. The girl cried and shouted. Lin Fan frowned. Crying is so annoying. Go. Z understood right away. He took off his shoes and then his socks. He pried open her mouth and stuffed the socks in. The socks weren't white and were a little black. They were so black that they shone. Go Z you. Lin Fan looked at Go Z in shock. He really didn't expect Go Z to be so sharp. He didn't say a word and just took off the socks and stuffed them into her mouth. Not to mention anything else, this girl looked decent. It was just that her personality was a little annoying. Lin Fan didn't know how to take care of the fairer sex, but he definitely wouldn't torture her like that. Who knew that not only did Go Z not know how to take care of the fairer sex, but he was also so overbearing. He was so amazing that it made one speechless. Junior sister. When the two guys saw those scenes, they felt their hearts hurt like someone was using a knife to stab their hearts. Such a dirty thing was actually placed into their junior sister's mouth. That was a place that they wanted to kiss but were afraid of dirtying. The girl's expression was one of terror. Her pupils constricted and a really thick smell spread into her nose, causing her to nearly faint. Rage and embarrassment attacked her heart. With a loud explosion, she fainted and fell to the ground. From start to finish, Zhang Xian didn't say a single word and just witnessed everything. Wait, I have something to say. Zhang Xian opened his mouth. When he found out that Lin Fan was at Dao Realm Stage 2, his thoughts changed. At the same time, he felt a burning pain on his face. He was indeed acting cool just now, but now that he was slapped in the face, he felt like he had lost all his face. Lin Fan retracted his aura and everything returned to normal. As for the people in the tea stall, they had all fled. What do you want to say? Just say it. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xian and told him that he could speak. What he was thinking about was really simple and direct. Should he start a war with Celestial Ascending Sect? The overall strength of the top sects couldn't be underestimated. Once the war started, there would be no turning back. Only one side would die. But there was one more choice that was more stable, which was to kill the people in front of him. Celestial Ascending Sect would definitely investigate and then they would send more people over. It would be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Zhang Xian's expression was solemn. I am apologizing on behalf of my disciple. This was just a small matter, so there is no need for us to fight over such a small matter. My Celestial Ascending Sect has always been hospitable, so I am willing to be close friends with you. Lin Fan smiled. Look at us now, do you think we can be close friends? Zhang Xian said, as the saying goes, friends don't get to know each other without fighting. Friends are formed from conflicts. As for Zhang Xian, he finally understood what was going on. Lin Fan was really strong. Your words make sense. Lin Fan said. Zhang Xian continued, whether it's logical or not, this old man doesn't understand. However, little friend's character are just too much to my taste. This evil disciple of mine has been spoiled by this old man to the point where he doesn't respect anyone. Now that he has been taught a lesson by little friend, this old man is really grateful. Damn. When a person was shameless, it was not something that an ordinary person could bear. For example, Zhang Xian was so shameless that one had to respect him. But one had to say that. One really couldn't tell whether or not Zhang Xian's expression was real or fake. Even Lin Fan was shocked. Was this person speaking the truth? Zhang Xian saw through Lin Fan's thoughts. Can you tell me your name? Lin Fan. Zhang Xian thought about it and couldn't think of anyone related to Lin Fan. He said, Brother Lin, you must be thinking about whether or not I really want to be friends with you. I understand that, but don't worry, I really want to get to know you. Whether or not it is true, time will reveal a person's heart. But I can swear that if I am lying, the heavens won't tolerate it. The way he swore was really touching and one didn't doubt it at all. But these were just words. Even if he went against it, there wouldn't be any problems. Just like that, Lin Fan stared right at Zhang Xian and pondered in his heart. Just what should he do to get the most out of this? He had to think about this. Chapter 413. Luckily, Zhang Xian was the one who said that. If Lin Fan said that from the start, the two young men behind him would have jumped out and hollered in rage. You want to be my best friend? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? Of course, that was just what they thought at the start. As for now, there was no need to say anything. How would they dare to say all that? They were so frightened by Lin Fan that they didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even dare to fart. Zhang Xian felt goosebumps from Lin Fan's gaze. He felt like his gaze was filled with aggression and it made him nervous. If he had to say what he regretted the most, it would be allowing his disciple to offend him. Looking at his disciple, he didn't know what to say. It was really intense. Not to mention his disciple, even he could smell the sour smell from far away. Needless to say, his disciple who had it stuffed into his mouth must have gone through a really intense experience. Are you serious? Lin Fan felt like there were some things that he could make use of. For example, Zhang Xian. Looking at him, he knew his place and knew that he couldn't beat him, so he admitted defeat. However, he still wanted to maintain his last bit of pride. This was why becoming best friends was the best choice. Zhang Xian said, Of course I am serious. As the saying goes, no discord leads to friendship. Let the past be the past. Moreover, Brother Lin, think about it. This is such a small matter. Lin Fan smiled, Okay, you are right. As the saying goes, no discord leads to friendship. However, I don't see any sincerity from you. If you can show some sincerity, then that would be for the best. Zhang Xian was stunned and panicked. He felt like something wasn't right. He then said nervously, Brother Lin, although my disciple is naughty and arrogant, he shouldn't die, right? Even if you want me to kill him, I can't do it. To Zhang Xian, Lin Fan's sincerity was definitely for him to kill his disciple. Oh my God. He felt that it was a little too much. His disciple was a little arrogant, but he didn't deserve to die. He just needed to teach him a lesson. There was no need to be so vicious. Moreover, he stuffed such a dirty sock into his mouth. Wasn't that punishment enough? Lin Fan was shocked by Zhang Xian's thoughts. What was he thinking? When did he say that he wanted to kill his disciple? What are you thinking? When did I say that I wanted to kill your disciple? My sincerity is that I lack a few Dao realm techniques. If you really want to be my friend, why don't you give me a few? Lin Fan said. Zhang Xian was stunned and muttered softly, Just kill my disciple. What did you say? Lin Fan frowned. He seemed to have heard Zhang Xian mutter something, but he couldn't hear it clearly. It's nothing. Zhang Xian shook his head. He was only thinking about it. How could he really do that? However, the other party's request was a little too much. He actually wanted a Dao realm technique. As an elder of Celestial Ascending Sect, naturally he didn't lack techniques. But if he gave them to others and the sect found out, it would be problematic. If you don't even have this bit of sincerity, and you want to be my bosom buddy, then you're really not qualified. Lin Fan replied. Even if the other party didn't say anything, he still had a way to make him say it. It was just that his method was a little more violent. Therefore, he hoped that the other party would cherish this opportunity. He didn't want to regret it when he lost it. Zhang Xian's thoughts were a little complicated. How could he not understand what Lin Fan was thinking? Based on the current situation, Lin Fan obviously wanted the technique, so there was no point in saying anything more. He really wanted it. If he didn't give it to him, he might not be able to leave this place safely. He had met a tough one. Okay, I am very generous to my friends. As long as they need it, I won't hesitate. Zhang Xian's words were firm, but his heart was filled with pain. Very quickly, Zhang Xian mentioned 3 Dao realm techniques. One really shouldn't underestimate Zhang Xian. As an elder of a top sect, his actions were really extraordinary. Brother Lin, what do you think of me? I gave it to you just like that. Aren't I generous? A smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Although it looked bright, behind that smile was deep sorrow and helplessness. Generous? I haven't seen anyone as generous as you in my life. Lin Fan praised. That was the truth. Anyway, out of all the people he had met, Zhang Xian was the most knowledgeable. Not bad at all. Zhang Xian smiled. Brother Lin, now we are good friends. Although we don't have a relationship, I believe that if we get to know each other, our relationship will be stronger than gold and our friendship will last forever. The 2 guys standing behind him lowered their heads. Their eyes were a little stunned and their mouths were slightly open. From the start till now, they didn't dare to say anything. The development of things was a little weird. Originally, as soon as the battle broke out, a great battle was about to break out. However, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The elder actually took the initiative to become close friends with the other party. This situation was a little complicated. They felt like there was a story behind this. The elder's attitude was a little soft. Instantly, they thought about something terrifying. Did the elder feel like he wasn't his match, which was why he gave in? Thinking about it, that was really possible. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. He didn't do anything to Zhang Xian. Sometimes he needed to use his brain. Zhang Xian was a smart person and wasn't a fool. It was much easier to communicate with him like that. He needed rage points and also Dao realm techniques. Celestial Ascending Sect was a top sect and Zhang Xian was an elder. In the future, as long as he did things well, it wouldn't be difficult to get techniques from Zhang Xian. Lin Fan gave a fake smile. Brother Zhang, you are right. We have to get to know each other slowly. Although we had some misunderstandings when we first met, misunderstandings will always be misunderstandings and won't become reality. I believe that we will become good friends. Plastic friendship started from the moment you lied through your teeth. Ying Zhang Xian's female disciple woke up. She was like a crying monster, giving out sounds that didn't sound like that of a human. The first thing she saw when she woke up was Lin Fan. She wanted to say something, but she felt like her mouth was stuffed full. There was also a strong smell that surged into her nose. She immediately took out the sock and began to vomit crazily. The more she vomited, the more she couldn't vomit. Then she jumped up. Master, kill him, take revenge for me. When the 2 male disciples saw her like that, their hearts hurt. At the same time they looked at her mouth. It was pink and so beautiful. But at the thought of such beautiful lips being stained by dirty socks, they felt a wave of pain in their hearts. Zhang Xian's expression turned cold. He flung away his disciple's hand and scolded, "Disciple, shut up. Who do you want to kill by making such a ruckus? This is a good friend of mine. How can you behave like this?" When the girl heard these words, she felt her head buzz like it was about to explode. What was he saying? What was Master saying? Master, he treated me like that, so how can you not help me? The female lead cried, but when she thought about how Lin Fan stuffed a sock into her mouth because of her crying, she felt a chill down her spine. At the same time she was terrified. Shut up. Zhang Xian hollered in rage, he is your senior, so you should call him Senior Lin. If you dare to be so arrogant, I will chase you out of the sect. From now on, you will no longer be my disciple. Zhang Xian's words were a little heavy. The girl was so terrified that her face turned ashen white. She was able to be so lawless because of her master's love. Other people let her because she had a good master. But if she was chased out, then she would have nothing in the future. She was unhappy, but that was just an emotional issue. If she didn't pay attention to this matter, not only would she have emotional problems, but she would also lose her master. Zhang Xian saw his disciple calm down and nodded his head in satisfaction. Go apologize to Senior Lin. Master. Zhang Xian frowned and opened his eyes wide. It was obvious that rage was burning within. The girl walked in front of Lin Fan. Senior, I was wrong. Lin Fan felt great. He was being called senior at such a young age. Moreover, looking at her, she seemed to be a little older than him. He had been thinking about a question. Could one really be lawless with strength? Right, with strength one could really be lawless. Lin Fan pointed at Liang Yongqi. It is useless to apologize to me. Apologize to him. The girl looked at Lin Fan and then at Liang Yongqi. I am sorry. When she said these words, her heart was bleeding. She really couldn't accept it. But she had no choice. Since Master had already spoken, how could she not listen to him? Z noticed that the way she looked at him was a little off. Maybe it was because he shoved the sock into her mouth. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. You can learn from your mistakes. You didn't go down the wrong path. You have to pay attention in the future. Zhang Xian said, Did you hear Senior's teachings? Aren't you going to thank him? The girl really wanted to smash her head into the wall. Thank you, Senior. I will remember your teachings. Min-er was how Zhang Xian addressed this disciple. Not bad. In the future, don't mock others. Even if you do, you have to see whether or not you have the strength to do so. Lin Fan felt that acting cool felt really good. That feeling was really unimaginable. Min-er had nothing to say. No matter what he said, she could only silently accept it. Who asked him to be her senior? Whatever he said was right. She couldn't offend him, she really couldn't. The two male disciples standing behind Zhang Xian were really envious of Lin Fan. It seemed like they were around the same age. Why was the gap so huge? It was really annoying. Lin Fan asked, Where are you all going? This was the main point that Lin Fan wanted to ask. Chapter 4:14. Brother Lin, this old man just wanted to bring my disciples out to have a look at the outside world, that's all. I wanted to let them experience the world and gain some experience. Now that I think about it, I feel that my way of thinking is just too right. This unfilial disciple of mine has been spoiled to the point of being lawless since young. If he doesn't encounter some things, some people will really be lawless in the future. Zhang Xian smiled. Naturally, he didn't say his true goal. He couldn't say that he was representing the sect to take a look at the situation. If no sect occupied this place, their celestial ascending sect would want to stretch their hands here. But he wasn't a fool. How could he not see that there was a problem here? This little brother, no, definitely not little brother, it should be Brother Lin. He appeared here and was a sect leader, so the situation was different. It was very likely that this piece of land had already been occupied by their sect. Currently, Brother Lin revealed that he was at Dao Realm Stage 2. That wasn't weak, and even in a top sect, he would be an upper-level elder. But don't forget about his age. Now that he had such cultivation at such a young age, naturally, he would be highly regarded. The experts of the sect would choose to give up their positions and allow such a talented disciple to become the sect leader. If their celestial ascending sect had such a talented and high cultivation disciple, then they would have handed over the position of sect leader. After all, his cultivation was enough to be the sect leader, and it wasn't embarrassing. Lin Fan smiled and muttered to himself. This Zhang Xian wasn't simple, and his words were really nice to listen to. What was the saying? I really like this person. Not only was he fun, but his words were also nice to listen to. Min-er stood beside her master. She didn't want to say a single word. The situation had changed and she didn't know what to say. Her master and Lin Fan were like good brothers for many years. Even she had to call him senior. She felt really wronged. Lin Fan said, And young people need to see more and learn more. You will grow when you meet some things. Your disciple is really unruly and needs to be taught a lesson. If he causes trouble in the future, even you, as his master, might not be able to stop him. As expected, it was addictive to be called senior. Even the way he spoke had become more profound. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Brother Lin's words make sense. The world is huge and there are many experts. My disciple isn't strong, but he is really good at causing trouble. If he really offends an expert in the future, the outcome would be disastrous. Right now, these two people were very simple and clear. One dared to speak and the other dared to reply. That was basically the case. The tea stall was empty. Lin Fan and Zhang Xian sat there facing each other. The two of them were like old friends, chatting happily and bragging about the problems of the younger generation. The two men behind Zhang Xian listened from start to finish, sizing up Lin Fan from time to time. Then they looked at their junior sister. All of a sudden, there was a special feeling in their hearts. The more time passed, the more they felt that the gap between them was getting bigger. Damn. We're all about the same age, so why are you so outstanding while we can only be taught a lesson by you like juniors? It's really incomprehensible. Suddenly, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Zhang Xian and Lin Fan looked at one another. Both of them didn't say a word and just looked at each other silently. The silent conversation between the two of them naturally made the kids around them not dare to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Brother Lin, where is your sect located? I would like to pay a visit." Zhang Xian smiled and asked. His smile was filled with good intentions, like he was saying that he didn't have any other thoughts and just wanted to head over to take a look. Lin Fan smiled. "Brother Zhang, do you want to know where my sect is because you want to bring people from Celestial Ascending Sect to trample my sect?" Zhang Xian was stunned. It was obvious that he hadn't expected Lin Fan to say that. He then burst out laughing. "Brother Lin, your joke isn't funny at all. How am I such a person? Since I want to be friends with Brother Lin, naturally I want to get closer to you." Lin Fan said, "Oh, I was just joking. But forget about the sect. Brother Zhang just needs to tell me the location of Celestial Ascending Sect. If I have the chance in the future, naturally I will head over to your place to reminisce." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. Then they calmed down. Slowly, their faces became expressionless and they didn't say a single word. No one knew what the conversation between the two of them meant. But it felt a little weird. Lin Fan thought about it. Zhang Xian definitely couldn't know where Martial Path Mountain was. With their current strength, they weren't strong enough. If they really wanted to attack Martial Path Mountain, then they could only run. This was why before their strength reached a certain level, he definitely wouldn't tell him where the sect was. Zhang Xian's thoughts were similar to Lin Fan's. What did he mean? He didn't tell him where the sect was, but he wanted to know where Celestial Ascending Sect was. Did he want to bring people from his sect to find out more about Celestial Ascending Sect? If he realized that Celestial Ascending Sect wasn't as strong as his, then he wanted to attack? This was why Zhang Xian didn't want to tell him where Celestial Ascending Sect was. Before they understood each other's situation, that was what both of them were thinking. Haha, Brother Lin is right. But as they say, it is fate that we meet. This fate is really magical and subtle. I think that our fate hasn't been destroyed. Even if we don't know where our sects are, we will still meet in the future. Don't you think so? Zhang Xian said. He wouldn't fall for Lin Fan's tricks. If you don't say it, then I won't say it. As for who would take it seriously, it would depend on who couldn't take it anymore. Yes, Brother Zhang is absolutely right. Lin Fan smiled and agreed with Zhang Xian's words. Anyway, he didn't lose out this time and got what he wanted. It was already not bad that he got 3 Dao Realm techniques. Why did he have to think so much? Moreover, it was about time and he didn't want to continue talking to him. Go where you need to go. Don't waste my time here. Then now. Zhang Xian thought about it. Forget it, he would just treat it as using 3 Dao Realm techniques to buy his life. Moreover, he felt like there was no point in staying here, so why not just go their separate ways? But he didn't say those words. He felt like it wasn't a good thing for him to say it. It was like he didn't care much about this relationship. Lin Fan didn't care and said directly, "Why don't we just forget it? I still have some things to do. If there is a chance, we will meet again?" "Okay, then I won't disturb Brother Lin. If there is a chance, I will definitely invite Brother Lin to Celestial Ascending Sect." Zhang Xian said. Sure. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands to tell Zhang Xian to scram. He felt like keeping this fellow alive was much better than killing him. Very quickly, Zhang Xian and the others left. Lin Fan looked in the direction that Zhang Xian and the others left in and was in deep thought. Now that sects were moving around, it was easy to bump into people from sections. Especially the top sects, they were really active. Thinking about it, it made sense. Now that many top sects occupied land and expanded their territory, naturally they would all be active. "Young master, will anything happen if we let them go just like that?" Gozi asked softly. Liang Yongqi looked at Gozi in shock. He realized that Gozi had changed. He was a servant in the past, but now he seemed really confident. Facing such a strong expert, he was still able to remain calm. If Gozi knew what Liang Yongqi was thinking, he would definitely holler. "Listen up, I am no longer the Gozi of the past. I am a domain realm Gozi, so please show some respect." Maybe it would shock Liang Yongqi to death. Lin Fan said, "Nothing will happen. This person is quite smart. It is just that it will be a little tiring to deal with him in the future." That was what he was thinking. That was indeed the case. After a short conversation with him, he knew that he wasn't a fool. Rage points plus 333. Where did the rage points come from? Did that fellow provide him with rage points after he left? That was possible. In the distance. "Master, why do we have to be so polite to such a person?" How can our celestial ascending sect be afraid of him? Minna was really unhappy. Till now she was still thinking about how Lin Fan shoved the sock into her mouth. A humiliation that she wouldn't be able to forget for the rest of her life. One had to say Gozi's sock was really smelly. It was so smelly that normal people wouldn't be able to take it. Didn't you see how the girl fainted from the smell? It was really tragic. I was afraid that all of you would die there. Zhang Xian looked at his disciple. Her eyes were just too weak. Till now she still didn't understand the situation? Minna said unwillingly, with Master here, what do we have to be afraid of? The two male disciples standing behind the old man didn't dare to say anything. Although they didn't see everything clearly, they seemed to have understood something. Even an elder needed to speak nicely to Lin Fan. That could only mean one thing. Lin Fan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Even an elder didn't dare to be careless. Your master is about to be angered to death by you. Do you really think that he is so ordinary at such a young age? Or do you really think that I am so amazing? If I didn't do that, your life would be in the hands of others. Zhang Xian was helpless. He didn't notice in the past, but now that he came out, he realized that his disciple's intelligence made him worry. There was a saying that went like this. Whether it was a donkey or a horse, it was fine. Who knew that when he brought his disciple out for a stroll, he would realize that his disciple was a retard. Forgive him for speaking so bluntly as a master. But he had no choice, as that was what he really thought. Minna was shocked, like she didn't expect Master to say such words. Zhang Xian didn't want to scold his disciple, so he said nicely, Disciple, after this matter, it is time for you to grow up. There is always someone stronger. Celestial Ascending Sect is strong, but there are many stronger ones. Even I might not be able to protect you. To be able to use 3 Dao realm techniques in exchange for your life is something to be thankful about. Actually, there was something he didn't say. These 3 secret manuals could be considered to have saved his life as a master. Of course he wouldn't say that. If not, he would lose all his face. Chapter 4:15. Bumping into Liang Yongqi on the way was a decent thing. At least he didn't die outside. But if he was a little later, he was thinking that Liang Yongqi might really have starved to death by the side of the road. Liang Yongqi was still too weak. Even if he had initial faith power, it was still really weak. If he relied on himself to cultivate, he had no hope at all. If he could raise the faith power to the peak, maybe he could become an expert like Go Zi. But this path wasn't easy either. The faith path didn't look at talent or comprehension. It depended on whether or not one knew how to suck up. For example, Go Zi and Cousin were both really loyal to him. Since they got the Darkness Chief God's God domain and opened up the faith path, they used the peak faith power to connect with him. The feedback they received was really rich too. 2 purple lines of faith, one of them was Go Zi and the other was definitely his cousin. Go Zi couldn't handle his strongest power, but Cousin definitely could. Cousin was really talented and obtained many fortuitous encounters. His power was then transmitted through the purple faith. With the current situation, Cousin's cultivation was enough to reach Dao Realm Stage 1. No matter where Dao Realm Stage 1 was, he had the ability to protect himself. As long as he didn't face those terrifying people, he would be fine. A few days later, the Alliance started to move. What Lin Fan did in Valley City infuriated the Alliance. Their hands couldn't reach that far. It was too dangerous to gather too many people to head to a place that the Alliance couldn't control. Such a large-scale invasion wasn't in the Alliance's territory, so it was a little problematic. Lin Fan's age was a problem for them. He was too young and was also really strong. If he was left alive, he would be a problem, and it was just too dangerous. In the words of the Alliance, they had to pull out the roots, and it was best if they killed him. But based on the Alliance's predictions, Lin Fan's overall strength was really strong. Mao Xintai wanted to kill the kid but failed. Although Lin Fan didn't deal any damage to Mao Xintai, his ability to withstand pressure was really strong. This was why the Alliance wanted to use the top sects to make them feel pressured. They wanted to work together to kill this monster that even the Alliance cared about. But things didn't seem to be what the Alliance thought. They told the top sects about this matter, and at the same time, they told them about Lin Fan's situation. But what they didn't expect was that the top sects were really calm and there was nothing wrong at all. Damn it. The Alliance didn't understand what was going on. Actually, it wasn't that there was a problem with the Alliance's news or that the top sects didn't receive the news. When the top sects received the news, those people immediately went to report the situation to the elders. He was afraid. He was just 20 years old and his cultivation was at stage 2. Moreover, he was Lin Wani's son. That was just too shocking and it nearly scared one to death. But the result was something that no one had expected. No matter which sect's elder saw this news, they were not shocked, but furious. With a kick, he sent the messenger flying. The meaning was clear. Do you think you're an idiot, or do you think we're idiots? Use your pig brain to think about this content. See if it's possible, and if it's worthy of others believing. The person who was reprimanded by the elder was a little stunned. That was indeed the case. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed a little impossible. No, it wasn't just impossible, it was absolutely impossible. He didn't think much about it. A 20-year-old Tao Realm Stage 2, that was something he had never heard of before. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, that was impossible. Most of the top sects had a thought, which was that the person who spread the news had ulterior motives. Lin Wani wasn't dead yet and they wanted them to kill his son. Wasn't that just a trap? Lin Wani only had one son and if he died to their hands, they would definitely take revenge on him. To the top sects, they didn't even need to think to know who did it. Apart from that damn alliance, who else could it be? Damn. Even if they wanted to borrow someone's hand to kill someone, they had to find a good reason. Did they really think that the top sects were fools? Thus this matter became really awkward. They had no choice. The alliance wanted to know the reason but they didn't understand. They just felt that Lin Fan was too hard to find and they couldn't find him in a short period of time. What they didn't know was that their actions had caused the top sects to hate them. Even some of the top sects that they worked with in the past. They only had one thought in their hearts: scammer. Young master, the sky is about to turn dark. Let's find a place to rest. Gozi looked at the sky. It was getting late and when the sky turned dark, if they didn't find a place to stay, then they would have to sleep outside. Lin Fan replied. Actually, he could have gone back long ago. But he didn't and just looked around. The main thing was to remember the surrounding environment so that when he occupied land, he would know where it was. But there was something that disappointed him. He actually didn't find anyone who could develop faith in him. The world seemed really calm but he knew that a storm was brewing and no one could stop it. The 4 alliances were fine because they knew that the final enemy was the alliance. As for the Imperial Dynasty, they didn't care much about it. The Imperial Dynasty was just a puppet. King Wutong's rebellion succeeded but who knew how many people he lost? Moreover, no one knew where the original Imperial Dynasty experts went and they didn't stay to fight the alliance. Some people said that they hid in the forests but most sects felt that they definitely didn't. They were just gathering somewhere and waiting for a chance. It smells so good, Lin Fan said. The sky turned dark but a fragrance wafted over from the distance. Liang Yongji was hungry again. It had been a long time since he had eaten, especially meat, which was a luxury for him. His dog nose could smell the fragrance of meat with just a sniff. It is meat. It is meat from wild animals, Liang Yongji said. He looked into the distance and he could see some flames. It was obvious that it was in front of him. Your nose is really amazing. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi. Maybe it was a special ability that he trained outside for a period of time. Liang Yongqi scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. But his expression was one of anticipation. He was anticipating meat. Very quickly the flames got closer and closer. The people around seemed to have heard movement and were nervous. Their bodies tensed up and one could even hear the sound of weapons being drawn. But when they saw that Lin Fan and the others were all young, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were all young and they thought about one another. Their strength was about the same and they shouldn't be a threat. Lin Fan looked at the people around the fire. They were all really young and of course their cultivations were really weak. 2 guys and 1 girl. The 2 guys were normal but truthfully they were really outstanding. But to Lin Fan that was it. After all, Lin Fan was a narcissistic person and always thought that he was outstanding. One had to say that the girl was really beautiful. Her aura was extraordinary and she didn't look like a normal person. But to Lin Fan he had seen way too many girls. He had always maintained a good attitude. He wouldn't say that he hated girls, but he definitely wouldn't say that he liked girls either. He was just so calm. At that moment, when Lin Fan looked at them, the 2 guys and 1 girl looked at him too. Maybe they were sizing each other up. At the same time, one of the guys said softly, "Be careful, we don't know where they came from, so don't be careless." The guy who said this was called Qin Feng and he was the shortest here. At most he was 1.65 meters tall. His eyes were bright and he was really cunning. Maybe our sister-in-law is too beautiful. Even in the middle of the night she could attract 3 wolves. I hope they don't ask to be humiliated, otherwise I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Junior brother, watch your words. They are just passing by and didn't do anything. It isn't good to guess randomly. The handsome guy sitting beside the girl said. He got up and cupped his fists. I am He Fei. My junior brother is rude, so please don't mind him. Lin Fan smiled calmly. It is okay. Go. Z gathered the wood and started a fire. As for Liang Yongqi, he stared at the wild boar on the fire. His throat moved and he was about to drool. Qin Feng then muttered in a low voice, Senior brother, look at that guy's eyes. He's staring straight at him. I told you this group of people are definitely not good people. They might even harbor evil intentions. Stop talking. They're just looking at the meat. Go and give some to them. He Fei said, listen to me and don't throw a tantrum. Qin Feng was helpless. He wasn't willing to give food to these unknown people. Moreover, the way they looked at his sister-in-law was a little different. That was what he thought. As for whether or not that was the case, it was hard to say. He had no choice. Qin Feng sliced some meat from the boar, but He Fei stopped him. He scolded him for being stingy. He sliced off a leg and told him to send it over. Qin Feng pouted. Although he was a little unhappy, he still walked towards Lin Fan and passed the meat over. Here, my senior brother gave it to you. He stared at Liang Yongqi in rage. Watch your eyes and don't look around. That is my sister-in-law, my senior brother's wife. She isn't someone you can think about. Liang Yongqi was stunned. Look at your sister? I'm looking at the meat. Lin Fan nodded towards He Fei like he was thanking him. Qin Feng saw that Liang Yongqi's gaze shifted and thought that he listened to him. He didn't care much and turned around to leave. Senior brother, I have already warned that kid. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to look at you. If he does, I will teach him a lesson. Qin Feng said. You. The girl smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew that he wasn't looking at her but at the meat in front of them. But she didn't say anything. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Like she was glad that they were just normal people. Chapter 4:16. If you want to eat, then eat. There is no need to look at me. Lin Fan saw that Liang Yongqi was staring at him. From the glow in his eyes, what else could he think? Naturally, he wanted to eat meat. As the grand disciple of Martial Path Mountain, his status was naturally high. But regretfully, he was facing the sect leader and beside him was the sect leader's servant. They were much higher than him. This was why the sect leader didn't say anything. He didn't dare to eat. When he heard the sect leader's words, Liang Yongqi didn't hold back anymore. He wolfed down the meat. His mouth was covered in grease like a dumb son of a rich family. Thinking back to the past, Liang Yongqi was a famous playboy in Yu City. The fan in his hand gave off a noble aura. But now the changes were huge. His aura was totally gone and what replaced it was the aura of a refugee. In the past, if the meat in his hand wasn't sliced and placed on exquisite plates, he wouldn't even be able to look at it, much less eat it. Lin Fan picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. It tasted good. He Fei looked at Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan looked weak, especially Go Zi who looked like a servant. This was why he treated Lin Fan like a noble young master. As for Liang Yongqi, there was no need to talk about him. His clothes were dirty and he ate like he hadn't eaten in a long time. Such a combination was really weird. All of a sudden he didn't know how to describe it. Brother, where did you come from? He Fei asked. I don't think he's that good. He was talking about Liang Yongqi. After all, he was dressed like that and it was really weird. Lin Fan smiled. I came from Valley City. He wasn't lying, he did come from Valley City. I have never been to Valley City. It seems like we are heading in the opposite direction. Looking at your aura, you should be from a rich family in Valley City. After all, you have servants to take care of you. He Fei and Lin Fan talked normally. At the same time he asked about his background. Lin Fan said, no, I was from a rich family in the past but not anymore. I'm just a normal person. He Fei said, I am sorry I asked too much. To He Fei, he understood that Lin Fan was indeed a rich family disciple. However, his family was in trouble and he became a normal person and ended up here. Because of such a reply, he could understand why Liang Yongqi was like that. He definitely faced many problems along the way and because Lin Fan was the young master, he naturally had to give all the good things to the young master. Naturally, he didn't feel anything wrong with Lin Fan. Instead, he felt that these two servants were truly loyal to Lin Fan. Even in such a situation, they still didn't abandon him. He had naturally heard of such a situation, but he had never seen it before. Lin Fan smiled, indicating that it was okay. The other party was probably thinking too much. However, he was really just a normal person without any good points. The only thing that wasn't too ordinary was his strength. In fact, he did not want to bear too much burden. Cultivation was not in his nature. His dream had always been to be a quiet young master of a rich family and live a comfortable life. It was a pity that things didn't go as he wished. He was constantly spurred on by others. Chen Feng muttered softly, "Senior brother, why are you talking so much to them? They are just normal people and don't fit in with us. Moreover, our situation isn't good either. If they are with us, they might not be able to run away. They are just normal people, so we won't drag them down. Moreover, even if they come, they might not be able to do anything to us," He Fei said. With Lin Fan's strength, naturally he heard what they said. He was really calm. The feeling of being a normal person was really good. It was really good to be young. It was easy to fool others. The night was really quiet and nothing else happened yet. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He had heard the commotion. It was obvious that the other party was trying to hide their presence. However, they were simply too weak. So weak that it left him speechless. If he had to describe it. If Lin Fan was a dragon that knew how to fly, then these people who were making noises were just ants that knew how to crawl. He looked towards He Fei. He hadn't noticed. Maybe he wasn't that strong, so he didn't hear anything. After a while, He Fei finally reacted. He got up and said softly, "They are here." Chen Feng and the girl looked around warily. "I finally found all of you." A voice spread from the distance. In the blink of an eye, several people stepped on the tree branches, leaving behind many afterimages. They appeared in front of He Fei and the others. "Young Master, I?" Go Zi frowned. He wanted to kill these people who disturbed Young Master's rest, but Young Master stopped him and told him not to be rash. He Fei said softly, "Brother, this is our matter and has nothing to do with you. All of you should retreat and we won't drag all of you into this." "Little miss, the chief ordered us to bring you back," the male in the lead said. Chen Feng said, "My sister-in-law won't follow you back. Just give up on that thought. Junior brother, come back." He Fei said and then looked at him, "Your little miss and I are willing, so I hope that you can let us go." Preposterous. The male raged, "We have already investigated. You are just a disciple of a mid-tier sect and you actually dare to touch our little Mississippi. Even your sect leader doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of our chief." "Young Master, do you need to help them?" Go Zi asked softly. The main reason was that He Fei was respectful towards Young Master. Since he had the ability, naturally he was willing to help. "Wait, these people aren't their match," Lin Fan said. Very quickly, maybe because both sides didn't come to an agreement, or maybe they didn't want to talk at all, they started to fight. He Fei was decent and was at Master Realm. As for the man from what race, he was at Grandmaster Realm. But to reach Grandmaster Realm at such a young age, he was just too weak. There were no scenes of heaven and earth being split open or space shattering. It was just a clash of swords and blades. Occasionally there would be bright light exploding. To Lin Fan, this was like someone who was used to seeing top special effects but returned to normal scenes. He Fei was a realm lower than him and logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to win. But he could see that He Fei's accumulation was really shocking. Especially along with the girl's attacks, he was able to suppress the guy. To them this battle was just too intense. In the end, He Fei used a fist technique and the guy exclaimed, "Returning to true," and was punched away. This is what a young person should experience. As for me, Lin Fan was really focused on the battle, like he was recalling something. He felt a little sad. Lin Fan was thinking about what he had experienced when he was weak and small. Alright, he went to Jianghu City to experience it. When he had nothing to do, he would farm demon rage points. Very quickly his strength increased. Truthfully speaking, he really envied those people who could stay in the same realm for a few years and fight with young people of the same generation. Really, he really envied them. Unlike now, as long as they were young, there was no joy in fighting. He could only fight with a bunch of old men every day and there was no sense of experience at all. He really hoped that he could turn back time and be like the few young people in front of him, to fight with people of similar age and be shocked. He actually cultivated this technique to returning to true realm. No, you're actually in the Tao realm and you've even condensed 77 Tao patterns. That pain was unimaginable. Why did they do that to him? He didn't want to cultivate so quickly. He was in so much pain. At that moment, the girl stopped Chen Feng and said viciously, "Let them go." "But sister-in-law?" Qin Feng wanted to kill all of them. Leaving them alive was just a problem in the future. But the girl didn't want Qin Feng to do that. If that was the case, he would be in huge conflict with the family. He looked at the people who fell to the ground and locked his eyes on the leader. Go back and tell my father that he doesn't need to find me. I won't go back. The guy got up slowly and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. Little miss, I hope that you can think it through. The chief won't let all of you off. He then looked at He Fei and then at Lin Fan and the others. It was obvious that he treated them as a group. Let's go. All of them left dejectedly. Senior brother, are you okay? Qin Feng hurried to his side and asked. He wasn't weak and senior brother found it tough to fight him. If not for sister-in-law's help, things might not have ended so quickly. I am okay. He Fei shook his head. He was really strong. Fortunately, he had cultivated a fist technique to returning to true realm, otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won. Qin Feng saw that Lin Fan and the others were stunned and smiled. Don't be nervous. This has nothing to do with you. If it was you, you would have been crushed to death with just one hand. Fortunately, my senior brother and sister-in-law are strong enough. If there is nothing else, then leave. It is rare for all of you to see such a scene, right? But don't think about cultivating. All of you are just normal people and you are too old. It is too late for you to cultivate. The girl said, it is best if they leave with us. My people have amazing memories and they must have memorized their faces. If we find them, they won't have a good ending. He Fei nodded and walked in front of Lin Fan. Brother, I am a disciple of Shintian sect. All of you were dragged into this and looking at your situation, you have nowhere to go. Why don't you follow me back to the sect? Once this matter is solved, you can go wherever you want. What do you think? Go Z frowned and looked at young master. He really wanted to ask, was young master really so normal? He wanted to argue, but he knew that young master didn't like to act cool. He just wanted to go with the flow. This was why he didn't say anything. Okay, then I will have to trouble you. Moreover, you are a good person and maybe I can help you. Lin Fan said. Tiske, it is good that you don't drag my senior brother down. How can I expect you to help me? Qin Feng was filled with disdain. People nowadays didn't have much strength but liked to act cool. It was hard to explain. To Lin Fan, he also wanted to know where Shintian sect was. This territory was a little complicated. Chapter 417. Lin Fan's idea of heading to Shintian sect was really simple. If it was possible, he hoped that when Shintian sect was provoked and they didn't have the ability to face it, he would go all out and kill everyone to slowly accumulate rage points. Moreover, based on his guesses, that woman's family would definitely come to Shintian sect to ask for her. Based on the normal development, there would definitely be a conflict. When the time came, he would appear to help. Since He Fei was a decent person, he would help him out a little. He would then argue with that family and absorb a huge wave of rage points. Open up your brains and don't let poverty restrict your imagination. Tell me boldly, how many rage points can you get? Have you thought about it? As for his headache about his cultivation rising too quickly and wanting to slow down, that was just a complaint unless he was sick in the head. Till now he still didn't know that if he was weak he would be beaten up. Very quickly. A few days later. Shintian sect was right in front of him. It was a majestic sect and from afar, one could see the tall buildings standing in the mountains. When He Fei saw that the sect was right in front of him, he actually felt a little nervous. He held the girl's hand tightly. Maybe he knew that bringing her back would bring problems to the sect, but he could only place his hopes on the sect. Lin Fan found it weird. They arrived at the sect in just a few days. This place wasn't far and the sect was really tight. It was the right decision to come out and take a look. He would be able to understand the sect's distribution. Qin Feng said, follow us back to the sect. Don't talk nonsense and don't look around. If anything happens, we won't be able to protect you. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like there was a high chance that they would have huge gains here. He was really looking forward to it. Of course. To anyone else, Lin Fan and the others were just normal people. Thus, they were arranged to live in a certain house. A low-profile life was always so unassuming. But one had to say he realized that Shintian sect really had a lot of disciples. If he could use his group taunts, the effects would be amazing. It seemed like he had to work hard. There was a high chance that he would succeed. Young master, how long are we going to stay here for? Gozi asked. He didn't notice anything special about this Shintian sect. The Gozi of the past had disappeared and now, as a domain realm expert, Zi's standards had increased. In his words, the people here were all so weak. Lin Fan said, "Don't rush, wait, some things will surface soon." After they moved in, He Fei didn't come back. The moment he returned to the sect, He Fei went to find the sect elder and sect leader to report this matter. In their eyes, Lin Fan and the others were just ordinary people. It was already good enough that they could be settled in the sect. What happened next would not involve them, and they could just quietly wait for things to end. At night, He Fei stood there with a really ugly expression on his face. He was a little unwilling and didn't know what to do. "Disciple, you've gotten yourself into big trouble," an old man said helplessly. What could he do? The person in front of him was his disciple. Even if he was an elder of the sect, it was not up to him to decide. "Master, is there really no way?" He Fei asked. The old man thought about it for a moment and said, "That girl is the eldest daughter of the Ji family. They are really strong and are showing signs of advancing from a mid-tier sect to a top sect. Their old ancestor is at Dao Realm Stage 4 and has been in secluded meditation for a long time. If he breaks through to Dao Realm Stage 5, he will have the strength of a top sect. The gap between our Shantian sect and the Ji family is just too huge. More importantly, the Ji family has a close relationship with the top sections." He Fei lowered his head and his expression was a little off. He understood what Master was saying. "Master, I don't want to hide anything. I will tell you everything I know. Her father wanted to send her to a top sect to marry a top disciple." The old man was stunned and then looked at his disciple. "I really didn't expect my disciple to be so charming. Master, now is not the time to tease me. Do you have any other way to solve this?" He Fei asked. The old man sighed. "There's no other way. If you're willing to let go, the sect will definitely be able to protect your life. As for you wanting the Ji family to give up on that top sect disciple and choose you, that's impossible. You're very talented, but compared to the top sect's geniuses, you're still too far away, too far away." "No, Master, I definitely can't let go. Moreover, we have already consummated our marriage." He Fei definitely wouldn't let go. He was a man and naturally he wasn't willing to hand his own things to others. But he was under huge pressure and the enemy he was facing was just too terrifying. He didn't know what to do. The old man blinked and looked at his disciple in disbelief. How did this happen? His disciple didn't look like a perverted person. They were all outside and didn't have a room. If not, they would have used the ground as a bed and fought. He Fei didn't know what his master was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely grumble that his disciple wasn't perverted but that they couldn't control themselves on such a dark night. "Fei, this is a huge problem. Even I don't know what to do." The old man is speaking the truth. "I really don't know anything. You had fun but now that you are in a mess, it is a huge headache." He Fei thought about the outcome and said firmly, "Master, I won't give up. If I am going to die, I will die in the sect." The old man reached out and patted He Fei's shoulder. "Disciple, I will protect you. But if there is really nothing I can do, you must understand that a wise man knows his place. Don't be rash." Just as the master and disciple were talking, Ji family had moved out long ago. Those people who were beaten up by He Fei returned to the family and reported the situation. The chief personally led people over to Shantian sect. A mid-tier sect actually dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth. They really didn't know what was good for them. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, Go Zi had prepared everything. Go Zi personally prepared everything for him to wash up and eat. "Young master, it is time to wash up." Go Zi entered the room and placed the things at the side. Suddenly, in the distance, a strong aura exploded. At the same time there was a furious roar. It was obvious that they had come to find him. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't rush out at all. He continued to wash up and then enjoyed Go Zi's food. He was in someone else's sect, so it wasn't good to jump out too quickly. At least he had to give the sect a chance to perform. "Let's go take a look," Lin Fan said. He brought Go Zi and Liang Yongqi into the distance. That should be the main hall. He could sense several auras clashing there. Although there wasn't a huge battle, there was definitely a vicious conversation. Very quickly, when Lin Fan arrived, the situation was indeed a little intense. Shantian sect disciples surged over because someone came to cause trouble. All of them stared aggressively at the people there. To them, Shantian sect wasn't a sect that anyone could bully. But their arrogant heads were being suppressed. After all, in their eyes, their sect leader seemed like he couldn't take it and became a little cowardly. Lin Fan looked over. That girl's race should be nearby. The male leader had decent cultivation and the aura he gave off was at Dao Realm Stage 3. No matter where he was, he should be a really strong expert. The guy was the Ji family head, Ji Chang. His expression was really ugly and he hollered, "You unfilial daughter, you are actually with a bastard. You have thrown away the face of our Ji family." Ji Shuefei's face turned ashen white. She wanted to say something but her father's aura covered her heart and she didn't know what to say. "Uncle, Shuefei and I are both willing, please grant us our wish. If we send Shuefei to a top sect, she definitely won't be happy. As her father, you definitely wouldn't want her to be unhappy for the rest of her life, right?" He Fei mustered up his courage and said, "You bastard, shut up. As a disciple of a mid-tier sect, you don't have the right to climb up to the Ji family." Ji Chang said coldly. He was so furious that he was about to explode. He really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. This damn kid and this damn Shintian sect. "Chief Ji, although my disciple is in the wrong, the two of them are both willing. As seniors, it is a little too much to break them up." The old man couldn't take it anymore. His disciple was being belittled, so as a master he couldn't sit still and do nothing. He had to say a few words. "Old man, shut up. This has nothing to do with you." Ji Chang obviously wouldn't give face to a mid-tier sect's elder. To not give him any face at all made him feel really awkward. Lin Fan looked at Ji Chang in envy. Damn. So many people were angry at him. If he could gain rage points then he would be in the sky. He was thinking about it. Maybe he could be like him. Although people hated him, he would gain a lot of rage points. Just as he was thinking about all of this, the situation changed. Ji Chang ordered people to snatch his unfilial daughter back. With He Fei and the other's strength, how could they block him? Naturally, his master would protect her. But Ji Chang attacked right away, using absolute strength to suppress everything. He suppressed He Fei's master with one move. The situation was a little quick, but that was normal. After all, the difference in strength was huge. If a Dao Realm Stage 3 couldn't suppress someone at Dao Realm Stage 1, then how was he going to survive in the future? "Follow me back." Ji Chang hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder and it was deafening. A terrifying aura covered Shintian sect. Shintian sect leader's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was ashen white. He sensed the terrifying aura and it was just too strong. Even he was no match for the other party. It didn't make sense to sacrifice the entire Shintian sect for one disciple. At such a moment of despair, if I can mock him, then naturally I will gain a lot. It is time for me to appear. Lin Fan's smile was as bright as a flower. Chapter 418. The past few days were a disaster for Shintian sect. They were in a tragedy, really a tragedy. Lin Fan came to Shintian sect and hollered in rage. In front of them, he said that their senior brother was a piece of trash and even injured their elder. The sect leader stood there and didn't even move. He didn't even let out a fart. To them, how they wished that their sect master could be firm at this moment and crush the other party in an invincible manner. Step on these people and tell them that this was the Black Heaven sect and they were courting death for daring to act so impudently here. But they knew that this was a dream and that such a thing wouldn't happen. Suddenly, a voice spread out from behind. "Are Shintian sect people all so useless?" The disciples of the Shintian sect were in a state of grief. They didn't know what to do. But when they heard those words, all of them exploded. It was as if a grenade had been thrown into the crowd, instantly blowing them up into the sky. Who dares to say that? When have our Shintian sect people ever been useless? Everyone was searching for the person who said that. Now that someone came to provoke Shintian sect, they couldn't beat him and felt that they were unlucky. But not everyone could ride on their heads. "Stop looking, I am here. All of you are indeed useless, especially your sect leader. He is so frightened that he doesn't even dare to attack. How embarrassing." Very quickly, everyone turned around and realized that it was the person who spoke. Those humiliating words were said by the other party. But they didn't know who he was. It seemed like the sect didn't have such a person. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 199. Rage points plus 222. He didn't have much hope for some normal disciples as individual rage points were just too low. But you are the most beautiful when you are angry. The individual numbers were small, but there were so many of them. Some disciples clenched their fists and green veins appeared. They wanted to charge up and beat Lin Fan up, but they bore with it and didn't do anything. Unknowingly they proved what Lin Fan was thinking. How could they be so cowardly? Rage points plus 999. When the Shintian sect leader looked at Lin Fan, he was furious. His rage points reached a peak. If not for the fact that the Ji family members were here and that he wasn't sure whether or not Lin Fan was from the Ji family, he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Fan was really calm. What are you looking at me for? I'm just telling the truth. It's not like I'm spouting nonsense. His words were so infuriating. But there was no other way. Everything you've said is the truth. If there's any falsehood, please prove yourself with your actions. Needless to say, the harvest was very bountiful. At that time his thoughts were clear. No matter what sect it was, in order to become stronger he was willing to be a walking hatchet man. He Fei was filled with despair at the current situation. But when he heard that familiar voice behind him, he was slightly taken aback. Turning around, he realized that the person he had brought back was actually scolding his sect. Although he felt a little sad, the worst thing was that the person he loved was going to be taken away. Qin Feng couldn't help but roar, "You bastard, if I knew you were such a person, I would have blown your head off." He really couldn't help it. Even if you're an ordinary person you can't be so arrogant. Senior brother brought you back to help you, but you don't know what's good for you. You actually said such hurtful words at a time like this. Feels good. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current situation. His rage points were increasing. It seemed like as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to get more rage points. As for scolding him, he didn't care. As long as he could provide rage points, he could scold him however he wanted. He would definitely fight back. Of course. When he scolded him to the end and couldn't provide any rage points, then the tragedy would come. Lin Fan was so arrogant and naturally, it made them unhappy. Those disciples didn't feel good, but there was nothing they could do. He was right, he wasn't speaking nonsense. Look at their Shintian sect's current situation. The sect leader stood there with a stunned expression. Although he was furious, that was only towards Lin Fan. He didn't show any unhappiness towards the Ji family at all. Even if it was just a sentence it would be fine. Qin Feng snarled at Lin Fan furiously. However, the way Lin Fan ignored him made him furious. He really wanted to rush up and beat him up. But at that moment, he noticed that the Ji family people were walking towards senior brother. Who cared about Lin Fan? He charged in front of senior brother and stared at him in rage. He was prepared to fight at any moment. Junior brother, back down. He Fei said. Qin Feng said, "Senior brother, I definitely won't let them take sister-in-law away." The person who walked towards them was an expert from the Ji family. Although he wasn't as strong as the sect leader, he wasn't someone that Qin Feng and the others could fight against. "Little miss, follow the chief home." The family member walked over step by step. Each step he took gave Hefei and the others huge pressure. Ji Shuefei said, "I won't go back. I'm already his. Even if you bring me back, you won't be able to answer to him." What? A shocking roar of anger burst out. The voice wasn't from the family member but from Ji Chang, who was waiting. His body was on the verge of collapsing like he couldn't stand properly. What did that unfilial girl say? Ji Shuefei took in a deep breath like she had gathered all her courage and said, "I am already his." Ji Chang was stunned, but very quickly rage rose up in him. A storm formed around him that was filled with rage. "Kid, I will kill you." He was truly enraged. "Ace, old fellow, why are you so angry? Let's talk nicely." Lin Fan walked in front of He Fei. An invisible aura exploded out and blocked Ji Chang's rage. "Isn't it just the thing they're turning into someone else's shape? What is the big deal? I think this kid is not bad. He is smart enough to change your daughter into his shape." Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. The people of Ji clan were not idiots. How could they not understand the meaning behind those words? All of them were furious and provided Lin Fan with a large amount of rage points. He Fei was stunned and felt that those words sounded a little weird. However, he couldn't think of what was wrong with it. The key was that to him, Lin Fan was just a normal person. The situation here wasn't something that he could defend against. But shortly after, the invisible aura that spread out from Lin Fan's body shocked He Fei. It was as if he was in disbelief. Ji Chang didn't care much about Lin Fan. But shortly after, when he sensed that vast ocean-like aura, he was stunned. Lin Fan said, "Don't talk about me or you. Look at all of you. You really aren't much. If your daughter found a man, then so be it. Why did you have to snatch her back? I understand. It seems like you want to send your daughter to a top sect. In my opinion, you look really haggard when you snatch your daughter, but you look really handsome when you give her away. Such a situation was something that one could only hope for. He absorbed 2 waves of rage points at once. Truthfully, how could such a good thing happen often? Brother, you. He Fei treated Lin Fan as a normal person, but looking at the situation, he didn't look like a normal person at all. He was really terrifying. Lin Fan said, I think that you are a decent person, so I will help you. That was what he said. Actually, what help was there? He thought that there would definitely be trouble here. If he snatched his daughter back to the sect, they would definitely fight their way over. When that happened, it would feel great. Both sides would mock each other and rage points would come to both sides. His strength would also improve, so why not? The people from Shintian sect looked at Lin Fan. They didn't expect that he would challenge them. All of a sudden they were stunned. Like they couldn't react at all. This was especially so for the Black Heaven sect's sect leader, who was frowning. Where did this kid come from? Just the aura that he had just given off was already extraordinary. But the Ji family was too strong. The Ji family old ancestor might have reached Dao Realm Stage 5, and that was someone they had to look up to. Kid, who are you? This is the Ji family's matter. Do you want to be enemies with them? Ji Chang didn't know where this kid came from, so he didn't dare to be too aggressive. In such a situation, Lin Fan didn't think about talking to anyone. As for talking to him, if he didn't get angry, then where would he get rage points? This was why it was understandable that he was so direct with his words. Lin Fan said impatiently, Enough, what are you talking about? As a sect leader, I hate people like you who bully others just because you have some strength. You even want to ruin a good marriage. I say you are an animal. Just because he had a bit of strength, he could do whatever he wanted. This was not something that he, Lin Fan, had done often. He had bullied others before. But he couldn't remember. Rage points plus 999. The Shantian sect disciples felt that their anger had been vented. Before this, they were furious at Lin Fan, but now some of them had a good impression of him. But Lin Fan's next words caused that good impression to disappear. Even if you want to bully others, you have to pick the stronger ones. This Shantian sect is full of pushovers. Although it feels good to bully them, can you have some face? Especially this sect leader, he is just a coward. Even I don't want to bully him. Lin Fan pointed at Ji Chang and scolded. Damn. The Shantian sect disciples were so furious that they were about to explode. They just had a good impression of him but didn't expect him to say such words. He obviously didn't care about them at all. The Shantian sect leader's face flushed red. He really wanted to smash this kid's head. Damn. That damn fellow. Ji Chang's face was dark and sunken. Kid, I tried to talk nicely to you, but you don't know what's good for you. I really want to see what kind of ability you have. The moment he said this, the wind and clouds surged. Dao Realm Stage 3 cultivation exploded out. As the Ji family chief, Ji Chang's cultivation was really amazing. If the old ancestor became a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, then their Ji family would become a top family and be on the same level as the top sections. Of course, although he had just entered a top sect, his status was different. He would come into contact with many more things and would have more say. Chapter 419. At that moment, Dao patterns exploded from Ji Chang's body. Each Dao pattern shone brightly and swept forwards like a waterfall. The sky shook. Ji Chang's Dao patterns were really extraordinary. The space couldn't take it and started to show signs of collapsing. When the Shantian sect disciples sensed this shocking aura, they felt like they were in a deep abyss. They shivered and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Be careful. Fei reminded, but his voice was really weak. It was as if when he saw this power, he had given up all thoughts of fighting back. This power was too terrifying and it wasn't something that they could handle. Shantian sect leader raised his head. Although he was at Dao Realm, he sensed an ocean-like pressure from the surging power. It wasn't something that he could handle. Kiki, not bad. Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. He pushed his palm forwards. Instantly, with his palm as the starting point, a shocking power exploded forth. With a kacha, the space was like a 1,000-layer cake. Many dimensions appeared and stacked on top of one another. In the end, they gathered together to form a dimension space that suppressed Ji Chang's Dao patterns into his body. What? Ji Chang felt an unstoppable power pressing down on him. The Dao patterns that were about to appear couldn't fight against Lin Fan's power at all. With a loud explosion, they were smashed into his body. He didn't dare to believe what had happened. "Old man, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your cultivation state is pretty decent. But, at the very most, you can only bully pushovers. But, in my eyes, you're still slightly lacking." Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely calm. It was as if he didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Shantian sect leader felt like he was losing face. He felt like those words were directed at him and that weakling was their Shantian sect. The way he looked at Lin Fan was filled with resentment. However, he was extremely shocked because Lin Fan was very young, but he had such strength. It was simply too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. So amazing. The Shantian sect disciples raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. They had a lot of complaints about Lin Fan. But now this opinion was completely gone, because they needed a powerhouse to protect their dignity and ruthlessly let the other party know that they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Fan was very young, which was a perfect fit for their expectations. It was as if they were the ones suppressing the other party, not Lin Fan. Ji Chang's face was gloomy and his aura surged. "Brat, I've underestimated you." At this moment, Ji Chang's aura was gathered to its peak. The power of Tao Realm Stage 3 Yin-Yang and 5 elements exploded out. Heaven and earth reversed and all sorts of weird powers that normal people couldn't touch spread out from the depths of the void. Then it gathered into a dazzling radiance. Sky Vault Tao. Ji Chang roared in rage and punched out. The surrounding space gathered together and turned into a ray of light that pierced downwards. This kind of glorious battle had already surpassed many others. The radiance was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. He didn't feel much pressure and didn't care much about what was happening. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A decent move to cross stage 2, but what a waste. There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan ripped open the dimension and stepped forwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the light. He opened his fingers and slapped forwards. The rays of light bombarded the palm, but without any room for resistance, they were directly pushed back. How did this happen? How is he so strong? Ji Chang's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. When he fought with Lin Fan, he could clearly sense how tough it was to block that power. From start to finish, Lin Fan was really calm. There weren't many fluctuations in his actions and every move he made was filled with a shocking aura. Shortly after, Lin Fan pushed the light back and appeared in front of Ji Chang. The two of them looked at one another. To Ji Chang, this situation was a little off. Just as he was about to react, Lin Fan hammered down on Ji Chang's face. He was a dual cultivator and when he was far away he would play with special effects. But when he was close he wouldn't think so much and would just raise his fists. Tao Realm Stage 3 was one realm higher than him, but truthfully Lin Fan didn't fear it. It was just one realm higher and it wasn't much. Each of Lin Fan's fists would cause space to ripple and then explode with a white light. It was so blinding that one couldn't see what was happening in the sky. Of course. Naturally, he could shout out the name of the move and then punch out with a fist that exploded with light. But there was no need for that. Each fist he punched was to gather the power of his Tao patterns and then explode with it. The ground shook and no one knew what was going on. But shortly after, Lin Fan landed with his hands behind his back like he had already done it. His speed was so quick that it stunned everyone. Everyone looked at Lin Fan and there was only one thought in their minds. Was it over? Boring. I thought that Tao Realm Stage 3 was so strong. Who knew that he had just entered Tao Realm Stage 3? Lin Fan pouted and was a little unhappy. He thought that he would be able to last for a period of time, but now it seemed like he was just SOSO. When the Shantian sect disciples heard those words, they were shocked. Tao Realm was such a huge gap for them. But now that someone said it, it sounded like it was just SOSO. Thick dust seeped out from the deep hole in the distance and one couldn't see what was happening within. Chief. The Ji family disciples were terrified. Their minds were filled with the thought that it was impossible. The chief would definitely be fine. He was a Tao Realm Stage 3 expert and would become even stronger in the future. How could he have lost so quickly? Lin Fan stopped and turned his head. He heard a weak voice from the deep hole. I advise you to be more well-behaved. If you continue to stand up, you will just be making yourself more unlucky. The gray mist slowly dissipated. Everyone could see a blurry body in the mist. It was really blurry, but it made the Ji family members cheer out. Chief. Smiles appeared on their faces. They knew that the chief wouldn't lose so easily. But when the gray mist dissipated, They opened their mouths and couldn't close them for a long time. The chief was indeed the chief, but he was in a bad situation. His body was covered in dust and his clothes were tattered. His wounds were also bleeding. His body shook like he could fall at any moment. "Stop right there!" Ji Chang hollered in rage. His aura was really unstable. He panted and didn't dare to believe what had happened. There was only one thing on his mind. What happened just now? How did he lose? What is the point? You are really weak. Trying to prove to me how strong you are is such a stupid thing. I heard that your Ji family is about to become a top power, so you definitely have stronger experts. If he came, maybe he could fight me. As for you, you really can't. Lin Fan said. Impossible. Ji Chang hollered. His hair stood on their ends. When one was on the verge of collapsing, everyone would be able to use the most shocking power. At that moment, 31 Dao patterns flew out from Ji Chang's body and seeped into the dimension. Shortly after, they appeared beside Lin Fan and tied him up. Each Dao pattern contained terrifying power, which was the power of the Dao. The Dao patterns tied him up tighter and tighter. When normal people faced such a situation, their skin would tear and their bones would shatter. Lin Fan didn't move at all. His expression was normal and there were no changes at all. Lin Fan squinted. This was a final struggle. Since that was the case, then he would help him. An aura exploded from Lin Fan's body and gathered in the air. In the end, it turned into a giant sword. The sword pierced through the sky and the sharp sword intent swept everything. With a kacha. The Dao patterns around Lin Fan couldn't take the terrifying sword intent and showed signs of collapsing. Slash. Lin Fan hollered. The heaven sword above his head slashed down like a waterfall towards Ji Chang. The sword light sliced open heaven and earth. Before the sword light even arrived, everyone panicked. It was as if the thing that slashed down wasn't a sword but a death god waving a sickle that was about to reap all living beings. Suddenly, the sword light stopped. Ji Shuefei blocked in front of her father. She lowered her head and shouted in fear, "Don't kill my father, I beg you, Shuefei." Sister-in-law. He Fei was terrified. He didn't expect Shuefei to actually run over and block in front of Ji Chang. He didn't know how terrifying that move was, but just by looking at it, he knew that it wasn't simple. "Senior, show mercy." He Fei shouted. He didn't call him brother anymore but called him senior respectfully. The change was a little quick. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. He always thought that Lin Fan was a normal person. But now, how was he normal? Thinking back to his previous actions, he felt that the other party had wanted him to slap his own face from the very beginning. However, he didn't know that it was only now that the countless slaps converged into a single slap that landed heavily on his face. You really have balls. Father and daughter have a deep relationship. If I didn't hold back, both of you would have been sliced into pieces. Lin Fan said. He struggled a little. The Dao patterns around Lin Fan's body instantly collapsed. Oh. Ji Chang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he fainted, he said, "I don't need you, unfilial daughter." Before he finished, he fainted. The heaven sword that was floating in the air slowly disappeared and everything calmed down. Lin Fan was satisfied with the outcome. Rage points exploded out once more. He could raise his cultivation and he felt great. Suddenly, he noticed something shocking. Faith actually appeared among the group of disciples. That was weird. This was the first time they met and they came to cause trouble. As disciples, they actually had faith. Did they betray the sect so quickly? Or was it because he was more charming? Chapter 420. The place was really silent. The battle that caused the sky to lose its light had ended. When Lin Fan appeared, he attracted the rage of everyone. No one believed that he could bring about any changes. Because Lin Fan's words were too harsh, he was nearly attacked by everyone. Now, the scenes in front of them were imprinted in their eyes. There was nothing they could do even if they didn't believe it. Lin Fan suppressed Ji Chang with lightning speed. If not for his daughter blocking in front of him, he would have turned to dust and disappeared from the world. Chief. The Ji family disciples' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Lin Fan in rage and hatred. It was all because of him. If not for him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Ji Shuefei was worried about her father's injuries. Even if her father wanted to marry her to someone she didn't like, no matter what, he was her father. She couldn't watch her father face such a huge problem and not do anything. Is my father okay? Shuefei asked. The disciples who were taking care of the chief were unhappy with Little Miss, but they didn't show it. They were just in deep despair. They had a bad start. They thought that it would be easy to solve, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. The Ji family disciples wanted to support the chief to leave, but Lin Fan stopped them. I didn't allow you to leave, so why are you in such a rush? Wait, I have something to discuss with all of you later. Once the Shantian sect matter was solved, naturally he would have a good chat with the Ji family. If he left now, then what was the point of everything before? If he just wanted to act cool in front of Shantian sect, then he was wrong. He wasn't such a shallow person. You don't have to go overboard. This is our chief and our old ancestor is about to come out. If he finds out about what happened here, you won't have a good ending. The one who spoke was the chief's cousin. Lin Fan's cultivation made him feel despair. Even his cousin wasn't his match, much less them. Even if all of them attacked, they wouldn't be his match. Lin Fan said, "What cultivation is your old ancestor at? He is actually so strong, so why didn't he come personally and instead sent you small fries?" His words were really hurtful. They were small fries? Then what wasn't small fries? He had seen many experts, but he had never seen such a confident and arrogant person. My old ancestor's cultivation is too high and he has great strength. Once he comes out, he will be a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert and the Ji family will become a top family. At the same time, we have a close relationship with the top sections. Do you think that just by suppressing us you will be fine? As long as my family's ancestor finds out, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, he will definitely kill you. The man said angrily. Lin Fan said, "Yes, what you said makes sense. But if I kill all of you, even your old ancestor won't be able to find out who did it." Damn. The man wanted to slap himself a few times. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhang Xin realized that the other party's words made sense. Why didn't he realize that there was a problem with those words in the past? Seeing that the other party's expression wasn't right, Lin Fan just smiled faintly. There was something wrong with the intelligence of these people. He was too lazy to say anything more to them. At that moment, He Fei felt that Lin Fan had been toying with him from the start. He felt really annoyed. Were all the powerful people so good at toying with him? Senior, since you are so amazing, then why did you say that you are a normal person? That is just so awkward. He Fei said. But he was really grateful for his help. If not for him, he wouldn't have been able to survive this matter so easily. Lin Fan said, "I am just a normal person. I am just slightly stronger than normal people." He walked forwards and patted He Fei's shoulder. "Work hard. I'm helping you because I think you're a good person. However, that junior brother of yours isn't much. If it weren't for you, he would have been beaten up already." "That's right." He Fei nodded his head. He felt really proud and it was obvious that he had done something huge. "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely teach my junior brother a lesson," He Fei said respectfully. He couldn't understand Lin Fan's age. With his eyesight, how could he tell bone age? He thought that it was because his body was cultivated, which was why he looked so young. What a sad kid. He really believed Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan walked in front of the Shantian sect leader and smiled. Facing that smile, even if the sect leader didn't want to, he had to smile. If not, what else could he do? Lin Fan's strength was just too shocking. Lin Fan didn't expect him to still be able to smile. He really didn't understand what people were thinking. It wasn't a sin to be weak, but he was just too cowardly. He was so cowardly that he didn't know what to say. "Come, let me talk to you about something." Lin Fan walked forwards and hugged the sect leader's shoulder. The two of them were like good brothers that hadn't seen each other in a long time as they walked into the distance. They talked as they walked. The sect leader's body froze up and it was obvious that he was shocked by Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan said calmly, "As a sect leader, you are just a little cowardly. They only have so few people and you don't even dare to fight back. Aren't you dragging the sect down by becoming the sect leader? Look at how the disciples are looking at you. They are all disappointed. It's what a waste." The sect leader's expression changed and he was a little unhappy. It was as if he wanted to say that even that had nothing to do with him. But no matter what, he was the sect leader and their sect had temporarily forced back the danger. The sect leader said, "He is the Ji family chief and he is really strong. Shantian sect isn't his match at all." "Actually, can't you tell that I am stronger than him?" Lin Fan said. The sect leader said, "I can tell that you are even stronger than Ji Chang. I really don't know what kind of power can develop such an expert like you. I think even the top sects don't have such strength. Lin Fan smiled. Let's not talk about this first. Lin Fan smiled. Let's not talk about this first. Actually, it isn't important at all. Maybe you are thinking too much. My goal here is simple. I am here to extort. Don't look around and don't be shocked. That is roughly what I mean. I am interested in Dao realm techniques. Your Shintian sect is a mid-tier sect, so you should have many, right? Why don't you share them? Where is the book depository? Let's go there and talk. To the Shintian sect disciples, they felt that they had misunderstood Lin Fan. What he said before was from the bottom of his heart. He was disappointed in their sect, but in the end, he helped them solve their problems. Now, he was even holding their sect leader's shoulder and talking and laughing like they were good friends that they hadn't met in a long time. Many disciples had a good impression of Lin Fan. As for what he said before, they had tossed it to the back of their heads. The sect leader was calm, but his tone was a little uneasy. My Shintian sect didn't offend you, right? Lin Fan patted his shoulder. You didn't offend me, but you seem like you are easy to bully, so I want to bully you. Do you have a problem with that? The sect leader raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. Rage burned in his heart and he wanted to scold him. Damn, what kind of lousy reason was that? Did he really think that he was easy to bully? But maybe he didn't need to say anything. The truth was right in front of him, and even if he denied it, it was useless. Lin Fan said, "Don't think so much. Bring me there and I won't tell anyone. You can still be the sect leader. I will also make a trip to the Ji family. Actually, you are winning, aren't you?" Right, a wise man submits to circumstances. I have no reason to reject your request, but I hope that you can keep it a secret. At least I am still the sect leader. If others find out, I will lose all my face. The sect leader said. It wasn't that he hadn't seen such things before. But this was the first time he had done such a thing. Don't worry, I am a principled person. As long as you cooperate with me, then we are good friends. In the future, when I face problems, all of you will help me. When you face problems, I will help all of you too. Lin Fan said. The sect leader didn't continue. This was the result of being weak. If he was strong, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. When Ji family came to Shintian sect, he didn't dare to behave arrogantly. Now that this fellow hugged his shoulder and asked for Dao realm techniques, he couldn't reject him at all. He felt really wronged. Very quickly. Under the sect leader's lead, they came to the book hiding pavilion. There is an elder here who is in charge of guarding techniques. I need to report to him. The sect leader said. No need, it is too troublesome. Lin Fan brought the sect leader into the book hiding pavilion. As expected, he sensed a hidden aura. Instantly, the old man realized that the sect leader had brought someone in and was prepared to ask him what he needed. But before he said anything, his head smashed onto the ground and he fainted. Maybe to the old man, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. After all, he was in charge of the book hiding pavilion and naturally he wasn't weak. But he was suppressed just like that. That was just so embarrassing. The sect leader's body shook. He calmed himself down and brought Lin Fan to where the Dao realm techniques were stored. Shintian sect was just a mid-tier sect and they didn't have many Dao realm techniques. Each one was really precious. Similar to domain realm techniques, one could form Dao patterns. But these Dao patterns were worlds apart from true Dao realm techniques. Just so little? Lin Fan frowned and was a little unhappy. That was just too little. The sect leader said, not bad. Shintian sect is a mid-tier sect and isn't considered strong. For us to have these techniques, we slowly accumulated them. Lin Fan counted and there were a total of 10 Dao realm techniques. Forget it, it was better than nothing. He flipped it in his hands and memorized the 10 Dao realm techniques. He had a total of 15 Dao realm techniques that he needed to cultivate. 200,000 rage points for one. To cultivate these 15 Dao realm techniques to complete Dao patterns, he needed 3 million rage points. The sect leader didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. He just flipped through them and then placed them back. He was a little stunned and couldn't understand. Let's go. Lin Fan's goal for coming to Shintian sect had been achieved and he was satisfied. What was surprising was that many of the Shintian sect disciples actually had faith in him. Although it was just the beginning, it was a good start. But how to raise faith quickly was a problem. The Darkness God domain needed faith to develop. But they just didn't have enough. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.